2x KO. I feel like I always knew that. Did I always know that? Chat, did we know? Did we actually knew that? I actually don't remember if we knew that Akali is like in the game, but she's here now. So let me pull on my cam. I am literally live right now on YouTube and on Twitch. Okay, twitch.tv/Chris Bishmonkey. And whoa, hold on. If you think, just crack my fingers. If you think that I'm not gonna be watching this, you must be out of your damn mind. You must be out of your damn mind. We got a baddie in the game now. We actually have like a legit baddie in the video game. Okay, we have a baddie in the video game. So we're gonna react to the baddie in the video game. Isn't that crazy? We're doing reaction video. What the fuck is up with my cam? Hold on. Has like a weird off angle. More like it. More like it. Whoa. Turn that shit off. Aight. Alright. Hold on. You know how we do it. Chat, you know how we do it. We're gonna have Lexi dance. Look at the cheeks. Look at the cheeks just swaying. There you go. Enjoy that. Look at her. Bam. Look at her go. Alright. Let me find the vid real quick. Real quick. 2x KO. Akali? Is it up? Is it up on YouTube? It is up on YouTube. Look at that. Look at that. Alright. 2 minutes. Not that long. But it gives us everything that we want to know about her. Everything.
A member of the Kinku, joining a disgraced swordsman.
I just wanted to get rid of the goddamn subtitles, and then she just goes anime in my face. Did you see that Suman anime shit?
Joining a disgraced swordsman.
I couldn't care less about your honor.
Man, alright, you know what? I'm going full screen. I'm going full screen for this. I'm going full screen for this. I'm going full screen for this.
Stay where I can see you, assassin.
Then I wouldn't be much of an assassin, Darius.
Darius, not Darius.
You're going down.
She might be my main. I'm lit. She's hot, not gonna lie. Knit. What up, Rissy? Oh shit, not the Nin!
Not one step.
She has a fucking Isuna drop. I'm pissed. Yes, Isuna drop. None of that fucking Hidden Lotus Rock Lee shit, okay? It's called Isuna drop. That shit was there way before Rock Lee shit, okay? Don't fucking start with me.
Not one step.
I mean, she's a ninja, so why wouldn't she have that? You know what I mean?
Fear your shadow.
Smoke bomb.
You didn't really think you could beat me, did you?
Don't tell me she's like, you can't hurt her, or like when she's in that. That would actually be like broken.
Finish it, smoke. Not here.
Excuse the fuck out of me. Or should I say, excuse you? Did you see all that?
Ready.
Oh, no. Let me crack it up. I'm sorry. Let me crack it up.
Finish it, smoke.
Look at this.
Not here. It's been been a while since I had this
Of
much
course.
fun.
Of course. There it is.
Ready?
I don't know why this makes me want to play fucking Raven and Tekken.
Try guessing right next time.
Disgusting.
Hostiles. We're gonna have to stand our ground.
You stand your ground and I'll take care of the rest.
Nah, this is my main. This is my main. This is my main, chat. This is my main. This is my main. This is my main. This is my main.
You won't escape. This is your execution.
Look at the animation!
Find balance. In depth. I'm done waiting for change.
She did the
Time
post.
to act.
Yo, there's so you know what I noticed? There's so many times they just zoom in on her face, like right there. Like literally at the start of this trailer to the end of the trailer. Look at this. Look at this.
Joining a disgraced swordsman?
You see, like. What are they trying? What are they trying to tell us? What are they trying to tell us with all these zoom ins on the face?
Fight for what's right.
Like if you want, like listen, if you want me to fucking nut on my monitor, I will do it. But I'm streaming right now, so I can't.
Assassin.
Then I wouldn't be much of an assassin, Darius. Up here.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
You're going down.
It looks like she has the Ibuki knee. It's kind of funny. Like standing medium kick.
Not one step further. Fear your shadow. You didn't really think you could beat me, did you?
No, but I will beat my dick.
Ready.
Finish in smoke.
Yeah, you know what? Warwick, you gotta go, bro. You gotta go. Warwick, listen. You gotta go, my bro. I'm sorry, Warwick. I'm sorry. I'm still gonna be playing Teemo. I'm keeping my promise. The first Yordle that is being shown, that's my main. So it's Teemo. But Warwick, you gotta go, bro. You gotta go.
That here.
I'm an Akali Teemo main
It's been a
now.
while since I had this much fun.
Imagine the pressure in the corner while putting down like mushrooms and shit. Bruh. Nah.
Try guessing right.
Oh, this spin, this spin, this spin. Look at it, wait. Right here, right here. Where is it? Here? Kakashi shit. That's a, nah.
Try guessing right next time.
Hostiles. We're gonna have to stand our ground.
I guess like, I don't know why they like zooming in on her face so much, like in this trailer. But I guess they're trying to like show that they're like adding a lot more facial expressions. Could be, I don't know.
Stand your ground and I'll take care of the rest.
Which is it's kind of ironic because she got a mask on, so.
You won't escape. This is your execution. Find
God
balance.
damn.
Death.
Again, look.
Find balance.
Why are they zooming in on her face so much? Like, I'm actually curious why they're doing that.
I'm done waiting.
I'm actually curious.
Time to act.
She bad as fuck, though. She bad as fuck. I've always loved Akali since, like, League days. Since LOL days, you know? When does she drop, though? When does she drop? Can I... April 7th. Okay. April 7th. Yeah. That was dope. That was a good ass trailer. Yep. That's all I gotta say to that. That's all I gotta say to that. I'm just gonna lock in when she drops. Ritzy is apparently also gonna main her. So I'm gonna have to show my dad how to play Akali. I gotta log in. I gotta make sure that he know, you know, I'm gonna come with all the juicy shit, okay? I'm gonna be all the nasty shit. I'm gonna be doing all the nasty shit with Akali. And Rizzy's not gonna be ready for it. I don't know if she's gonna be on the team with Echo or Vi. You play Vi? Why am I not even surprised? He has glowing eyes like Jury from Street Fighter 6. Every female character in fighting games got glowing eyes. That's nothing new. She's Punch Girl. Yeah, literally. I mean, I'm not even surprised. What do I do in Wild Chat? What do I do? The whole week shit. Or like, there's like reset tomorrow. So what I need to do is I need to get better gear. That's what I need. I need better gear. Let me try to get some better gear. I don't see any delves. I haven't been in these delves though. Oh, wait, there are delves here too? What the fuck? Yeah, I need better gear. I need better gear. Hold on. Can I just buy some better gear? No, I can't even do that. I need to do like some better delves so I can get like better gear. I need to like do dungeons and shit. Look at my fucking hair. Can you see this? I need to like detangle my afro. What in the fuck is happening here? Looking like a mess. Hey man, I'll show you shit. And I'll steal shit from you. That's crazy. Got hair in my mouth. So now we're back to WoW. Now we're back to the boring shit, and I can't open my soda. Ah! There you go. That shit was tight. I can't even do world bosses. Can I do world bosses? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Late night training V2 available quests. I play WoW. Me now. Chat, I'm confused. Isn't there supposed to be like, they're supposed to like be standing here to like me taking like the weekly quests and shit? Do I have to? But Ted, you know this. I know you know this. Do I need to finish the midnight campaign before I unlock that shit? Because I haven't done that. So I'm assuming I have to. Why is there so much light in my room? God damn, look at this shit. You saw that? I turned off my streamer lamp. Look how, like, look at the difference, chat. Look at the difference. Now there's just like slow ass frames on my camera. You see this shit? There's like slow ass frames. My camera can't keep up. But I don't have like a light blasting in my face like I'm playing fucking Counter-Strike and I'm getting flashbang like every fucking frame. Have you done all the main campaigns in every zone? No, I have not. I'm doing that currently right now. Doing that right now. That is what I'm currently doing. I'm already level 90. I just haven't done like the campaign yet. I haven't even been slagging on the campaign. That's the thing. I just haven't been playing. You know what I mean? When I played the campaign, I did the Suleiman trolls. Obviously, I did that shit first. And when I was done with Suleiman, I got to level 90. Like that's the only campaign that I did, and I got to level 90. So now I'm just trying to like do the other campaigns. Why am I stuck? What is this? What am I looking for? Oh, I see you. So I'm just gonna assume that that's what I need to do, right? I need to finish like the entire like story campaign before I unlock that shit, especially like finishing the campaign on every zone. So I unlock like world quests and shit. I'm behind, you know what I mean? I am pretty much like behind. And I'm trying to catch up. Whoa, saw that? Saw the difference the moment I turned on my stream name. Bam! I'm getting flashed in the face. But now I'm not like, you know, like 5 frames per second kind of look camera. My camera's weird. I might buy a new one.
I still hear it. I still hear it.
I don't even know if like arcane is like the best thing. I don't even know what the meta is. But I tell you one thing, I'm gonna keep using arcane. Cause I love arcane. I heard paladins are stupid in midnight, or like retribution paladins. Oh, I'm stuck.
I'm ready to perform the Shulker's ritual. It will protect us when we enter the Rift of Arn. For a time. Perhaps we'll meet again.
The Rift of Arn. You know what? I actually love this zone. This zone is crazy.
So alone. Is this Amarak's life?
If you like fly to some of these like big ass roots, some of them it's called like roots of Teldrassil and like roots of Amadrassil and shit. This is literally just like, this is where like all the world trees roots are combined. Wouldn't that mean that like this shit right here Maybe that's Azeroth? And we know when it comes to the old gods, they actually want to like, they actually want to like corrupt the world trees, because the world trees like reaches all the way down to like a sleeping titan and shit. Frost is absolutely insane at the moment. Really?
She comforts me.
Frost.
She welcomes me.
I have not played Frost for such a long ass time, and it's crazy. But you remember when we played when we did like BGs? I was using Arcane in the BGs, which is like crazy. I should be using Frost because like all the CC. You know what I mean? Should I switch? Let me switch to Frost. Oh, let me switch to Frost.
No, the goddess. She. Amarak, my friend.
I don't know what the meta talent thingy is like when it comes to Frost. I'm just gonna go with whatever like I feel like. This is Blizzard. This is Blizzard. Yes, sir. Wait, there's two. Wait, there's what? Whatever. Blizzard. I can pick it twice? Wait, what's the difference? I'm confused. This spell is cast at your target. Oh! This spell is cast at a selected location. Let's go with that. I like this selected location. When Frostbolt critical, let's just go here. Easy peasy stuff. Flurry. Ice Block and Ice Bear now have additional charge. No, we're just gonna go with Cold Snap. We like Cold Snap. Frozen Orb. Rare Frost. I never really used that. Piercing Cold, Frostbolt, and Flurry. Critical Strike. Okay. Brain Freeze. Yes, sir. Everlasting Frost. Casting Frozen Orb grants 1 stack of Fingers of Frost. Damaging 1 or more enemies with Frozen Orb has a chance to grant Fingers of Frost. Sure, why not? What's this? Frozen Orb increases shatter damage by 10% of this duration. Okay. I have not used... Like... Chat, do not judge me. The last time I used Frost as a mage was like... It must have been like in Ref. Or like Cataclysm. So how did Lexi become your main waifu? Oh boy. It's crazy. Zizo, I literally talked about this like a couple of streams ago. But you know what? I'll hold you on to that one. Because I do not mind telling that story again. Let me just like do these talents real quick. Oh, there's a lot of passive. Wait, are we going back to classic WoW? Is it vanilla WoW? Do I just mash Frostbolt and that's it? I like the idea of that. Hold on. It's just passives. What's this? Rare Frost. Rare Frost. I'm not really like a Rare Frost kind of guy. The haze is increased. Frozen Orb makes Blizzard Frozen Orb makes Blizzard instant cast. Blizzard damage increased by 20%. Holy shit. Ice Lance. We like some lances. Ice Lance reduces the cooldown of Frozen Orb by... Ooh. We like that. We like some lances. Shatters critical strike damage is increased by 50%. Your critical strike chance. Damn. Shatter damage have 50% increased chance to critical strike. Wait. Shatters critical strike damage is increased by 50% of your critical strike chance. The damage is increased by 50% of your critical strike chance. Shatter damage has 50% increased chance to critical strike. What the Iceland strikes one additional target at 100% effectiveness, preferring enemies with more stacks of freezing. I'll go this for now. Flurry and blizzard damage increased by 10%. There's a lot of blizzard involved. I love that. I actually love that. That's like my favorite. Like back in the OG days, like when I was playing vanilla back then, I love doing like, you know, blizzards and all that shit for damage. Glaciate. When ice lands, shatters a stack, freezing the cooldown. What? Comet Storm. Casting a ray of frost replaces your ray of frost with Comet Storm. Calling out a series of 7 icy comets. Well, no. Ooh, we do like that. Glacial Spike deals. Glacial Spike. Time it takes to generate an icicle is reduced by 1%. Summoning water elemental. Ooh, do I want water elemental? Spell damage increased by 3% though? Let's go with that one. Glacial Spike no longer applies freezing, instead shatters 5 stack. Nah, I like my freezing. Glacial Spike deals 5% increased damage and applies 2 additional stack of freezing. Yes, sir. Let's go with the Comet Storm. I can still use 3 here. What is this? Shattering an enemy has 10% chance of summoning a hand of frost to pursue a target. Ooh. More freezing. Rare frost summons 4 hands of... Okay. Glacial Assault. Fury has a chance to hit. To call down an icy comet crashing into you. Ooh. So you just get a free comet then. Basically. Improve Flurry. Shattering enemies inside your blizzard increase shadows area damage by 15%. Consuming Brain Freeze has do I even... Nah, you know what, hold on, let me think about this. Cone of Cold now applies 3 drags of freezing up to 5 enemies. Ice Lanterns. Ice Lance Shatters, 1 additional. Sure, why not? Alright. I'm gonna go with that. Frostfire? Or Spellsinger? Comet Storm now also calls down a meteor deal. You got me fucked up. Ice Barrier also casts a Blazing Barrier. You know what? I think I'm gonna go Frostfire. Fuck it. You melt slightly out of your ice block and ice cold, allowing you to move slowly during ice block and increasing your movement speed. Nah. Ice Barrier also casts a Blazing Barrier. Yeah, let's just go with that one. Fair now deals Frostfire damage. Yes, sir. Frostfire Bolt. Casting Glacial Spike also casts a Power Blast. What the fuck? That sounds... Wait, that sounds dumb. Frostfire spells apply. Ignite dealing... Okay. Meteor and Power Blast now apply. Ignite. Your haste is increased by 2. Shit. Ice Block and Ice Cold reset the cooldowns of your fire spells. That sounds really good for PvP, I ain't gonna lie. The cooldown of fire spells is reduced by 30% though. Let's do that one. Fire spells deals 20% increase critical strike damage. Shadow damage increased by... Okay, I feel like I need like a lot crit. Comet Storm damage increased. Meteor damage increased by 20%. Casting Frostfire spells has a 10% chance of activating Frostfire empowerment. Frostfire Bolts cast time is reduced by 10%. Severe temperatures. Frostfire empowers stacks in additional time, causes Frostfire bolt to explode for an additional 20% of its damage. I think I'm just gonna go with that one. Not gonna lie. Okay, now for this. Ultra time, ice block. What do we have? Upon dropping below 25% health, your passive corrects your timeline, casting alter time and instantly returning 50% of your maximum health. That sounds dope. Spell steal. You already know we're gonna go with that. Shimmer. Improved. Frost Nova. Frost Nova duration is increased by 2. Yes, sir. Increased critical. This the duration of brain freeze is increased by 15%. Most of this is like pretty much the same in a way. Is that Dragon's Breath? Hell yes, give me that. Each time your Frostbolt fails to critical strike, it gains 10% increase. Ooh, we like that. Remove all cards from a friendly target. Yes, sir. Cast and remove cards on a friendly target. Also cast it on yourself, but its cooldown is increased by 20%. Greater invincibility. Increase haste by 2%. Can never go wrong with that. Let's go with this. What's this? Master of Escape. Reduce the cooldown of invincibility by 60. Mirror image cooldown is reduced by 30. Your mastery is increased by 3%. Can never go wrong with that. Ice Barrier reduce. Ice Barrier reduces your physical damage taken by 10% and absorbs an additional 5% of your maximum health. Holy shit. When your barrier is removed, reduces cooldown by... When your barrier is removed... Casting barrier removes... Casting your barrier removes all snare effects. I think I'm gonna go with that. Cooldown of your Blink and Shimmer is reduced by 3%. Ring of Frost. Like Mass Polymorph, I don't care about that. Blink gains an additional charge. Reflection. Let's go with this. Gaining brain freeze increases your intellect by, yes sir, more intellect, we love that. Critical strike damage of your spells is increased by 5%. Freezing cold. Enemies hit by cone of cold are frozen in place for 5 seconds instead of snared. When your runes expire or dispel, your target is snared by 80%. Nah. Cooldown ice block and ice cold. Yes, let's go with that. I don't like this one. So let's not go for that one. I have one more thing I can pick. You know what? Counterspell's cooldown is reduced by 5%. Why not? Alright. I got my frost. I have my frost now, chat. How am I gonna do this? Gonna have cold snap here. You know what? No. We're gonna have you there. We're gonna have cold snap. Sheer. What is this? Flurry. Where's my frostbolt? Ice lanes? Wait. I don't have... Wait. I don't have I don't have frostbolt? Is that frozen orb? That is frozen orb. Okay, put that away. What's this? Ice barrier. Put that there. Wait, okay, hold on. You know what?
Speak.
Whatever happens, happens.
Gone. Stolen. Where has she gone?
On higher!
I'm assuming Glacial Spike is like my new Frost Bolt. Or what? Wait, what am I doing?
You have found me.
Okay, hold on. Let me see this. It's not what I wanted to do. Okay, I'm assuming Glacial Spike is like my.
I'll kill you all.
Oh! Oh, there it is. Okay, now what? What do I do now? Frostfire Bolt, and then... Wait, what? Okay, let's put that here. Let's put that there, I guess. Actually, let's put that here. Boom. And then... I don't even... Am I doing this shit right?
He is not fully lost. But
I
he must be
don't... Yo,
removed from the
I don't know my
immediately.
rotation. I'll figure it out, though. Whatever lights up, that's what I'm pressing.
Of the goddess herself. If it can help your cause, Orina, then I will help. In the rift's darkest depths, all dust coalesces into the monstrosities before you.
Oh, Glacial Spike is the big boy. Okay. Boom. And then this. Frost Orb. I use a Frost Orb and then I use a Blizzard. And it just automatically... Okay, but... Like that, I guess. I don't like him... Like, almost killing my ass, though. Wait! I can move?! Oh my god, there's no way. So if that procs, I can fucking move. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna put my my Blizzard there. Makes it easier. Boom. Boom. Damage. Damage. No idea what I'm doing. I think I'm doing it right. I have no idea if I'm doing my rotation right. I guess it's just all about getting shatter. The moment I get shatter is like... And then there's also the cold snap. Put the cold snap here. There's actually not... Surprisingly, there's not that many spells. With Frost. That kind of throws me off a little bit. I'm so used to like in Arcane, you know, I have like my way of like popping shit, you know, all that. Also, what up, Quinn? What up, what up, what up, what up? Alright. So, how did I come up with Lexi? It's pretty simple. All the way back in Battle for Azeroth expansion of World of Warcraft, the Volpera race was introduced. So, quick context. The Battle for Azeroth expansion, a lot of people didn't like it, but I absolutely loved it. The reason why I loved it was because the Zandalari trolls was involved in the game again, like in the lore and all that shit. And I love trolls. Trolls is like one of my all-time like favorite like races in WoW and shit, right? So what happened was, hold on. Oh, that shit fucking hurts. Wait, that shit does damage. That shit does damage. Are you Frost too? Are you Frost Mage too? Shit. Okay. So what happened was, there's this place in Zandalar. I mean, I can just show on the map. It makes everything a lot easier. So you have Zandalar here. This area right here, Vol'dun. In that story, in the campaign, you are helping these like fox creatures, right? These, the Volperas. The Volperas are like, they're like, you know, you can kind of see them as like nomads, I think it's called. You know, they're like traveling. They're like a lot of like desert kind of like Egyptian kind of like thing going on in a way. There's another race in the desert area of Vol'dun as well. That is like that people loved a lot more than the Volperas, funny enough. But eventually, later down the run of the expansion, they became like an ally race. It was like, here's the new patch update. Volperas is like an ally race for the Horde. And then you have the Alliance got like Mechanomes as their like ally race. So I was like, holy shit, I cannot fucking believe they did that. They did that. That was crazy. That threw me off. I was like, you know, I was like, yeah, okay, for a gang, let's go, right? And this was like way back when I just started drawing, chat. So this was way back when I started drawing. So I wanted to give like the Volperas like a good introduction, right? To say the least, right? A good introduction to them joining the Horde and, you know, becoming like a playable race in World of Warcraft and whatnot, right? So what I did was I had an idea where I drew two dump truck short stacked Volperas with their fat ass together, right? And they're like looking behind, you know, smiling and shit, right? And I was basically being like, yeah, look at that, you know, welcome, you know, we're here to, you know, say, you know, welcome to the Volperas, you know, the Volperas are joining the Horde. You can still find that drawing because it's like some of my first drawings that I ever did. And people liked it. People liked that drawing. They were like, oh, this is tight. I'm about to die. Hold on. Damn, I died. I didn't even see that they were fucking elite. I did not even see there were elites. So there was like a little handful of people that was like, oh, I really like the red one, because like what I did with the red one, I had like, so the Horde logo, you know, you have the Alliance logo, but you also have the Horde logo. So what I did was I had the Horde logo tattooed on the red Volpera's like shoulder. And keep in mind, chat, Volperas, they don't have hair. They're literally just anthropomorphic foxes, as you can see. Literally, who the fuck is this? Go away. They're literally just like anthropomorphic foxes, right? But people like the red one. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll keep cooking the red one. And eventually, later down the run, the red one, you know, started, you know, I was like, you know what? How would a Volpera look like if I gave them, like, you know, hair? So I gave her, like, green hair. I don't even know what I was, like, cooking back then, but I gave her, like, green hair. I made her, like, a lot more dummy fake, obviously. Still short stack, but, like, a lot more dummy fake and shit. And then eventually, you know, I changed the hair a little bit more. I gave her like eyeliner, like makeup type shit, you know, made her a lot more dolled up, right? You know, like on some fucking Space Jam Lola Bunny shit, doll, right? Tawna Bandicoot type shit. So I just kind of like had like inspiration from like Carmelita Fox, Tawna Bandicoot, you know, these like badass like baddie girls, right? And before I knew it, that red Volpera became Lexi, which is the character you see. This character was a troll before. I've been having this mage for as long as I can remember. But eventually, you know, I did a race change and here we are. 6 years later, she's now one of my OCs, as it's called, right? Like original characters. So that's the lore behind Lexi. That's like the short version of it. You know, I could get into like a lot more details and shit, but yeah, that's kind of like the quick breakdown of how I came up with Lexi. And it's funny because, like, as I said, it was like at the start of my drawing journey that I came up with Lexi. So World of Warcraft is actually like the reason why Lexi is a thing. You could look at Lexi as like, I guess, like a unique Volpera with like hair, like actual like long hair and shit. But eventually she just became like a short stack, dummy fake, bimboing kind of like Fox, Vixen and shit. You gave her extra details because you wanted to see something. Yeah, the creativity just you know, it just sprung out, you know. Like, wait a minute, hold on.
Ask if you must. Aldos boasters are people's.
Thank you, Amarak.
So that's the lore. That's the lore behind Lexi. And a lot of people don't like the Volperas. But yeah, that's the lore. That is the lore. And as a matter of fact, I did upload like a YouTube short, like a TikTok clip as well, with me specifically talking about this shit. TikTok, Crispy Monkey. Like, look at this. This is an old video, but I made like a top 5 something hottest like furry characters in WoW, and I actually made a new one, which is funny enough. Did I ever upload that one? I think I did. Anyways,
Volperas are an ally races for Horde.
so you can even hear I'm using like my old microphone and shit. Like, listen to this.
When they got announced, everybody freaked the hell out. It splitted up the World of Warcraft community. There was a lot of people that was really excited and happy for the Volperas being a playable race. And of course, there was a lot of people that hated on it. But I gotta be honest, out of all the female furry races that is playable in this game, Volpera really takes the cake. Because not only did it unite 2 big communities, it also helped me come up with one of my first original characters. And if you've been...
There she is. Look at that fucking baddie. That's a Volpera. But damn.
around for a while, you know her name is Lexi. And for some magical reason, if you want to see more Lexi,
you should definitely check out my Twitter feed.
Now,
don't go there.
I know a lot of people hate on the Volperas and hate Blizzard for making them a playable race, but I honestly think people should give Blizzard credit for doing so, because when you really think about it, Blizzard has created something amazing that brought a tear to my eye. Because I've never considered the idea of sticking my dick inside a small little cute thick foxy
Okay, yeah, and that's enough of that. Alright, back to back to playing video games. So, but Ted, do you even have a mage? I don't know if you play mage. I don't even know if, like, it's gonna sound like I'm roasting you, but I'm literally not trying to roast you, okay? You're my boy, okay? Don't take this shit personally. But I've been playing mage since vanilla days. I should be able to learn, like, frost mage again, like, pretty quick. But I'm so used to arcane, like, I'm so used to, like, I have this, like, you know, I have this open, I have this like moment where like, you know, I have a burst moment. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I have a burst moment with Frost. I just keep throwing my shit until like they shatter, I guess. You know what I mean? Like obviously if I have Glacial Spike, I think I'm gonna start off with that. And then I can do this, do that. Boom. What is this? Intellect increase. Fingers of Frost. Fingers of Frost. Whoa. Glacial Spike. Boom. So I think my main thing to get is like oh shit. I think my main thing is to get like Glacial Frost. I think that's like the important thing for me to get. Why is like Garrison fucking abilities here and shit? What the hell? And just like switch all these things around. Dragon's Breath. Dragon Breath can stay there. And then something awakened between my legs. Damn straight. Wait. Oh, nah. Wait, every time I crit, I fucking hurt. Wait, hold on. DPS? What is it called? Damage. Light damage. Details. Damage meter. DPS check. Boom. Okay. I don't know if I need to like restart the game. I don't think so. Fuck I do.
My claws are ready.
So it's every time I have 5 icicles. Yeah. Yeah, so every time I have 5 icicles, your Frostbolt is replaced with Glacial Spike. And it just stays there. Look at that, there's no cooldown on. There's actually no cooldown on. It just stays like that.
It came from above.
So the question is, how do I want to see like, I'm trying to figure out like if it's just something that like cooks up in the back, or I have to do something to get like the 5 like glacials.
With Alnhara's grace, the Almdust will protect these Rutani, as it did Ionka.
The roots brought
This one awakens. This one changes no more.
This one changes no more.
It works. At last, we have a way to fight back.
Blazing Barrier? Wait, what? Why did I get a Blazing Barrier? Wait, I have a Frost and Blazing Barrier. What the hell? But yeah, that's how Lexi became a thing. And I used to draw Lexi a lot. And then I kind of like slowed down a little bit with it. Because I was focusing a lot more on my own like persona and shit. And then obviously like just drawing like characters that are like, you know, already known. Either like from my Patreon voting polls and whatnot, right? But there are definitely like, if I have time to draw Lexi, I do not hesitate. Majority of the time, every time I've drawn Lexi, it's been like October month. So like, you know, I draw Lexi in her fucking witch outfit, you know, kind of like this outfit a little bit, right? I drew her last year, October month. I drew her like cosplaying as like Sadako, right? The Ringu. That one, damn. That's all. That's if you haven't seen it, damn. That's all. Damn. That's all I gotta say. But there are definitely like moments where I do want to draw. It kind of like comes down to, it's not everyone that can draw like their original characters, and people would give a fuck about it. Does that make sense? I'm like in a position where I can draw my characters, and people will care a little bit. It's not even about like don't get me wrong, it's not even about like clicks and views and all that shit. You know what I mean? But as an artist, if you only draw your OC characters, right? If you only draw your own characters, it's gonna be hard to grow your platforms as an artist. You're much better off drawing like public characters and shit, like from video games, you know, get like a lot of like traction from drawing like public characters, and then once you get like a decent following and shit, now you can draw like your own characters, and then if people like them, that's just, you know, that's a bonus. That's why it's so funny, because like sometimes when I, you know, obviously draw like my persona and like a public character and stuff is happening, you know what I mean? A lot of people are always like, oh Chris, you know, you're such a I think I showed this like comment on Rule 34 before. Somebody was like fucking hating my guts, chat. Somebody was like, you self-inserting insert slurs, black piece of fucking a word that sounds like raccoon but remove the rat and then only say the other word in it, you know? It was like crazy type shit. And there were like people defending me and shit, right? Don't get me wrong, like that's like my followers and like supporters, they were defending me. They were like talking shit and you know, just like making fun of him, right? But it's crazy because people are like, oh, you so self-inserting when it comes to like this type of shit. It's not even about like self-inserting or not. I just don't want to draw like, you know, let's say, you know, the typical way of like, you know, you draw like a public character getting her cheeks clapped or some shit like that. I don't want to draw like a random ass like white dude with like no face and they're just bald. They have no face or anything like that, or a black dude in this case, or whatever, right? So I'm like, okay, I want to draw my persona like a lot more. How can I get time to draw my persona a lot more? Oh, this is great. I need somebody to clap this person's cheeks. I'm just gonna throw my persona in there. You know, that was kind of like the entire idea. And then people actually started to like it, and they were like, oh shit, you know, Creepy Monkey, he getting some cheeks. And I was like, that wasn't even the plan, but hey, you know, might as well roll with it now, you know. Well, I just saw the new Marvel Rivals map on YouTube. Damn, there might be cheeks in some characters. Oh shit. Should I watch it?
Striking at individual blooms is who think that Eversong's light would wreak such havoc in Harendar.
Should I watch it? I'll watch it. Maybe. You know, I'm trying to do stuff in WoW. You know what I mean? I gotta catch up. Oh fuck. What am I doing? Wait, am I supposed to do this? Oh yeah, okay. I'm supposed to do this. Yeet. 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 Yeah, yeah. Yeet. 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 Yeah, yeah. Yeet. 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 Wait. Am I done? Destroy light bloom. This? Yeah. Okay, that. I find it interesting that. Okay, I'm gonna draw some theories here. Okay, this is a theory that I've been having for a long time as well. I find it funny how the light is not the light, the void. My bad. I find it funny how the Void is considered like the bad entity, but you have like Lightforge and you have like Terralion, you know, being consumed by light. You know, he's having like blind rage from like the light force and shit. I ain't gonna lie, I trust the old gods more than the Titans at the moment. I know that sounds crazy to say, but there's a reason why you had like Il'gynoth. I think it was Il'gynoth. Well, Il'gynoth is basically N'Zoth in a way, right? So there was a reason why you had N'Zoth literally say, like, he had the vision where he said 6 seats at the high table, all mouth hungers, you know. There's a reason why Il'gynoth also said, you know, her dreams will be our dreams and shit, you know. Damn, yo, chat, I might, okay, you know what we're gonna do, chat? You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna look up all the like all the visions that the old gods has been having, and we're literally gonna break them down. We're literally gonna break them down. That's one of the coolest thing about old gods. There's a YouTube video that also dropped, I think last year maybe, or maybe it's like 2 years ago now, where this guy made like a YouTube video where he's talking about you know, WoW villains that's been like planned for like years, you know, the build up, you know what I mean, all that shit. And like one of the build ups is like the old gods, we know that. Oop. And a oop. And a oop. And a oop. What's this? And a oop. 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 Oop. And a oop. And a oop. Bah. Okay, so every time I get that one is damage. Void is the 5th Ringvin Musahi's book. What? What did you just say? What did he say? So yeah, so the, oh man, man, you guys know me, man. I love, man. Okay, for those people that don't know, because I know like you guys don't know about WoW, but you guys are literally watching me play WoW. Even though you guys don't give a fuck about WoW, it's crazy that you guys are watching me play WoW. I appreciate the fuck out of that. Thank you guys. Mwah. But I do want you guys to know about the old gods. The old gods is pretty much like HP Lovecraft, you know? They're like Lovecraftian, you know, void beings and shit. Man, you got me fucked up. All right, hold on. Chat, I want you. Nah, it's too late. I'm convinced. Chat, I'm convinced. I'm gonna put on this video. It's not a long video, okay? It's not a long video. It's a video that perfectly describes the old gods and all that shit, right? It's called the, let's see here, Villain Void Lords. This one right here. Villain's Corner WoW lore. It's a 10-minute video. This video explains everything you need to know.
This episode of the
I need, chat, I need for you guys to log in. I need for you guys to embrace the void. No, don't do that. Right here. I'm still gonna be playing WoW. I'm just gonna do this. Chat. I'm just gonna put it down here. Right there. I'll put it in the corner. So you guys can watch this. I want you guys to kind of like also see what is going on. You don't need to like look that much into WoW. There you go.
Villain's corner.
So this video explains it the best way. You don't need to be a WoW fan. You don't need to like know anything about WoW. This shit explains it so easily in like 5-6 minutes tops. Okay, log in. This is exactly what's going on right now in WoW, and it's been going on since the beginning of Warcraft. Okay, log in.
We will be going over the Void Lords, definitely the most powerful villains in Warcraft lore. The Void Lords themselves are heavily inspired by H.P. Lovecraftian horror, and I think explaining what this is will give you a better idea about the Void Lords as we continue on in this video. In regular horror, there's a bad guy that can be defeated, as vampires are vulnerable to the sunlight, werewolves can be stopped with silver bullets, etc., etc. What sets Lovecraftian horror in its own genre is that the bad guys cannot possibly be defeated, because they're so ridiculously overpowered. The outer gods in the Cthulhu mythos exist outside their universe, and when people accidentally catch a glimpse of the outer gods' true forms, they just straight up go insane. Lovecraftian horror isn't about defeating a villain, it's about hoping the villain pretends you don't exist and leaves you alone, because there's nothing you can do about it if they decide to destroy your planet. Thankfully, the Void Lords in World of Warcraft are not that powerful, but they're pretty close. Warcraft Void Lords are more like pure forces of corruption, and not really individual beings who exist outside the universe. It's just a void energies that has a hard time taking shape in the universe, and does so in the form of old gods and minor void entities. The Void Lords themselves are aware that the Titans are the strongest beings in the universe, and attempted at one point to try to corrupt fully aware Titans, and failed miserably. And since they completely gave up on trying to corrupt adult Titans,
top comment might spoil the 1 minute video, so don't look at that. Okay, but
sleeping Titan inside of a random planet. So they sent small fragments of themselves to countless random planets all throughout the universe in an attempt to corrupt them, and hopefully by chance find a sleeping Titan planet. All with the ultimate goal of corrupting a Titan and turning them into a Void Titan, which would easily make it the strongest thing in the universe. And one day, while a Titan named Sargeras was fighting some demons, he discovered that some of them were using void powers. So he decided to investigate the source of this power and discovered the Void Lord's existence, and also discovered that they were intelligent.
So, quick context about the Titans. How the universe was created. There was only light and void. That was the first, like, things in the universe. It's kind of like Big Bang type of shit. But, eventually, in the darkness of nothingness, light was born. But when light was born, so was the void. But, you could also say that the void has always been there. But because of the light being born and lighting up the universe, it just revealed what was already there. Ooh, that's deep. And eventually there was a massive explosion, you know. The altercation, you know, the conflict, the shattering explosions between the light and the void, right? Cosmic war. And eventually that created the universe, and when the universe started, life became a thing. But life cannot be a thing without death. Eventually, when planets was born, you know, and all that shit, in some of these planets were the Titans. The Titans are inside the planets. They're sleeping Titans. And eventually, when they become a fully grown Titan, they burst out of the planet. These Titans are the strongest in the universe. They are kind of seen as like a pantheon, right? Look at them like Greek gods, in a way, you know? These Titans, among the first one, some of the first Titans, there was a guy named Aman'Thul. Aman'Thul is now the king of the Titans, right? Kind of like some Zeus shit, you know? Again, with the whole Greek god shit. He is the king of the Titans. He's the leader of the Titans. He is the king of the entire pantheon thing. And he traveled across the universe to find other planets where perhaps there were a sleeping titan inside of those planets as well. Eventually, he found more. However, there weren't that many titans. We only talk about a few. And a few we talk about maybe like 5 to 8 titans that we kind of know of. So there are very, very few of them across the entire universe. But they created the seed of Pantheon. And they thought of them because they were so strong and powerful. They thought, because we are so strong and more powerful than any other living being, as far as they know, we have to make sure that other planets with sleeping titans in them will make they will have the same future as us, you know. So they go around and they they're technically guardians, right, of the universe. You could see it like that, right? So among them, when they created, or became guardians of the universe, they created this cosmic power called order. But as you guys may know, order cannot exist, because chaos has to be involved before order can be restored. Those are the 6 seats at the high table. You have light, you have void, you have life and death, and you have order and chaos. In the order, magic is comes from that seat. Arcane, all that shit. From chaos, you have unbalanced magic. You have unbalanced arcane. You have destructive arcane, which is fell. And life, life speaks for itself. It's nature, it's druid kind of stuff, the emerald dream. Death is necromancy, undead, shadowlands. And light, you have things called Denaru, which is basically a massive force of light that has kind of like taken form in a way into like a highly intelligent kind of species. But they also exist in the void, which is the funny thing. The same things that you can find in the void, you can find in the light. Because in a way, the light and the void is kind of like twin brothers. They're siblings in a way. So now that y'all know that creates a little bit more context for this.
Beings, who were far more powerful than any demon. He really didn't know much more about them though, as he didn't really have a way to get any more information about them. So he just kind of...
And Sargeras is the champion of the Pantheons. Okay? So he's the champion of the Titan. And what he does is he makes sure that chaos doesn't spread out across the universe. Chaos fell, demons, right? Demons, all that shit, However, in the chaos realm, there's this thing called the Twisting Nether, where you can kill a demon, right? But they don't really die. They just go back to the Twisting Nether. In order to kill a demon, you have to kill them inside of the Twisting Nether, because that's where they're created. That's where they're formed. It's kind of the same way when it comes to old gods. Old gods, Blizzard is saying that the old gods are dead because we defeated all of them. But we know that old gods is just a little ass pinball when it comes to like the Void Lords. The Void Lords, they're they're gonna explain that in the video. I don't have to explain that.
Ignored them for the time being and went to continue fighting demons in the universe, which were a much more pressing issue as they caused random destruction everywhere they went. Eventually in his travels, Sargeras discovered a world with a sleeping titan inside of it that was completely controlled by a couple of old gods, and also discovered that some dreadlords were on the planet and working for those old gods. So, being very familiar with all of the types of demons, he decided to capture these Dreadlords and question them, asking them why they were working for the Old Gods. And these Dreadlords eventually gave Sargeras all the information he needed to know about the Void Lords. Basically, who they are and what their ultimate goal was. I.e., take control of a Titan to create a void-powered Titan who would be the strongest thing in the universe, and consume all the matter and energy in the universe to eventually bring everything under the Void Lord's control. And with what Sargeras saw on this planet, combined with what the Dreadlords had told him, was enough to make Sargeras afraid for the first time in his life. Afraid of what the Void Lords were capable of. So Sargeras cut the planet in half with a sword, and destroyed the sleeping Titan along with all of the old gods on the planet.
The Titans are the size of a planet. I think Azeroth, I don't remember, but I think Chris Metzen explained that Azeroth is Earth, right? But it's not like the same size as our planet Earth. I think it's the same size as like Jupiter. So Azeroth is a massive planet, which has like all kinds of lives, and obviously Azeroth is the name of the Titan that, god damn, I created the shit out of that motherfucker. Holy shit. Azeroth is the name of the Titan that's sleeping inside the planet, if that makes sense. However, when it comes to the old gods, and this is something a lot of people haven't figured out yet, but the old gods' names are pretty related to you know, H.P. Lovecraft, like the old ones. Cthulhu is obviously taken from Cthulhu. Yogg-Saron is after all of them has like, you know, names based off of like H.P. Lovecraft, if that makes sense. However, Azeroth has actually been taken from an old god or an old one from H.P. Lovecraft. From an old one called Azathoth. And Azathoth in the H.P. Lovecraftian book is described as this massive old one who is basically like the father of all the old ones. So like Cthulhu, all that shit. And he is at the center of the universe. Azeroth is kind of considered to be like the strongest Titan to have ever existed. And therefore is kind of like the center of the universe. So all I'm gonna say is I don't think we actually want Azeroth to wake up. That's all I'm gonna say.
And then went back to his Titan pantheon to tell them what happened. Sargeras had come up with an ingenious plan to counter this new Void Lord threat he just discovered. And his plan was to destroy all life on every single planet in order to allow the universe to start over, as there was no way to tell how many planets had already been corrupted. Ideally, all under the watchful eye of the Titans, of course, so that there would be no void or corruption at all. And Sargeras was very saddened to hear that his fellow Pantheon members were being very unreasonable about his proposed strategy, so he left the meeting in a huff in order to put his plan into work anyway, if the other Titans were going to be so irrational about his plan. So he went off to create the Burning Legion.
The Burning Legion is, he basically teamed up with the demons that he's been slaying for like billions upon billions of like, you know, light years and whatnot, right? And what the Burning Legion wants to do, they want to burn up all planets, because a burned up planet cannot be consumed by an old god, which is interesting. Because if you look where I'm at right now in the game, you see all these weird ass roots. These are all the world trees. I'm like literally inside like Azeroth right now, and all the world trees are combined. We know the old gods, they want to consume the world trees, because by consuming the world trees, they will be able to go into the Emerald Dream life and consume the Emerald Dream, and it will become Emerald Nightmare. That means that the sleeping Titan will then suddenly start getting nightmares. It will start getting different dreams, the old god's dreams, and eventually would then become like a corrupt titan.
And Sargeras was kind of right in a way, as a few of the Void
I'm just here like, I'm just here like, so is there a Discord creature? A Discord creature?
And they were very happy to find that there was a Titan soul inside this planet. And not only was there a Titan soul, but was one strong enough to rival Sargeras. So they hit the jackpot. So they went to corrupting the world.
Hold up. Cussing.
Yggdrasil's roots still stand.
How?
The Almdust. But we need more. The surface needs...
No, we will not leave our home defenseless.
We can gather more.
We cannot risk our people for outsiders.
Some branches can burn. Our calling is to protect the roots.
The last time I left, it was about my calling. This time it is about my friends. And I will protect them, with or without your aid.
Aren't they bosses in the dungeon? Anyways.
But had to deal with the elementals who ruled the planet's surface first, and pretty easily defeated the 4 elemental lords and turned them into their minions. Eventually, the Titans found this planet, saw that its surface was corrupted by the old gods, which they were able to recognize from Sargeras' story, and wanted to see if they could help as kind of a, see, we can uncorrupt Titan souls type thing. So they created some Titan Watchers to go down to the planet in order to defeat the old gods. And then eventually, after a long battle, one of the Titans just decided to rip one of the old gods out of the planet, but then found out the old gods already infused themselves with the planet itself. So killing the old gods would probably destroy the planet. So they changed their strategy to just imprison them instead, and then left the Titan Watchers there to watch over those prisons. Then the Titans left the planet on its own, as it was no longer in danger of being turned into a Void Titan. And then they had another meeting with Sargeras, presumably many years later, there's no real time frame on this, where Sargeras eventually killed all the other Titans and stored their souls in Argus, because Sargeras thought eventually they would probably come to see reason, you know? And then through a series of events that I cover in a lot more detail in the Yogg-Saron and Cthulhu Villains Corner videos, the old gods were able to weaken their prisons in order to attempt an escape, but then they got pushed back down anyway, with the most recent attempt being an escape being done by N'Zoth. Now, the Void Lords were able to create a creature in the physical universe called Dementius, the All-Devouring. This void creature has unknown origins and eventually started attacking the Ethereal's homeworld planet of Karesh. Xalatath, the Shadow Priest artifact weapon, talks about Dementius and describes his creation as a...
Dementius was the last final boss in the last expansion, which is crazy because like this video was like made a couple years ago, and we always heard about Dementius, and Dementius was like he wasn't the Burning Crusade expansion, but it wasn't like as a boss fight or anything like that. So it's like cool that they brought him back.
Manifestation of fragments, shadows, the faintest of echoes of the Void Lords. And since the homeworld of the Ethereals did not have a Titan inside of it, Dementius took great efforts to keep his form in the physical world and had to constantly devour matter and energy in order to grow in strength. And it actually took him many years to devour the entire home planet. And it's because the Ethereals fought back that something happened during the battle which destroyed their physical bodies, and is the reason they look the way they do, as beings of pure energy surrounded in wrappings. And it's also the reason a lot of Ethereals are tied directly to the Void, because a lot of them got corrupted in the process of this whole world devouring thing. And eventually Dementius went to a second planet, and it was in its attempts of devouring this other planet that he was eventually destroyed by a Naru named Turi, who destroyed itself in the process, and the fragments of its body were eventually used to create the Holy Priest artifact weapon from Legion. Considering Dementius was only the faintest of echoes version of a Void Lord, and he was able to destroy a planet, that should give you an indication of how powerful the Void Lords could be, if they actually gain control of a Titan host. Now, since Void Lords rule over void energies, it's speculated there could be things known as Light Lords, who rule over light energy, and that possibly Naru are just the agents of the Light Lords, as they've been shown to corrupt people as well, as seen with the Maghar Orc allied race scenario, or during the rejection of the gift cinematic with Illidan.
Do you not wish to reclaim
what
was lost?
skip.
You will heal your scars.
I am my scars.
The light is your destiny.
My destiny is my own!
It's also theorized that Elune could be one of these Light Lords, as Velen theorized that Elune could have just been a Naru, as its energies were very similar to one. But this pissed off the Night Elf, so he never brought it up again. But Elune has been shown to have more power than the average Naru, especially since it does everything without having to come down to Azeroth or be physically present. Khadgar even theorizes that it was Elune who created the prime Naru, Zera, when he was thinking of ways to use the Tears of Elune in order to unlock the information stored within Zera's core. Of course, all of this Light Lord stuff is pure speculation, so I think I'll just end it there. So, as far as we know, that's everything we know about the Void Lords so far, as kind of the whole point of them is to not know much about them, similar to Lovecraftian horror. So,
yes, sir.
I hope I gave you a good enough explanation anyway, and I'd highly suggest watching the Villains Corner videos on the specific old gods to learn even more about them, or how they go about corrupting planets anyway. And as always, these videos are only possible thanks to the drawings done by Rachel. If you like her drawings, I suggest you follow her on Twitter or her other websites.
Okay, chat, I ain't gonna lie.
She even has commissions opens for drawing characters.
I'm sorry to like Frost.
Drawings. All of that will be
Frostbank is actually stupid strong. So yeah, those are the old gods. Those are the old gods. That's like the best explanation. Or the Void Lords in this case. There is one video that I did see on YouTube. And it's the one I talked about. I think it's like 15 years. Wow. Villain. Yup, this one. The longest build-up ever in a video game. This is not even a joke, by the way. This is not even a joke. This is actually like... yeah, it's crazy. Oh gods. Oh god shit. All the way back to Warcraft 3.
With Warcraft 3. My parents were rather strict with the kind of games that they would allow me to play as a kid. So when I managed to get my hands on
he should
a
have
game
said
that had
Destiny
stories
my
of
ass.
honor, duty, and glory, but also of betrayal,
It kinda did,
madness, and
in a way.
corruption, it was a dream come true.
Alright, this
And
video
when I finished the campaign,
really
watching dumbfounded as the
really
once
tells
noble
you
hero
about
had
like
led down the path of damnation, sat triumphantly on his frozen throne.
the old
I
gods and
understood
shit.
that Warcraft was a different kind of story. But there was one thing that bugged me. In the penultimate chapter of the campaign, something was revealed in the depths of a lost underground kingdom.
The recent quakes have awakened dark things under the ice. Ancient, horrid things. What the hell are they?
They are the horrors the dwarves spoke of. They are the faceless ones.
Beings that had never been spoken of before, come from a place deep below, forgotten. As the story moved on from this, I was left with many questions. And when Blizzard announced a new, different game, I wondered if the answers awaited me in the lost and forgotten places of this familiar, brand new world. So, I began my search. This video is sponsored by World Anvil.
Okay. Okay, I can't skip. Oh, there you go.
An
Chapter
interesting
1.
thing about World of Warcraft is that, as an MMORPG, it does as much of its storytelling through its environment as it does through its non-player characters, quests, and dialogues. And so, the first time you encounter Silithids in the Barrens, you figure that they are, just another species of large and dangerous insects that want to have you for lunch. That is, until you venture further south and see them again, spilling out of the Rustmaul dig site, a failed dwarven mining expedition in the Shimmering Flats. And if you dare enter the tunnel, you'll find that the walls are lined with a carpet of flesh. Violet, wet flesh from which numerous bulbous eggs seem to grow.
So, I just want to point out these old gods, how big they are. So if you look at the world map right here, this is the world map. This is the entire world map, right? We're like somewhere here. See that? We're like way over here. right? Some of these old gods are literally the size of Northland. An entire continent. Over here as well. You have one old god that is like... Man. I love old gods.
Wow.
So he's talking about like you go into these tunnels and these tunnels is like flesh.
That is until you venture further south and see them again, spilling out of the Rust Mall dig site, a failed dwarven mining expedition in the Shimmering Flats. And if you dare enter the tunnel, you'll find that the walls are lined with a carpet of flesh. Violet, wet flesh from which numerous bulbous eggs seem to grow out. You don't want to get involved with that, so onward you go to Teneris, the largest desert in the western continent of Kalimdor. But something is off. Even from far away, you can see tall shapes poking out of the ground. As you approach, you see that the sand has been displaced by twitching living talons of cartilage and exoskeleton, and that the purple flesh now spills outward from the gaping chasm's underground tunnels. The same is true for the noxious lair to the west, another violet blot on the land from which silithids spill out in numbers you have never seen before. You would have seen the same thing in the writhing deeps of Ferolas, and in the slithering scar that cuts through Angoro Crater. But it is only when you climb the steep path out of the crater that you finally lay your eyes upon it. The unsettling thing about Silithus is that it is unequivocally a hive. The entire region's surface is a hostile desert crisscrossed with open wounds carved out by the colossal talons from the deep, and below it are endless tunnels weaving towards one same direction. In the far distance to the south, there is a great wall. The druids tell you that it was built long ago to keep something in.
To keep something in.
Death is close.
The Gates of Ahn'Qiraj was the first of its kind. A massive worldwide event where all players contributed in order to open the lost secrets of the ancient and forbidden realm hidden behind the Great Wall of Silithus. But once the wall fell, it should have been a rather predictable affair. The Silithids turned out to be the mindless army of a more intelligent insectoid race named the Karaji. So logically, our heroes were meant to bring down the Karaji Emperors. But there was more to it.
I really hope that like Cthulhu is gonna come back one way or another. I really hope, especially the fact that, you know, you had Sargeras like literally using the sword, stabbing the sword, like literally instead of this. So, you know, man, yeah, man.
For a bit of context, as they group in large numbers and raid the fortresses of their enemies, players encounter and are expected to defeat particularly powerful foes after dealing with the chaff. And when you fight them, these bosses are usually screaming out taunts or threats. Something along the lines of big bright red letters. See, in WoW when you write, the letters change in color. White is normal, red is screaming, orange is for description, etc, etc. What matters is that pink is for whispers, which you use when you want another player, and only that player, to see your message. True enough, as you
definitely read a lot of
its own
books.
slew of screaming bosses, something whispers to you. With one small caveat, there are no pink letters at the bottom of the screen. You hear the whispers.
That's the craziest thing with the old gods. You have all bosses. All bosses are literally like, every time they talk, it's red letters because they're yelling, right? It's the same like if you're talking, it's just gray letters. But if you're standing far away, you can't see what a player is saying. If they're yelling, you can actually see what a player is saying, even if you're like far away from them. Does that make sense? But the old gods, they whisper to you. When somebody whispers, it's pink. So if another player whisper me, it goes into like a different kind of like category in the chat. You can't see it because like my camera's in the way. Right here. You see the chat? Here's the game chat. right? So you have talk, as you can see, right? My character is talking. Talk. If I yell, I do /Y for yell. You see that? So now I'm yelling. But old gods are whispering. And whispering gets into his completely own lock. So you have general lock and then you have combat lock. If somebody whispers me, it gets like it's like a different chat lock. Because it's a whisper. Nobody's supposed to see it besides you. The old gods, they whisper to you. It's like the first boss in the game where, you know, you can just sit and play the game, you're minding your own business and shit, and then suddenly you hear like a whisper in your ear. And you just go, what the fuck was that? And it's even, because it's crazy, because like I remember when I was raiding in AQ back then, we were all sitting in fucking, I think we were like using Messenger or some shit like that. Y'all remember Messenger? Fucking Messenger. I don't think we were using Skype. I think we were like using Messenger and shit. And I was like talking to like some of my homies that I still know to this day today. And I remember one of my homies, he just went like, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "Hear what?" And he's like, "No, somebody just said something." And I was like, "Nah, you weird. You weird for that. Ain't nobody said shit." And then we kept on playing, la la la, all that shit, right? And then eventually he just kind of like, he got angry. He was like, "All right, you know what? Stop this bullshit. Who's talking, right?" And I kept going like, "Dude, nobody's talking. What are you on about?" Eventually, I heard the whisper in the game. You know? I just heard like somebody say like, "You will die." Huh? And then I was like, alright, who's fucking around? And then you'll see what happens. You'll see what happens in the video.
I cannot stress how unique this was for the time. Anyone who found out firsthand that this happened did not know that it was random, meaning that it usually only happened to 1 or 2 players at a time. And given the difficulty of the raids, players commonly used voice chat to strategize. Can you imagine sitting back after a boss fight, closing your eyes for a second while everyone else takes a quick break, only to hear this?
Your friends will abandon you.
I imagine few things are more satisfying to a game designer than knowing something they put into the game had the exact effect that they intended. The whispers perfectly complemented the eerie and unsettling ambiance and music of the Temple of Entourage, with its alien pulsating walls feeling like they wish to devour you. You think back on the words of the prophet you slew at the entrance.
Prepare for the return of the Ancient One.
And as you enter the throne room of the Twin Kiraji Emperors only to find them bowing, you understand the meaning of those words. This time...
Yeah, that's the first boss in AQ. Right here. He says, "Prepare for the return of the Ancient Ones." What do you mean by that?
Prophet you slew at the entrance.
Prepare the return of the Ancient Ones.
And as you enter the throne room of the Twin Kiraji Emperors only to find them bowing, you understand the meaning of those words. This time, orange text pops up. The massive floating eyeball in the center of the chamber turns its gaze towards you. You stand before a god. Cthulhu is unlike any enemy encountered in the game up to this point. Everything about this creature is alien, strange, and unsettling. It continually whispers horrible things to you, not to belittle your efforts or to boast proudly, but to get under your skin. Its words are cruel, existential poison, meant to make you doubt yourself and those around you, and to make you feel like you have overstepped in your heroism and are now facing something that is far beyond your ability. The combat was infamously difficult to the point of being considered impossible until a patch changed the game.
I remember when I fought against Cthulhu in AQ. It was some mix of like, holy shit, like what the fuck are we dealing with? It was like an excitement, but also like, you know when you like when the adrenaline is there, you like shaking kind of like oh shit, that kind of like, ooh, I'm so nervous, like. And then when I just hear like your heart will explode or some shit like that, bro, fucking chill down my spine. I was like, I was a kid, by the way. I was like a teenager, you know, back then. So I was like, oh shit, you know, I was like, holy shit, look at this guy. Look where I paused. I didn't even pause on purpose. Look at him. I'll call you slurs. Imagine. Fuck you, nigga. Oh shit.
It made it easier.
Imagine.
Even after its demise, Cthulhu leaves the player with more questions than they had when they first heard the whispers. But there is an inkling of an answer. The prophet spoke of others. What would terrify you more in the dead of night? A scream or a whisper? All horror, I believe, exists somewhere between the scream and the whisper. Loud and intimidating danger that awakens our primal fight and flight response. And quiet, menacing suggestions that make us doubt our perception and reason. Forgotten dark gods are usually first known to us when we whisper their names out loud after discovering some forbidden codex. Which is why it's very convenient that in a stroke of genius, someone at Blizzard decided to put all of the lore that had once been in the Warcraft 3 manual into World of Warcraft. It is entitled History of Warcraft and can be found in several locations as a book that you can open and read through. The lore is extensive and goes into great detail on the many significant events that shaped the world of Azeroth. But surprisingly, it only has a couple of paragraphs about those known as the Old Gods, which are so sparse in information that you could sum up everything we knew to 3 things. There were 5 Old Gods, they fought against the Titans who laid the foundations of this world, and they were defeated and imprisoned. Okay, by now it should be obvious that I love lore and world building, and we're lucky enough to have a sponsor that is all about that. I'm running them with it. I'm also
Challenge sponsor, but
Forgotten Gods is, we may have to put the books back on the shelf for now. We are adventurers after all, and real immediate threats linger beyond this world. The first expansion to World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade, has players journey to the shattered homeworld of the Orcs, Draenor, also known as Outland. The name of the expansion is taken from its main antagonist, the Burning Legion, an army of demons that has ravaged the universe, seeking out life and snuffing it out without mercy at the command of the fallen titan Sargeras. They once used the Orcs to try and destroy Azeroth, and have attempted to directly invade this world twice, and been repelled both times. But the Legion are nothing if not determined, and Outland serves them as a perfect forward base of operations, so our heroes have to free this land from their demonic enemies. It makes sense that most of the locations in this game are inspired from locations in the Warcraft games. But I had been to Outland before, and all I recalled was a desolate red rock desert. However, World of Warcraft allowed for the original vision to be expanded upon and greatly improved. This new realm was unlike anything players had encountered before, with gravity-defying geography, exotic and alien biomes, as well as fascinating new races with unique stories and quest lines to uncover. Among them are the Arakoa. As the last remnants of a dying race, many of these bird-like beings have often turned to dark magic. Their quests usually involve their own history and ancestral sorcery, but there is an exception. As you explore Shadowmoon Valley, you encounter an Arakoa named Parsha. He informs you that, in desperation, some of his kin once formed a dark conclave and called out to the void beyond the stars. He deserted them, and for good reason. They received an answer.
Oh, Azeroth's journey.
While the conclave were killed before they could complete the ritual, even after death their spirits linger, aiming to fulfill their duty. Through various quests, you acquire the objects of power needed to stop the ritual, and predictably, the final quest expects you to do exactly that. However, as you interrupt the ritual, you manage to catch a glimpse of what the Arakoa sought to bring into the world, and 2 things strike you. The first is that, like all creatures in World of Warcraft, it has a model.
You see that?
And not a new model. In fact, the model is very similar to one you have seen before. The second is that, like all creatures in World of Warcraft, this one has a name.
The Void is coming.
Summoned Old God.
We span the universe, as countless as the stars.
It is then that it becomes certain Cthulhu was one of the old gods. And that means that there are 4 others still imprisoned somewhere deep within Azeroth. Wrath of the Lich King is considered by many to be the single greatest expansion in the game's history.
Yes, sir.
Heroes travel to Northrend, seeking to defeat the most iconic antagonist of Warcraft, the Lich King Arthas, master of the Undead Scourge.
I don't know.
It was around this time that I started actually playing the game, and Northrend had gotten the Outland treatment. The northernmost continent of Azeroth is a cold and dangerous realm.
I wouldn't recommend it.
There are places of beauty, but the looming shadow of the Lich King's ramparts always lingers in the distance. The metal they are crafted from can be found all over Northrend, and it can be mined by players and made into armor. It is a valuable, strong metal, but it seems to have odd effects on people. One particularly rich vein of this mineral, found on Whisper Gulch, has driven an entire dwarven expedition.
So what he's talking about right now is the place that I just mentioned. Northrend. The entire Northrend. This entire continent. Okay? So this, you can consider this the North Pole, right? That's how massive it is. In Storm Peaks, Uldra right here. That's a prison for one of the other old gods, Yogg-Saron. Now, there is a mining material that you can get in Northrend called Serenite ore, right? But the Serenite ore has a weird effect on you when you mine it. They talk about how some of these dwarves, when they've been mining it to like make obviously that content's gear, like when it was like the current content back then. So they talk about how they hear whispers, it makes them confused, all that shit, yada yada yada. And it actually comes down to it's blood from Yogg-Saron, the old god, one of the 5 old gods. It's his blood that's like bleeding out in the entire Northrend. Because he's imprisoned, but he is slowly escaping his prison by, you know, making the jailer Loki. Yes, another one of those like kind of like, you know, god type of names, yada yada yada. And Ally race? How are they? Oh, wait, what? I just got ally races with him. Hell yeah. And I got a mount. Where's my mount? Did I already collect it? I guess I did. I collected the mount. I think. Reward Haranir race unlocked. Are they a horde or are they alliance? Huh. Anyways, what was I talking about? So yeah, he's like slowly like making his way out of his prison, and the way he's making his way out of the prison is by bleeding out in the entire continent. That's why it's called Serenite. Yogg-Saron. Saron. Yogg-Saron. Saronite. Yeah.
Edition insane. These dwarves really should stop mining. They even said they heard voices as they were mining for Serenite. That's the name of the metal, by the way, or at the very least, the name that is most commonly used. But one of the rare friendly races in the continent, the Tuskarr, call it by a different name. The Black Blood of Yogg-Saron. As an aside, let me just gush about how happy I was to see the Tuskarr here. I made full use of Warcraft 3's extensive map editor tool as a boy. Every biome had a unique set of neutral mobs to fight, and the Tuskarr were a Frozen Throne original, and one of my favorites. Another one of the races to reappear were the Nerubians, but that was a foregone conclusion. The story of this spider-like race was intertwined with that of Arthas, as he was the fallen hero you had elevated to the throne in the conclusion of Warcraft 3. One of his many villainous accomplishments was the conquest of Ajal Nerub.
The Nerubians built an empire beneath the frozen wastes of Northrend. An empire that you so foolishly built your structures upon. My empire.
But the merit of this victory was not his alone. It is by talking to one of the remaining survivors of the Nerubians, Kilix the Unraveler, that you discover why they lost.
My people struggle against the forces of the undead. They dug deeper as they lost ground. They inadvertently exposed minions of the old gods known only as the Faceless. In the end, we could not fight a war on two fronts.
How thrilled I was to read these words, to return to the place where it had all begun. It finally felt like I would get my answers.
The old ones.
Instead, yet again, all I found were more questions. As you venture deeper into the Lost Kingdom, you encounter servants of the old gods. Mortals who, like the Arakoa Dark Conclave, have willingly given their lives to the call of the Void. Their leader calls out a name you've heard before. Then it is time to face the Faceless. The herald of the old gods roars in an unintelligible, visceral screech. And yet, somehow, you understand. It whispers into your mind. As it dies, it leaves you with a cryptic message.
The cycle.
As unsettling as they are, these words quickly leave your mind. After all, the Tuskarr and Nerubians are exceptions. Most of the other locals don't like you. The undead are an almost unavoidable foe, but there are others standing in your way, and for very clear reasons. The ruthless Vrykul are long-lost cousins of mankind, larger and stronger, and they have cast their lot in with the Lich King. The Blue Dragonflight is hellbent on committing mage genocide, the Jokeri Trolls are as hostile as they are insane, and so are the Scarlet Crusade.
They're so powerful and
the one secondary enemy that seems inscrutable
that
to
they
you
cannot even
are the
manifest
Iron
in
Dwarves.
the cosmos.
World of Warcraft has a particular philosophy
to,
with the
like,
antagonists of every expansion. Alongside a first and overwhelmingly present enemy,
But if you
usually
did, it would
exists
be
a
the end of the
secondary
entire
main foe
universe.
who is present enough and active enough to merit closer observation. It is possible that they will be central to the narrative later into the expansion, and potentially even be revealed as the main antagonists. The Iron Dwarves are aggressively protective, and the elaborate structures they defend are a testament to how advanced and mighty their creators were. But something feels off. As you venture into the halls of Ulduar, a titanic fortress city crafted by the ancient civilization that created the Iron Dwarves, unimaginable secrets are revealed to you. In the Halls of Stone, an enigmatic archive tells you of an ancient war against an enemy that could not be destroyed, but merely contained.
In the early stages of its development cycle, Azeroth suffered infection by parasitic, necrophotic symbiotes. Designation: Old Gods.
And when you confront the leader of the Iron Dwarves in the Halls of Lightning, he invokes his true master's name.
Yogg-Saron shall be released! The Pantheon shall fall!
All the pieces click into place.
I am the lucid dream.
This is not just a fortress and a research facility. It's a prison, and the guards have been turned.
The monster in your nightmares.
Ulduar is considered one of the greatest raids of the game, and it is very unique in that, unlike most raids preceding it, the heroes are not fighting an evidently evil enemy. The music that plays as you enter is glorious and noble, and the protectors of Ulduar all look like they should not be the villains. In fact, they seem like a justified defense mechanism for something.
The fiend of 1,000 faces.
Destroying them feels oddly bittersweet, especially as you release their leaders, the Titan Keepers, benevolent jailers whose minds have been clouded by corruption. It makes you realize that those you slew on your way there could perhaps also have been saved. Still, who could fault them for their failure, given the prisoner they were entrusted with?
Cower before my true form. Bow down before the god of death.
Yogg-Saron's design is completely different from Cthulhu's. It is a nightmarish thing, likely to drive insane any who gaze upon it. Which is quite fitting, as its boss fight introduces a sanity mechanic where, if players fall below a certain threshold, they too succumb to the will of Yogg-Saron and become his minions.
Yep.
This mechanic is the ultimate culmination of the environmental storytelling you have seen so far. Although the Faceless serve him well, Yogg-Saron has many armies. All over Northrend, his black blood corrupts the land, poisons minds, and drives maddened mortals into his service. Fail here, and you will all suffer the same fate. The fight is only made more grave by the taunting whispers of the god, and the visions of the past that it shares with the heroes. They have not been idle in their imprisonment. Time and time again, it seems, the old gods have interfered with history, pervasively influencing mortals and pushing them towards the edge, sowing chaos and disarray in order to distract and divide, all in preparation for their inevitable return. So it is that, even as you defeat him, Yogg-Saron leaves you with a cryptic threat.
Your fate is sealed. The end of days is finally upon you, and all who inhabit this miserable little seedling.
He said, seedling.
There are a few antagonist factions in World of Warcraft that can be found on every continent. Usually threats are localized in areas, and the missions in an area culminate in one final main quest to rid that place of the threat. Sometimes this threat extends to a region, and there will be several quest lines all converging towards one seat of evil power that needs to be extinguished, usually a raid or a dungeon. A perfect example of this is the iconic Black Rock Mountain, a base of operations of both the Dark Iron Dwarves and the Black Dragonflight, two factions that are regional threats. What's interesting, however, is that when you venture into their dungeons, you realize that these factions have allies of their own. More specifically, these guys. Meet the Twilight's Hammer, a cult of maniacs hell-bent on bringing about the apocalypse, which they call the Hour of Twilight.
The Hour of
If you've played WoW, you've probably seen them
Twilight.
before. In classic WoW, they could be found here, 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 and here. Which for your reference is here, 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 and here. In later expansions, they can also be found here and here. Well, by now it's clear that, as a faction, these guys are rather dispersed. Hell, you can even find some of their agents in your own cities and accept quests from them. Though you may not necessarily know that they belong to the Hammer when you do, but oh well, gold is gold. Despite this wide presence, it is clear that they are never the main threat. Rather, they're usually either engaging in a discrete operation to awaken some evil power or latching on to some other mightier evil faction. Until the Cataclysm came. And this happened. 6 years after the original release of World of Warcraft, the developers felt that the visuals of the original world were in dire need of a facelift. But how to update the entire world in a way that seems natural and also allows for storytelling? Easy. You make good on Yogg-Saron's promise and unleash the End of Days. In retrospect, Cataclysm was overly ambitious to its own detriment, but it was surprisingly successful in some respects. Old content had to be updated on a massive scale, all while new content had to be added for the expansion itself, because the world was under attack on all sides. The Naga, once highborn elves that were transformed into monstrous sea creatures when their continent was sunk into the ocean by the last great cataclysm, now wage war with blind devotion, following the mysterious agenda of their queen Ajara. Armies of Naraki, the faceless servants of the old gods, now swarm the low places of the world, seeking out ancient artifacts of power and the release of their master's most powerful minions. This is not to mention that a war between the elemental lords rips the land apart. These mighty beings and their endless armies were once defeated and enslaved by the old gods, and some of them grew fond of their masters during service. Or, you know, maybe they just want to see the world burn. Worst of all, Deathwing has returned. The Earth Warder, aspect of the Black Dragonflight, a once noble protector who was turned into a mad demigod of destruction, has now rallied all of his demented children to the service of his dark masters. And there is no line they won't cross in their attempts to corrupt the rest of their brethren. So yeah, Cataclysm was kind of nuts. Instead of having one continent, you were fighting lots of different enemy factions across a variety of battlefields and environments all over Azeroth. But connecting all of these cataclysmic pieces was one unifying enemy, coming out of the shadows and into the stage of catastrophe. That's right, the Twilight's Hammer are here to finally put the end of days in motion, and they've brought out the big guns. But something isn't quite right. See, one thing I forgot to mention about the Twilight's Hammer clan is that they're usually kind of pathetic. Their leader is a guileless brute, their plans tend to fail, and they often end up acting like Saturday morning cartoon villains playing second fiddle to the actual antagonists they often latch onto.
Yup.
The Cataclysm is an all-out assault, so obviously the worldwide presence of the cult helps in coordinating their apocalyptic endeavors. But you know better by now, they are not really the ones pulling the strings. Something has laid out a plan so complete that even blundering mortals should be able to execute it. I had stopped playing WoW by the time Cataclysm released, but I still followed the lore through wikis, YouTube theory videos, and discussion forums. And there was a veritable depository of information on the old gods, painstakingly gathered through a sieve from all of the hints that were found within the game. We knew of and had defeated 2 of the old gods, which meant that we were on the lookout for the other 3. And when a name started being circulated, we all had our suspicions. There was a menacing presence in the shadows, always mentioned but never there. A name that echoed through the dark corners of the world. It is written in secret messages shared between cult members you are not supposed to see. It is in the dying words of Naga sea witches, in the back of every elemental's mind, and in the war cries of the Naraki legions that flood the surface. A corruption capable of driving a dragon aspect to madness. N'Zoth. Early on in the expansion, for most people, this name meant nothing. But as the Hour of Twilight approached, all players had come to know it. And when the heroes of Azeroth narrowly defeated Deathwing and prevented the end of the world, the fact that N'Zoth was nowhere to be seen was met with concern. Our triumph was merely a setback, and it was clear that we hadn't heard the last from him. What we did not know back then was that the God of the Deep was the weakest of his kind, and that we would soon be walking over the grave of the mightiest among them.
Miss
When Mists of
Pandaria.
Pandaria was first announced, most players were upset with the news. It was a departure from the familiar, a new continent written into the map out of nowhere and featuring an aesthetic that seemed to clash with everything players had known so far. And it didn't help that the new race added to the game had merely been an Easter egg in the original Warcraft games. The Pandaren. I mean, look at them. They're so fluffy and wholesome.
Yes, sir.
Surely their people are not about to have their homeland ruined by 2 warring factions, thus revealing the dark secrets their ancestors sealed away.
This goddamn camera.
I guess this may be as good a time as any to mention the factions of World of Warcraft.
Crazy. There you go.
In the same way that the antagonists fly their banners, the heroes of this world have allegiances. In fact, one very unique thing about WoW is that from the very beginning of the game, by picking your race, you automatically belong to one of 2 factions. One is the Alliance, a gathering of like-minded peoples trying to hold on to the legacies of their ancestors and preserve their ways of life amidst a changing world. The other is the Horde, a motley coalition of drastically different peoples that have broken with tradition and are trying to carve out a place for themselves. Due to limited resources, disputed land ownership, and differing ideals, as well as old and new grudges between their members, these 2 factions have been in constant conflict from the inception of the game, ranging from border scuffles to all-out wars. The rivalry between these two factions was the perfect excuse for the game to have player versus player combat. This is mostly experienced in battlegrounds, which are meant to represent conflict in tense border areas and can pitch up to 80 players against each other in competitive games of capture the flag, resource races, or even full-on sieges. Beyond that, players can also opt into PvP mode or fully PvP servers, meaning that the world map itself has objectives that can be disputed, and players may be attacked by members of the opposing faction without warning at any time. The more egregious example of this are invasions, where large numbers of players amass and attack the capital cities of their enemies. Hey, it's called Warcraft for good reason. In any case, the Cataclysm certainly did not...
And now you have Chris Metzen talking about how he regrets calling the game Warcraft and World of Warcraft or some shit like that, which is so weird, but okay. I guess.
Not help ease these tensions, and even if these two factions can set their differences aside in the time of need, as soon as their common enemy is defeated, their conflict resumes. And sometimes they don't even wait for the bad guy to be defeated to start going at each other again. This is why throughout every expansion you can also find other factions, third parties unconcerned with this conflict and that have goals of their own. Some, like the Twilight's Hammer, are enemies to all, but others can be befriended. By completing quests, gathering materials, and slaying specific enemies, players can earn reputation with these factions, which in turn gives them access to unique rewards, as well as new quests that can reveal entire storylines and offer a new perspective on the world. In this sense, Mists of Pandaria was very unique. It was the first game that did not have a major antagonist from the get-go, instead focusing on the Horde Alliance War and how it affected the continent of Pandaria by pressuring its inhabitants to pick a side. This proved to be a clever way to ask the players to look at this conflict and begin to question whether perhaps they were the villains of the story for bringing war to a peaceful land.
Why do we fight?
This is exemplified by the Pandaren, the new race added to the game and the first neutral race to exist in World of Warcraft, meaning you can pick which side you're going to fight for, but also that this is the first people to be divided by the war. But that's not fun. Let's go kill each other. So you go about your business as usual, waging war against your rivals while also trying to help the people of this land against the horrors you have carelessly unleashed. Because there are dark beings buried within this land, and war has awakened them. The Seven Sha are embodiments of negative emotions that thrive during war. The fight against them is also a fight against the worst impulses of the Alliance and the Horde, and this responsibility to defeat them is both literal and figurative. It is very simple visual storytelling, but it works. Being witness to the malice of these creatures makes it seem like your main concern is to put the genie back in the bottle and stop the war from escalating. Until you see the wall. The Pandaren tell you that it was built long ago. To keep something in.
To keep something in.
The Mantid are an expansionist and ferocious insect-like race that awakens every 100 years.
That is everybody's like
Pandaria.
lore right there.
The Serpent Spine Wall was built to keep them at bay, but this time they have awakened early. After holding them back at the wall, you cross into their homeland to discover that their empress has been corrupted by one of the Sha, and is driving her own people to extinction on its whims.
I mean,
you make a hesitant alliance with the Klaxi, a faction of man.
Look. See? I'm playing WoW, right? Oh, shit. I'm playing WoW. We're watching a video about old gods right now. But how you doing, man? How you doing? What's up? Oh, God. Okay, wait. I need game sound. Cause I need to hear the cues, or else I'm getting cooked. Alright, back to this.
Elders who wish for the natural cycle to be restored.
The video is about like how the old gods has been like planned for like years,
dormant
and how important they are like in the game and all that.
Encased in amber. In World of Warcraft, endgame factions like the Klaxi are often equal parts beloved and infamous because of how much time you need to dedicate to them in order to earn their trust and gain access to their rewards. Usually these groups are the closest to quote-unquote good factions you will encounter in the game, as their one and only goal is often to stop a greater evil without concerning themselves with the bickering of the Alliance and the Horde.
Do you end up feel guilty about it?
As you increase your reputation with the Klaxi, they give you their aid in the war against their
you like the
kin,
thumbnail?
offering you increasingly better equipment, enhancing your powers while you are in their homeland.
Well,
and
the thumbnail is
shedding
based
their
off
distrust
my character.
By the time you finally slay the Empress,
I also
freeing the
draw.
mandate of the Shah and ending the premature invasion, the many paragons of
Obviously.
the Klaxi and their eccentric personalities have won you over. Kilrook the Wind Reaver, the first paragon you awakened, has become a particularly trustworthy
Also, I did
ally
see the
and
Akali
seems to
trailer. I'm
respect you.
uploading
you
it later
increasing
today.
your reputation with
I watched it on stream.
knowing that once you reach Exalted, the highest level, there may be a unique item or quest available to you. And true enough, there is one. But it's not what you expected.
My god. Yeah, exactly. It's not what you expected. So, quick context. Once you get... So, this is back in, like, Mr. Pandaria. They built this giant-ass wall to keep something in, obviously. So, you had it with, Silithus and Karash. They built the entire fucking place to keep something in. Okay, an old god, right? Then you have, Oldua in Northrend. You think it's this giant ass like technology kind of like temple artifact and all that shit. You find out it's built to keep something in. Another old god, right? And now you have in Mr. Pandaria expansion, the whole thing of like, oh, they built this giant ass walls to keep like all these like I forgot what the name of the insects. But they're like corrupted by like some sort of old god type shit. So again, build something to keep something in. It's a prison, right? That's what the Titans were known for. They made all these like prisons and all that shit for the old gods because they could not kill them, because by killing the old gods they were basically also kill Azeroth. That means that if you kill the old gods and it affects Azeroth, the sleeping titan that's inside our planet, it must mean that they are already connected to Azeroth. And now they're imprisoning them because that's like the best solution. They think, right? But, there's this, so for people that don't know, right? There's a repetition in World of Warcraft, right? So you can be friendly, you can be honored, you can be revered, and then you can be exalted. Exalted is like the highest like level you can be with like a nation, a city, or maybe a village, or whatever the case may be. When you get exalted, like exalted rank with whatever faction, you get items. You get access to like secret items. You get access to like maybe a mount, maybe it's like some cosmetics, maybe some gear, whatever the case may be. However, once you get past the mountain, not the mountain, the wall, there's these insect people that is fighting against these corrupted other insects who used to serve like the old god and whatnot, right? So, is that Krolok? Holy shit. Wait. Oh shit. Okay. We got some lore. It's pretty dope. So, oh shit. Hold on. I'm not trying to die here. When you get exalted with that faction, you think that you're gonna get like, okay, you know, maybe I can get a mount, maybe I can get like a new weapon, some cosmetic items, blah blah blah. You do get something, but it's not what you think. You get information. You actually, like, I'm just gonna explain so you guys have like some context. So the insect leader is talking about like, I have something to show you. You have earned your trust. Like, you earned our trust, so I'm willing to show you this. Follow me. And you go downstairs into this like underground kind of like place that's like underneath like their camp temple type of shit. And something happens. Something happens there. All my colleagues ask me if I'm gay or straight. I don't know, I'm just slime. Why are you playing fake ass 2010 ass League of Legends? Crazy for you to even say that, because World of Warcraft came out way before League of Legends. That's actually crazy for you to say that. And this has literally nothing to do with like League of Legends. However, though, speaking of Riot Games, I do know that Riot Games is cooking up that League of Legends kind of like MMO game, and that shit's gonna be fire. So, oh my god, fish! My BBC master! When I smack it on my, oh my god! Alright, yeah, just pay attention. Hold on. Pay attention. This shit. So when I like back then the Mr. Pandora expansion, this shit blew my fucking mind. Cause I was like, all right, you know, let me get the item. You know, time to get the item and shit. And it was just not what I was expecting. Look at this.
Only shedding their distrust for you. By the time you finally slay the Empress, freeing the mandate of the Shah and ending the premature invasion, the many paragons of the Klaxi and their eccentric personalities have won you over. Kilrook the Wind Reaver, the first paragon you awakened, has become a particularly trustworthy ally and seems to respect you. So you continue increasing your reputation with them, knowing that once you reach Exalted, the highest level, there may be a unique item or quest available to you. And true enough, there is one. But it's not what you expected.
Wakener, your deeds have earned you the trust of the Klaxi. You are to be rewarded. Walk with me. We Mantid are an elder race. Before your history began, our empire was vast. We shared this world with our sister kingdoms, Ankiraj and Ajol Nerup.
We shared this kingdom with our sister empires, Ankiraj and Ashur Nerup. Ankiraj is the first old god place, Cthulhu, the guy that like whispers in our ears and shit. The thing that I mentioned before you guys joined. Ashur Nerup is where Yasharon is located and stuff.
Our gods were many and powerful. We Mantid worshipped the seven heads of Yasharaj. Great was the Old One, and terrible was his wrath. He consumed hope and begat despair. He inhaled courage and breathed fear. When the usurpers came, the ones you call Titans, Yasharaj was destroyed. His last terrible breath has haunted this land ever since. But the shadows he left behind are mere whispers of his former glory. Your gods are not your gods.
I would have never guessed you'd be wearing black mage weave set. Oh, you do know about WoW. You do know about WoW something. Okay, shit. Yeah, of course. Why not? You know? Of course. Why not? Hold on. Let me show you real quick. There you go. Right? Why would I not be wearing this? Look at this. Look at Lexi. God damn. Of course I'm wearing this shit. It's my favorite set. My favorite set. Alright, back to this.
Outsider, I tell you now because you have earned this warning. If the Old Ones ever return, we Mantid will once again stand by their side. The wisest among you will do the same.
So you get the highest repetition with them, and they don't give you an item or anything like that. They literally just say, you have done all this for us, so you deserve a warning. But if the old gods come back, we will fuck you up.
Kilrook makes good on his promise. When Garrosh Hellscream, the power-hungry war chief of the Horde, becomes consumed by pride and attempts to resurrect Yasharaj,
they didn't fuck us up, by the way. We fucked their asses up.
Hoping to use its power to win the war,
how you doing,
the Klaxi
Dovish?
Paragons stand guard at his antechamber. It is a bitter reversal, but one that you should have seen coming. The warning was clear. Even after triumphing over them all and marching on to stop the final boss, you are left bothered by Kilrook's unsettling last words.
Well fought, Wakener. We will meet again.
He said we will meet again after you killed him.
The heart of a dead god, thrumming with anticipation at the possibility of return. Yasharaj is only ever heard, but his voice embodies all that the Shah were, and more.
Embrace your rage. Caress your
That's Yashirash.
Gorge your hatred. Voice your doubts.
It has found a perfect puppet in Garrosh. As you fight against him, Yashiraj harangues you. It is the voice of a predator, of a thing that is used to consuming others effortlessly, dripping with pride and contempt. It has done this before. What should have been clear from the start becomes evident to you. There is only one true war, and the Horde and Alliance are not dictating its pace. They are merely the latest puppets wielded by powers that, for time immemorial, have refused to share their bounty with one another. In the end, only one of them was ever going to win. Warlords of Draenor, the 5th expansion of World of Warcraft, is set in a parallel universe 30 years in the past. If this seems a bit jarring, I think you can empathize with how everyone felt when the expansion was first announced. Counterintuitively, what disconnects it from the others is neither the time travel nor the alternate universe, but rather the fact that it is an adventure featuring iconic WoW characters trapped in another world, which means that Azeroth has been left behind. And unlike the Burning Crusade, this world offers little in terms of meaningful clues in the search for answers. So instead, I'd like to talk about mystery boxes.
Mystery box.
Mystery box storytelling revolves around the idea of plots and subplots that are interconnected in a way that is not always evident to the viewer. Interestingly, one could say that video games were early adopters of mystery box storytelling, mainly because a narrative heavily centered on puzzle solving can effortlessly become a part of a game's design. In the context of WoW, however, the main narrative was always relatively straightforward, with some level of intrigue but nothing too opaque when it came to the central topic of the expansion. And they certainly did not make the gameplay be centered around puzzles. There is a main antagonist and the story is about defeating them. There are of course always some mysteries to be unveiled, but they are rarely dictating the pace of the main narrative. Any good mystery needs a little room to breathe, and horror in particular needs moments of quiet where the tension releases, in order to ease the audience into a false sense of security. World of Warcraft would often alternate narratives involving the old gods with other narratives that allowed us to put them in the back of our mind. This was very effective because it is in the back of our mind that they thrived. For this reason, I think that the old gods were generally considered to be the greatest mystery box of World of Warcraft. Until this came out. In 2016, Blizzard started releasing a series of books called the Warcraft Chronicles. The series was designed as a centerpiece for the lore of the Warcraft universe, clarifying what we already knew but also providing new information.
And in
the first issue, we received a very important piece of lore, a cosmology chart. In video games, usually it's not uncommon for not only the story but for the greater lore of the universe to be presented to players in a mystery box format, especially for fantasy and sci-fi. It is an essential part in making the universe feel like a place that needs to be discovered. Who created everything? What are the major powers in opposition here? World of Warcraft's cosmology chart presented us with the forces of magic that rule its universe, and if you look closely, you will find something familiar. There they are. Okay, in order for everything to make sense, I'm going to try and give you a quick summary of what we knew about the cosmos by that point. This is going to be heavy lore, so if you already know this stuff, you can skip to this part.
Log in, chat.
It's not clear who created the universe, but the Titans put order in it. These colossal beings were born from rare planets that possessed souls, and as such they naturally became protectors of worlds. As they traversed the cosmos, searching for others like them, they fostered life wherever they found it, turning chaotic and dangerous planets into habitable places where life could grow, and in turn allow for a potential dreaming Titan soul within it to eventually awaken. But the Titans were not the only power affecting the universe. For example, opposed to the life that they fostered was death, and these two forces had their own respective spiritual realms that existed overlapped with reality, ruled by their own sets of gods. Opposed to the order incarnated by the Titans was disorder, embodied by the demons of the mercurial realm between realms called the Twisting Nether. The Titans soon learned that fighting demons was an inevitable part of their mission to safekeep worlds, and entrusted this task to Sargeras, the noblest among them. Little did they know that in time, the harrowing things he would see during his vigil would lead to his fall and turn him into their greatest enemy. But before life and death, order and disorder, there had been light and shadow. these two primordial forces were shut out from reality, able to only indirectly influence it from the outside. Essentially, light and shadow need to possess hosts in order to manifest in reality. For instance, priests in WoW can channel both of these energies, but when they do, they are merely borrowing these powers. There are beings that are inherently designed to be the weapons of these great forces as they wage their eternal war for control over reality. The way the light does this is through the Naru, energy beings infused with pure light, designed to purify corruption and to convert intelligent life to service through dogmatic faith in the holy light. It stands to reason that if light purifies, then darkness corrupts. And the way that the Shadow of the Void does this is through parasitic necrophotic symbiotes that embed themselves into planets to corrupt everything within them, and eventually bring them out of reality into the void. World parasites with which we had become intimately familiar by this point. Following the release of this information, it became clear to the fans that the strings tying shut the Old God mystery box were slowly becoming untangled, only to reveal a larger mystery box which encompassed the entire cosmos of this universe. Still, there were many questions left unanswered, and the developers seemed to be in no rush to unveil them just yet. The Old Gods would continue to weave in and out of the shadows, leaving us keepsakes to remember them by during these lulls in their presence. After you defeat Garrosh in Mists of Pandaria, you can claim his malevolent weapon, Xalataw. It speaks with the voice of a dead god, and it whispers mad, cruel, sweet words to you. It's not the first item you have encountered that is like this. During the Cataclysm, you found a curious object in an archaeological dig site. Its name bides you not to meddle with it, but your curiosity is too strong. As you play around with the configuration, it also whispers to you cryptic words. At the bottom of the ocean, even light must die. The puzzle box of Yogg-Saron is probably one of the most investigated items in the history of WoW. Every time you use the box, it could utter a different whisper. These were all carefully cataloged until players had a comprehensive list of all possible secrets held by the box, and then launched themselves in a mad quest to try and interpret them. I like to think that the puzzle box was the embodiment of the mystery that players sought to solve together, and in a way the avatar for the puzzle box of the Old Gods itself. And for a long time, items like it were the priceless and only source of answers that we would get. In retrospect, they pale in comparison to the revelations that we would soon be given. The devious words of a dagger and the prophecies from the heart of a nightmare.
Il'gynoth.
Let's agree that if an expansion is named Legion, it's not hard to guess what it's going to be about. Another demonic invasion looms on the horizon, and Azeroth must once again unite against a common foe, and awaken ancient powers to hold the enemy at bay. During this expansion, players journey to discover ancient artifacts, weapons of great might that will be essential in stopping the Legion. In WoW, items have a rarity, which signifies how valuable and useful they are. Common, uncommon, rare, and epic. But some items are more than epic. Their quality, the difficulty of acquiring them, and the power you wield once you have them makes them legendary. What made Legion different was that players were able to acquire iconic weapons from the franchise, such as the Doomhammer, the Ashbringer, and the Silver Hand. Some of the legendary weapons, however, were new. Those playing as Shadow Priests in particular can claim a mysterious weapon never mentioned before, the dagger Xalatath, blade of the Black Empire. Like Xalataw and the puzzle box of Yogg-Saron, this item speaks to you.
She's the baddie that we're dealing with right now.
Possessed an item like Xalatath.
She's been like the villain for
classes, I guess.
A past couple of expansions.
For starters, she has a charming personality, playful and sardonic, scornful but endearing. Unlike the threats and maddening whispers you have heard until now, her voice gently stirs curiosity in you. Xalatath is also quite the talker. She encourages you to slay certain enemies and comments on the areas you visit or non-player characters you encounter. Do be warned, following all of her advice can sometimes have less than ideal consequences.
My mistake. It seems the upstart goddess still holds sway here. Oh well.
But the most interesting thing about Xalatath is that she is not shy about her knowledge. She knowingly mocks the Legion's forces, has an open disdain for the works of the Titans, and often mentions the Old Gods in passing, as if they
How
were
epic.
old acquaintances.
Real epic.
It becomes clear that the dagger knows far more than you can possibly imagine. Not only that, she is musing events, and it almost seems like she has her own plans. Just as you are using her, she is using you. But these concerns can wait. What is evidently clear is that she shares your goal of stopping the Legion, and is more than happy to lend you her power against them. Before taking on the Legion, however, the heroes of Azeroth need to deal with the weakness of their world that has long been exploitable. It is said that the world of Azeroth sleeps. In its slumber, it dreams. A dream of forests, of life, of potential. The Emerald Dream is a mysterious place mentioned from the early days of the game, usually only ever glimpsed in rare quests meant for druids. It's a spiritual realm, a locus of the life and death cycle of the world. These guardians of the wild understand that the natural life of Azeroth is tied to the purity of the dream, and that their duty is to keep it unblemished. It is why, time and time again, alongside the forces of nature, these druids have fought against corruption. But they have not always been successful. Dark whispers have seeped into the placid song of the dream, a seedling that hungrily grew into something different. A nightmare. After years of speculation, the first raid of the expansion sees players finally venture into the Emerald Nightmare, a place that had long been rumored to be one of the old gods' bastions. In order to stop it from overtaking the dream, heroes fight to cleanse the sanctums of life within it, and eventually they reach the heart of corruption.
Il'gynoth.
Your coming was foretold.
Oh, shit!
The long circle is nearly complete.
Il'gynoth is a parasitic behemoth, a servant of the old gods and the heart of the nightmare's corruption. It is my favorite boss in all of World of Warcraft. While the fight is interesting, it's his prophetic whispers and mellow, soothing voice that made him unique to me, and a source of fascination to many players.
The flame they seek will light the Master's way.
Unlike Xal'atath, he does not give us answers, but rather prophecies, some of which took several expansions to come true, and others that have yet to be realized. It is unlikely that any boss's quotes in the history of the game have been as widely debated and interpreted as Il'gynoth's. What do his words mean, and who are they about? You become so obsessed with deciphering them that you do not stop to consider that maybe their intent was to...
Look at the place. This raid was so good. I raided in Emerald Nightmare every week. Look at the place. Just corruption, all kinds of shit.
So doubt and mistrust. But the words were so soft-spoken, almost kind. Corruption is never unpleasant. It takes hold of you discreetly, little by little, every indulgence slowly pulling you closer to the edge until you have been so twisted by it that the abyss does not seem all that bad. Il'gynoth embodies the idea that the old gods have always wormed their way into the hearts of others with the promises of better things, and found it easy to convince those who have become weary of struggling for some fruitless cause. Why fight for what is right when you can simply accept a gift that will solve all of your problems? The Burning Legion's assault on your world always felt wanton, relentlessly cruel, with life referred to as a vile corruption that needed to be extinguished by fire. They are a screaming roar, the terrifying power of destruction that
the
all but
weapon in
erased
chain transfer
life
was
from
so
the
good
universe.
from Night. Yeah, it was.
But perhaps they know of what is trapped deeply in your world.
Something handled
and of
something. How much
close
you
to
know about
falling
WoW?
to
Are
its
you a WoW player
corruption
yourself?
Azeroth has come.
Do you
time
actually have
again.
like WoW
Perhaps
enjoyers
their crusade is
in
meant
my
to
chat?
remove the
That's crazy.
chance of that ever happening. Because Sargeras saw what
Yeah, I've been playing WoW since like vanilla. I used to make WoW content together with like Tekken, like all the way back when I started.
Whispers.
I could do it again. I mean, you guys should already know. I upload whatever the hell I want.
And his parting words leave you with no doubt.
I upload what?
I journey to Ny'alotha.
Ny'alotha.
The drowned god is once more on the move. He stirs within the sleeping city. As you step into the now cleansed dream, you find a small flower, a remnant of the void.
Yep.
As Legion continues,
I've
the
talked
focus
about that
understandably
flower.
shifts away from the old gods. But they are still there, as always, in the back of your mind. And amidst the many whispers of Xalatath, one in particular stays with you. She said something when you saw that flower. The only words she ever said without an ounce of mirth, irony, or cunning.
Almost completely gone, as if it never existed. But the rift is deep and vast, and somewhere down there it stirs. Something has
Playing WoW
changed.
right now, doing weekly. Shit, let's go. I hit like level 90 like a couple of days ago because I finally had time to actually play the game. I've been so busy with like work and just like other content on my channel, and then I can't even do like weekly questions or anything like that because I need to like finish the campaign. I start off with Suleiman. And I got to like level 90, but now I have to like do the other
the Legion's defeat came at a high price.
Campaigns, obviously.
The last-ditch attack of Sargeras wounded the world, and the
So,
life essence that
there's that, I
seeps
guess.
out from it is a valuable resource. To try and mend this wound, you are entrusted with an object of great power, the Heart of Azeroth, an artifact which can
Oh,
collect
shit.
this
I died.
essence and return it to the world. But this may prove difficult. Like clockwork, the demise of a common enemy has allowed the Alliance and the Horde to resume hostilities against each other. And by the start of the expansion, these have escalated into an all-out war. Like Mists of Pandaria, faction warfare is the theme of the expansion. Speaking of themes, the opening theme of World of Warcraft is the most iconic piece of music ever composed for the game. And every couple of years, there is a new rendition that aims to embody the vibe of the expansion. And yet,
Play
in an
heavily doing
expansion that
Legion
is
of the
clearly
Event
focused
and
around this
Earth
conflict,
Shadowlands.
something is not quite right with
I've been
certain
playing.
parts of the
I mean, I
theme,
already mentioned. I've
and
been
this
playing since
extends
like
to the rest
vanilla
of the
days.
game's soundtrack.
There's like
A leitmotif is a melodic
don't know
phrase or
how
figure
I
that
have.
accompanies the
Yeah.
reappearance of an idea in
When
a
it comes to
story.
like
They
lore
are usually
and all that
used in
shit,
a way to generate.
when it comes to lore and all that shit in WoW, I'm not gonna sit there and say like I know everything like an open book, but it's definitely like, besides like Tekken lore, I think like WoW is like my #1 like game that I know the most of in terms of like everything. I am so invested into this game. I know that, like, you know, a lot of people think this game sucks now, and I don't blame them for thinking that, but I'm in this because of the lore. Because of the lore. And I do sweat the game. I do sweat the game sometimes, but besides that, yeah.
Anticipation for a character before they even enter the screen, or to magnify their presence once they arrive. But my favorite use of the leitmotif is in the absence of the character.
But yeah, I can't even do my
And there
weeklies.
is one leitmotif
I gotta
that
do all
any
this.
WoW
And
player
I'm
can
doing
recognize
cycles
in
right
an
now.
instant.
I just want to get everything out of the way.
You know who stands to gain the most from such a war. As both factions seek to secure new allies with powerful fleets to battle in the high seas, we encounter clear signs of the dangers to come. In the island of Zandalar, the blood trolls of Nazmir plot to unleash their god. And as you try to stop them in the halls of Uldir, another Titan facility, you hear the haunting flute. A forgotten and misbegotten old god, Gahun is but an infant, a barely congruent monstrosity that was never meant to be. It did not take part in any wars, locked away from birth in this facility as it is. It seems that the Titans went too far in their experimentation, and in so doing, created what they once fought so hard to destroy. An uneasy feeling comes over you as you correct their mistake and end Gahun before it can grow. You hear the flutes again, at a later time. In the island of Kultiras, the Tide Sages of Stormsong Valley have cast their lot with Ajara and her Naga. As you venture into the depths of their shrine...
I missed a couple of streams. Did you talk about the layoffs in Fortnite? No. I don't see why I should. Should I talk about it? I mean, I don't see why I should talk about it. Fortnite is spending more money than they're earning, and therefore they had to let a couple thousand people, you know, 1,000 people lost their job. I don't know, man. Like, what do you want? I have nothing to say to it. What do you want me to say? Business. It's just business at the end of the day for these big ass companies. There were some people that said that they can tell that like face animations and shit like looks different or like weird, and people are like blaming it on like, oh, you know, you shouldn't have laid off like 1,000 people. Bro, I don't know. They're talking about like they're not making as much money as they used to, but they also made V-Bucks more expensive. So I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, okay. So you're talking about these things, but hello? You know? It's like, what? The whole thing about people saying like, oh, it's the end of Fortnite. Fortnite is gonna die now, blah, blah, blah. Bro. You know, it's funny because people say, you know, sometimes like, so for people that don't know, like when I do like thumbnails for my streams, sometimes, where am I going? Wait, can I go here? Where am I? Wait, what? Oh shit, this is creepy as fuck. Ew. Ew, wait, let me go back. Wait, I'm scared. I didn't even want to be here. Ew. Nah, fuck that. You know, I had like a long talk with my audience. I was talking about like, hey guys, you know, if I'm gonna make like a YouTube thumbnail, for example, like me playing World of Warcraft now, I'm making a YouTube thumbnail of like my fucking Volpera, right? Dummy fake short stack and all that. And you guys have seen the thumbnail. I mean, as a matter of fact, fucking something joined my stream and said, you know, nice thumbnail, lol. The thumbnail is AI. Do I fuck with AI? No, I don't really. But my audience didn't really care. When it comes to thumbnails, they're like, who gives a shit? So I'm like, okay, cool. Cause like, I'm just trying to like make a thumbnail for the YouTube stream thumbnail. I could also just take a screenshot of the game, but it's a matter of like, you know, you have to make your thumbnails appealing or else people are not gonna click on them. Now, am I encouraging clickbait? No, I'm not, because I'm still giving people what I'm showing in the thumbnail, if that makes sense. I'm playing a Volpera, I am playing a mage, I am questing, I am doing dungeons, I am doing delves, right? Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, the whole reason why I brought that up is because when people make videos where they're talking about like, oh, Fortnite, we need to talk. Like if somebody makes a video where they're like, Fortnite, we need to talk about these things, we need to discuss these things, I don't mind that. I don't give a shit about that. You know, yeah, let's talk about these things. It's healthy conversations, right? It's good, and it's good to, you know, have these conversations with the community, right? I mean, we even do it with Tekken, right? I mean, come on. Everybody had made a video once or twice talking about like fucking Tekken 8 and Season 2 stuff, and then obviously like how horrible Season 3 is, right? Everybody had done that shit. There's nothing new. However, people that make those like kind of like titles where they're like the end of Fortnite, you know, it's like, come on, bro, like why are we doing this? You know damn well it's not gonna be end. People are gonna be crying about like, you know, 1,000 people getting like laid off, and you know, yes, it does suck, but give it about like a week or a month, nobody gonna be talking about that shit no more. It's only because it's new and it's trending, everybody want to be talking about that shit. It's the same thing. I talk about these things like 1,000 upon 1,000 times. Funny enough, unironically, I talked about this shit with Kuma, my boy Lowthrow Kuma, and a couple of his boys. We literally talked about these things. I mentioned Dr. Disrespect. I mentioned like Corey Kenshin. I mentioned the whole thing with like Likari that's going on right now. If you know, you know, right? And some of the stuff that did happen, but it is not irrelevant anymore, with the whole Corey Kenshin and like the allegations and the whole Dr. Disrespect. If you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say, right? But the point I'm trying to make is everybody was losing their shit with the whole Corey Kenshin shit, right? People were fucking blown out of the, like, you know, they were mind blown when Corey Kenshin made the video where he's like, I'm just a regular guy, and he's like, I sometimes say the word nigga, right? And everybody like, oh, he sweared, he cursed, oh my god, Corey Kenshin's not my hero, you know? Or like the whole allegations where like, oh, he fucking SA someone, and then it turned out that that wasn't even the case, but the person that made the video talking about all that shit made it look like that was the case, and then she had to like come out because she got so much fucking backlash from that shit. She thought she was gonna get some clout out of that shit. I don't even know what the fuck she was thinking, but eventually she was like, did Corey Kenshin SA me? Absolutely not, you know, that was not even my intention. But that's what you said! That's what you brought up! Everybody was losing their shit up about that shit. Literally, not even a week later, nobody talked about it. It was irrelevant. It was like, that happened a long time ago. Why are we talking about that shit? It's irrelevant. It's the same shit that's gonna be happening with Fortnite. I guarantee it. Everybody's losing their shit over like Fortnite, like, or Epic Games in this case, are firing like 1,000, you know, co-workers, and they're talking about, yeah, we're not making as much money as we used to, so therefore we have to, you know, get rid of like some workers because we have to manage our money. You know, they have investors, they have fucking, you know, stockings. You know, there's a lot of shit that goes on, you know, behind the scenes that people don't really like want to think about. They want to like, they don't go outside of the box and think about all that shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, everybody's like, oh my god, no, you know, Fortnite, the end of Fortnite, it's over, it's over. But there's still millions of people playing Fortnite right now, and I guarantee you, among those millions of people playing Fortnite right now, as we speak, probably half of them are buying V-Bucks right now. Most of them are probably still kids. Mom, there's a new skin in the item shop. Oh my god, Mom, Hercules is in the item shop. Oh my god, Mom, Megara. Oh my god, Hades is there. Mom, please, I need some V-Bucks. And then they buy that V-Bucks, and then they sell. They get money. You don't, Chad, you don't think, man, listen. They fired 1,000 people. Keep in mind, they fired 1,000 people, but a couple of days after that, they dropped Lola Bunny in the Fortnite shop. You don't think a lot of people bought Lola Bunny? Is that even a question? Are we really gonna have that conversation? Are we actually gonna sit here and try to, like, you know, how many people bought the Lola Bunny? Probably every fucking one. It's Lola Bunny. Fortnite is doing fine. They're just getting a little bit money hungry. Is that a downfall? No. Is that the end of Fortnite? No. Are they gonna get some backlashes? Probably. And then they're gonna be like, yeah, you know, back to the drawing board. We have to, you know, back to square one. We gotta do this differently. But bro, Fortnite is literally having fucking shit in the item shop almost like every week. You know? Like, give it a month from now and we're gonna see fucking E.T. in the fucking shop. Okay? E.T. phone home is gonna be in the damn shop. It's gonna make absolutely no sense to have like E.T. in the Fortnite shop, but trust me, they're gonna make it work. They're gonna make that shit work. I don't know how. I don't know. But they're gonna make that shit work. So, I am the least worried about the end of Fortnite and all that crazy shit that people be talking about. Anyways, back to the video.
You encounter clear signs that an old enemy is once more on the move. Still, the war rages on, blinded by their rivalry.
That's why I haven't talked about it, because I don't feel like there's a reason to talk about it. There's literally no reason to talk about it. It's one of those, like, it's a smokescreen, you know? It's like you see like a lot of people tweet about it on Twitter, and then, you know, some of these tweets or some of these posts on the internet, like maybe like IGN has like talked about it or whatever, right? It's a smokescreen. It's to make people like talk about it. As a matter of fact, people talking about this, people talking about these things right now in Fortnite is the only thing it's gonna do for them is just get them more attention. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. More people talking about Fortnite is gonna do nothing but positive things for them. positive things for them. Trust me. People want to pretend that because they fired like 1,000 people, co-workers and all that shit in Epic Games, that is like the equivalent of Elon Musk firing everyone in the Twitter headquarters and just having AI like run that shit or whatever the fuck he doing over there. Yeah, of course that shit is like, yeah, you know, people were also like, oh well, there's the downfall of Twitter. Yep, Twitter's cooked. GG, well played. Literally everyone is still using Twitter. Everyone is using Twitter. And the ones that say they don't use Twitter, they use Blue Sky. They use Blue Sky for 2 or 3 months and then they come back because nobody gives a fuck about Blue Sky. Pillow Fort, Blue Sky, whatever else is out there. People have always been like, yep, this website right here, oh yeah, it's gonna kill Twitter. This is the Twitter killer. It's the same thing with World of Warcraft. All these MMOs that's been coming out, people have always been like, oh yeah, this is the WoW killer. This is gonna be the WoW killer. Bro, y'all remember when fucking Apex Legends came out? Y'all remember that shit? And everybody was saying, this is the end of Fortnite? Do anyone even give a shit about Apex Legends? Unless you're someone that actually like makes a living on it? Hello? When was the last time I saw like Apex Legend drop some crazy ass shit where I was like, holy shit, I gotta try this? Bro, like, nah. I don't like having those kind of conversations. I don't like having those kind of conversations because like every time people like bring it up, it's always like, you know, like I said, it's a goose chase. It's a smokescreen. It's like, you know, oh, you know, it's like chasing the pink dragon. You know, there's literally no fucking point in having that kind of conversation. People are gonna talk about it because it's relevant at the moment, and then a week later, nobody's gonna give a shit anyway. That's why Dr. Disrespect is still having a platform. You know what I mean? Now, whether he did the allegations or not, he still came out clean about it because he was forced to come clean about, you know, out about everything. And, you know, then whatever your opinion and decision is from there, that's obviously, that's on you, you know? I've never watched Dr. Disrespect, so I couldn't care less, you know? Same thing with Akali. I never watched Akali. Never ever watched Akali, like, ever in my entire fucking life. You know what I mean? So it's also one of those, like, whatever, you know? Shit happens. Still got a platform, though, right? Still got a platform. How many times haven't y'all seen, like, people always, like, go after Asmongold? I'm not saying there's not a reason to go after Asmongold. There's definitely some time where it's like, god damn, Asmongold, I can't believe you fucking said that. That's crazy. But nobody said he's wrong. So, but that's for another video, right? That's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is, you know, there's a lot of times where, you know, people will say, oh, it's the end of something. And then you realize that's like the umpteen billion times somebody have said that. And nothing has really changed. Nothing has changed. It's comical. It's funny when shit like that happens. And I'm just like over here being like, yeah, you know, I'm just minding my own business. I'm just doing my thing, you know. I'm just doing my damn thing, you know. It's like, chat, I have too much shit going on in my own life to care about that. You know what I mean? It's the same shit when WoW had like, well, when the WoW team had like the whole like allegations. You know, you had like workers for Blizzard that had done like, you know, very questionable things to you know, female workers and whatnot, right? People were absolutely going crazy on Blizzard about that shit. But for some reason, people always they forget, or maybe they just don't know because, you know, everybody was talking about WoW specifically, or not. I shouldn't say WoW. People were talking about Blizzard specifically when that happened. But Riot Games had the same allegations that people were going after Blizzard about. The same time, by the way. This was not something like, you know, something happened in the Blizzard, you know, HQ or some shit like that, and then a year later something happened in Riot Games. No, they had the same allegations going on exactly at the same time. The difference was between Blizzard and Riot Games was that Riot Games, they admitted to it. They said, yeah, this shit happens. We are a massive fucking company, and sometimes there's just shit that happens underneath our nose, you know? We can't really, like, you know, observe every single coworker, right? So did it happen? Yes. And it is what it is. I don't even know if they apologized for it. I think that because, like, they went to court and, you know, they were being charged like a couple of money and all that shit, and they just paid it out. They didn't go to court to, like, fight for, you know, their point of view or anything like that, you know, so they didn't have to, like, pay for, you know, the things that went down and all that shit. They just paid it out. You know? They just said, yeah, this shit happened and shit happens. It is what it is. Here's the money. Sorry if you wanted the victims. You know? Some shit like that. No one cared. No one cared. No one stopped playing the Riot games. Nobody stopped playing League of Legends. Nobody stopped playing Valorant. Nobody stopped playing any of the Riot games. Why? Because Riot games back then didn't suck. They were good ass games. They had some bomb ass trailers. They had some really, really good tournaments. They had some great updates. Great balance in some games, arguably, but you know what I mean. And therefore people didn't care. However, for Blizzard, WoW sucked. They didn't know what they wanted to do with the game in terms of lore, in terms of game, in terms of balancing the game and all that shit. Same thing went for Hearthstone. You already know the whole situation with fucking Overwatch and Overwatch 2. Jeff talked about these things, and I actually do need to watch that video. I need to watch that video because I still haven't watched it yet. Activision Blizzard's game just fucking sucked. They were just ass. They fucking sucked. So when the allegations came out, it was just piling on. You know, it was like bullshit on top of crap on top of crap on top of crap, like fucking Gordon Ramsay would be saying. So people had way more of a reason to just be like, oh, we gotta fucking give it to them. And what did Blizzard do? They were like, oh, we apologize, you know, we didn't know these things happen. And then Blizzard went absolutely scaredy cat. They went scaredy cat. Anything that had a character slightly reveal any kind of like skin on their body as a female character, oh, we need to censor everything. We need to go 100% woke. You know, let's go back to Scarlet Monastery, like the dungeon Scarlet Monastery. There's some paintings with fucking, you know, white mane on it, and you know she got her leggings out, like her thighs is showing, she's thick as hell. Yeah, we're just gonna take this, remove it, and just put a painting of a fruit on instead. What? Right? You can tell, like, there's some, what's the word I'm looking for? There's like a massive switch in everything, right? Sylvanas. Should I even look that up here? Oh shit! Hold on, hold on. Sylvanas Wind Runner. I think I can look it up. Hold on. I'll give it a chance. Don't mind me just jerking it. Hey yo, jorking it. You out here jorking it. Look at this shit, chat. Hold on, let me do this shit real quick. Just to hide my shit. Sylvanas Windrunner. Can I do Sylvanas Windrunner old model? Here we go. You know what? Let's use Extrasa. Alexstrasza is a better example. Alexstrasza. Old model. This is how Alexstrasza looked in the game. Stomach revealed, thighs out, booty cheeks out. That was old Blizzard, you know? Blizzard was not scared to have like female characters be like hot as fuck and male characters to be like jacked as well. This is the entire like you know, people talking about like how WoW has been like pussified and, you know, the testosterone or like, you know, whatever shit is not like in the game anymore. Yeah, I can see where people are coming from. So that's the old model of Alexstrasza. This is the new model. That's the new model. Completely covered up. Now, I'm not saying that every, you know, female character and every male character is just gonna like show their fucking pectorials and booty cheeks and all that, but you can tell that there was a massive switch up on everything. Now, don't get me wrong, Alexstrasza, the new model, right? Of course, it looks way better, right? She looks way more like, you know, appealing, like in the face and all that shit. But let's not forget how she looked, though, you know? That's my point. That is my point. All right, back to this.
And deaf to the warnings of calmer minds.
My entire point, you know I went on a rant, but my entire point is, people do give a shit, but people only give a shit because other people gives a shit, and then, you know, a week after, nobody's gonna give a shit because it's not even like, it's not trending to talk about. There's no benefit in talking about it, you know. You can't increase your revenue on YouTube if you talk about old things, you know what I mean? I don't care about thumbnails, title, catch me. That's very fucking rare, AJ. That's very rare. It's more common for somebody to notice a thumbnail and then read the title after. Sometimes you'll notice a thumbnail and you don't even read the title because the thumbnail says everything. And when I make thumbnails on YouTube, what I always want to do with my thumbnails is tell a story. That's what I do with my thumbnails. I try to always tell a story when I make thumbnails. That is my entire way of like doing thumbnails and shit. I want to tell a story. Hell no, you scared the fucking shit out of me. Oh my god. I thought it was an old god. I knew something was gonna like appear, but goddamn, you know. Zombified Guardian. Oh shit. Okay. How strong are you though? Can't be that strong because I'm whooping your ass. I'm whooping that ass. I'm gonna whoop that ass. Oh shit. A Guardian. A motherfucking Guardian. I'm gonna whoop that ass. But yeah, that's my entire point. But I don't know. I don't know if it's like a opinion-based type of thing to have. I just grew up in a time, you know, where you know, I grew up with comic book characters like from the, like, you know, the 90s. I know it sounds like I was, you know, I was born in 19 and, you know, Jurassic Park theme has started playing, you know, just me saying that. 1993, right? I'm an unk. I don't know, man. I was just used to, you know, baby girls in like comic books and like in video games and all that shit, you know, they just look hot as fuck and they were still cool. They were still strong, independent women and all that shit. Now, you know, we live in a time where, you know, they had to fucking desexualize someone like Lola Bunny in Space Jam 2. Why? Because the writers literally said, we want the characters to be taken serious, so we had to remove all her sexual, like all her sexy features, in order for the viewer to respect her more and see her as like a, you know, strong, independent woman that can like take care of herself and all that shit. Bro, Lola Bunny in Space Jam 1 was more fucking independent than she was in the fucking Space Jam 2 movie. And I haven't even watched the movie, but I can just tell. Y'all remember when she appeared in like Space Jam 1 and Bugs Bunny was like, holy shit, she's so fucking bad, right? And all that. And he goes, you want to go a little one-on-one, doll? And she goes, doll? Like, gets like fire in her eyes. And he's like, uh-huh. And she's like on the court. And she just fucking whoop his fucking ass. Bugs Bunny cannot hang. And then she grabs him and she's like, don't ever call me doll, right? Bro, those are the baby girls that I grew up with. Those are the type of gals that I grew up with in video games and comics, movies, all that shit. Catwoman, Wonder Woman, Harley Quinn, you know. All these baddies that looking fine as hell, but can still whoop your fucking ass. You know? Even my mom, chat. I told this story before. Even my mom looked up to Wonder Woman. My mom's black. I'm half black. I'm half Nigerian. Shit, you know? My mom is not even looking like Wonder Woman because my mom is not white. Duh, right? But it didn't matter to my mom. My mom was still like, you know what? She's such a cool character. She's beautiful. She's strong. I'm gonna be the same way, you know? So I can take care of my kids like that. They need a strong, stoic mom, you know? And she used that. She harnessed that energy, that feeling. And lo and behold, my mom was a model for like 30 plus years. That was her career. And then she met my dad. My dad was a model too. That's how they met each other. They met each other like on, you know, when they were like traveling across the world doing like modeling and all that shit for like Dolce & Gabbana, Chanel, all that shit. You know? That's how my parents, they met each other. All that, chat, all that. Because of a comic character, Wonder Woman. All that. But now we live in a world where you have, I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna say it as it is. You have an obese woman, somebody that's like 400 pounds, 500 pounds, 700 pounds. They look at a character and instead of going, I'm inspired by this character, I want to look like her. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna hit the weights. I'm gonna lose weights. She's like empowering me. She's like making me, you know, she makes me want to be the best version of myself. None of that shit exists anymore. Now they look at a female character and they go, why is she looking like a baddie? And I'm not looking like that. That's discrimination against fat women. So now you have these companies, these gaming companies, these movie companies, whatever the case may be. They cater to these things because they're like, uh-oh, we don't want to get backlash. Uh-oh, somebody is like screaming at us. They're gonna talk about us on the internet. Oh no. And they're gonna cater to that shit. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that if a dude is fat, he can't be looking cool or anything like that. Bro, there's plenty of fucking characters in video games and in movies and whatever the case may be where somebody is not like in shape and they're still like a cool fucking character. Blot from X-Men. You want to talk about music? Fat Joe. Want to talk about video game? Bro, Roadhog? So no, it's not that it's not that there's these things don't exist. It's not like that, you know, creators are not trying to cater to a certain group. The problem is they're catering to these certain groups because they're being forced to. That's the difference. You don't get anything out by being forced. It's the same when people are like, hey Chris, please draw this character with a dump truck ass. And I'm like, that could be fun, but I'm not gonna do it. Why? Because it's gonna come out half-assed. Because I don't want to draw that character. When I draw a character, chat, when I see a character that I want to draw, I go through so much. I go through so much shit where I'm like, damn, she a baddie, damn, she cool, whatever the case may be, or maybe it's like a new skin. Y'all, the poodle dog in Fortnite, I don't know what her name is. It's something like the poodle dog skin that everybody wants in Fortnite. I saw that bitch and I was like, damn, she a baddie. She a baddie and it's Fortnite. I gotta draw her. You know? The drawing's gonna come out way better. The drawing will always, anything you do will always come out so much better when there is what's the word I'm looking for? When there's purpose behind it. When there's intention behind it. You know what I mean? That's what we're fucking lacking in these fucking, you know, in any kind of industry, movie industry, comic industry, video game industry, whatever the case may be. You have all these companies that's just catering to these people because they be screaming the loudest about something. And I don't want to see anybody like try to like, you know, I don't want to have anybody like get their pains up in a bunch. I'll be the first one to fucking support LGBTQ. I'll be the first one to support transgender. I'll be the first motherfucker to do that shit. Cause I have so many friends, like even people close to me, that is in these, you know, in these groups. So I'll be the first one to do it. But what I don't like is when something is forced. When shit is forced, it's just not gonna come out like. You can just tell they don't want to do it, but they have to do it because they feel like they're forced. Fuck all that. I don't care what you're representing. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck if there's a character in a video game that doesn't represent me in any fucking way. I don't fucking care. It was the same thing with Soldier 76. When I saw Soldier 76 in Overwatch, I thought he was like one of the coolest fucking characters. He is like this kind of like, you know, he's like a mix of fucking Wilson Fisk, you know, Punisher type of way in it, Batman type of, you know, oh, habits die hard type of shit, right? And then eventually, Overwatch devs comes out and say, by the way, Soldier 76, he's gay. You know what my reaction was to it? Nothing. Zero. I didn't fucking care. Just because he was gay, it didn't change my view on him. But now you have companies, they're forced where they, you know, oh, we want to show that this character is swinging this way, or they're this, or they're that, and they're just forcing it down your fucking throat, you know? It doesn't, it's not genuine. It doesn't feel genuine. When they make a character that's gay, when they make a character that's transgender, or whatever the case may be, and it actually feels genuine, that is when you can tell they cooked. They did something, and it didn't even matter. It wasn't like, the intention was not even, we're gonna do this because we have to cater to this certain group. No, they did it because it was just genuine. You know? Oh, we're gonna make this character that's cool as fuck. Blah, blah, blah. Mark's best friend in Invincible, he's gay. I didn't even realize he was gay until he had that moment where he like checked out that guy from the school and he went like, hello, beautiful, right? And then, you know, you had the whole thing of him getting kidnapped and he got turned into like the monster and shit. I didn't care. I still like the character. He's like, oh, he's funny, you know, he's doing his thing. Him being gay and all that, it just didn't matter. Cause here's the thing. He is a well-written character. That's the entire point. That's the entire point that I'm trying to like fucking, you know. I cannot stress it out enough. You know? They made Semester autistic out of nowhere too. Yeah, it's just like, if you want to make a character that's like autistic, just make a new character that's autistic. But here's the thing, we know exactly why you're doing it. That's the same thing why they made Superman, or they try to make Superman gay, and people didn't like that. They got so much backlash when they try to make Superman gay, so they made Superman's son gay instead. That's fine. I don't care about that. It's a whole new character. Whatever, which way he want to swing, that's fine. But the whole idea of like, they take a well-written character, they take a character that's been existing for a long time, and then suddenly just slapping some new kind of lore on them. It just doesn't feel genuine. It feels like, you know, that whole thing of like, okay, you have this woke culture on this side or on this side that's screaming about, oh, we lacking gay characters in this comic. I cannot enjoy this because there's no gay character. I cannot relate. So they're like, oh shit, panic, panic, panic. You know, the entire studio is on fire. We're gonna make Batman gay. What? What? Huh? What's happening? What's happening? What happened to just creativity? What happened to just making a new character that everybody just fucking love? And then, you know, they can be like, yeah, by the way, this character is gay. Cool. That doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm not gonna look at it and be like, oh, now he's cooler, or like, oh, now he's less cooler. Like, I don't care. If the character is well written, I don't care what, like, you know. But that's kind of like my view on everything, you know. It's the same thing. Like, shout out to my boy Icebeam. You know, Icebeam, he's always been like very, very feminine. He's a Tekken player, by the way. I've known him like since like Tag 2 days. He always been like, you know, every time somebody, I remember like Icebeam. Every time he introduced himself to like other Tekken players, you know, somebody like, let's say like when I was in UK for example, like in 2014, and we ran into like some of our fellow friends for the first time, he will always be like, hey, I'm Icebeam, you've probably seen me before. No, I'm not gay. That was literally his like, that he always said that. I just fucking disconnected. What the hell? He will always say that, and I'm always like, I would look like, Matt, we're not like, why the fuck did you just say that out of nowhere? What are we doing? Eventually, like, this is like a couple of years ago. Then eventually, Icebeam, he hit me up and he was like, hey, can we talk? And I was like, sure, man, I got time for you. You know how it goes. I got time for my boys. And what happened was that, you know, he was like talking about these things, yada yada yada, and then he was like, Chris, I'm gay. You know what my reaction to that was, chat? You know what my reaction was? I stood up. Right? I stood up. And I just started clapping slowly. He was fucking bursting out laughing. Dying laughing. Crying laughing. And he was like, so wait, are you fine with that? It's not a problem for you? And I literally looked at him and I sat down again and I was like, Ice, it's me. What are you talking about? Why would that be a problem for me? I don't care if you're gay or not. You're still my boy. Who gives a shit? You know? I'm just happy you finally fucking had the guts to fucking tell me. Because everybody fucking knew, right? It was only like a matter of time. You know? And he was laughing and I was like, yeah, bro, let's go. You gay. Hey, we gotta go to a gay bar. We gotta find you somebody, you know? I was like, yeah, let's fucking go. I don't swing that way, but I can be your wingman. And I was like, yeah, suck that dick. Suck it proudly. Suck it proudly. And he was fucking laughing. Even still to this day today, if Icebeam ever joins my stream chat, he will remind you of that shit. It's one of his funniest ass moments he's ever had with me. For all the years, 10 plus, 14 plus, whatever years I've known him, that is like one of his most memorable, funniest moments he's ever had with me. Me just going, suck that dick. Suck it fucking proudly. He was fucking dying laughing about that shit. But that's just how I roll. You know? That's just how I roll. I have nothing against like anybody. I'm just saying, like, when it comes down to it, is if these giant ass companies are gonna do something, at least like make it feel genuine. At least like do it and not just do it because you're being forced to, because, you know, there's a handful of people that's like crying about it. You know? Oh, this character, you know, I think she's cool, but she doesn't like zodiac signs, and that goes against my beliefs. Cause anything that's like related to me in life, it has to be about zodiac signs. I cannot do it, you know. man, you know what I mean? You know, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. That's all I'm saying. If you gotta do something, just make it feel fucking genuine. Because half of these fucking times, they don't feel genuine. It literally do not feel genuine. They do it because they're being forced to it. And I don't fuck with that shit. I genuinely do not fuck with that shit. Anything that feels forced, you just know it, you're doing it for the money. And they're like, I know these rich ass companies and like, you know, all these fucking, you know, suit wearing companies that only things about money. I know that, you know, they're just doing things for money at the end of the day. Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like, my dad always taught me, if I gotta like invest myself into something, art, because he does art, he's a painter and like graphic design and all that shit. Anything that I invest my time into, you know, have some soul. Have some soul, you know, when you do it. If you just do shit and it feels forced, it's gonna feel soulless. And you can tell most of these times when they're just forcing shit, it's soulless. It's not genuine. That's all I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna just leave it at that. So I'm not against it. I'm not against anything. But if you're gonna do it because you want to, not because you're being forced to it. Back to this video.
Alliance and Horde take turns wounding each other. But when the conflict between factions is at its apex, Ajar pulls the seas apart and boldly taunts them both into their kingdom of Nazjatar. As you have done many times before, you raid the enemy's palace and finally confront the Naga Queen in what is clearly a titanic structure of some sort. Only too late is it revealed that you have played into the hands of your enemy, and in using the Heart of Azeroth to defeat her, you have instead brought the key needed.
Great story to come back to. Hope you have a good stream, Chris. I'm gonna go kill zombies. Yeah, go kill them zombies. I'm assuming it's Resident Evil you're talking about when it comes to like killing zombies and shit. Good luck with that. Have fun. Have fun with that. Chat, just to catch up with everything that's going on. So, Battle for Azeroth, N'Zoth, all that. Yada, yada, yada. I'm gonna have to hop back a little bit.
Monstrosity that was never meant to come. In the island of Zandalar, the blood trolls of Nazmir plot to unleash their god. And as you try to stop them in the halls of Uldir, another Titan facility, you hear the haunting flute. A forgotten and misbegotten old god, Gahun is but an infant, a barely congruent monstrosity that was never meant to be. It did not take part in any wars, locked away from birth in this facility as it is. It seems that the Titans went too far in their experimentation, and in so doing, created what they once fought
just one
so hard
cheek,
to
just
destroy.
roll one cheek, one
An
booty
uneasy
cheek.
feeling comes over you as you correct their mistake and end Gahun before it can grow. You hear the flutes again at a later time. In the island of Kultiras, the Tide Sages of Stormsong Valley have cast their lot with Ajara and her Naga. As you venture into the depths of their shrine, you encounter clear signs that an old enemy is once more on the move.
N'Zoth.
Still, the war rages on. Blinded by their rivalry and deaf to the warnings of calmer minds, Alliance and Horde take turns wounding each other. But when the conflict between factions is at its apex, Ajar pulls the seas apart and boldly taunts them both into their kingdom of Nazjatar. As you have done many times before, you raid the enemy's palace and finally confront the Naga Queen in what is clearly a titanic structure of some sort. Only too late is it revealed that you have played into the hands of your enemy, and in using the Heart of Azeroth to defeat her, you have instead brought the key needed to open the last prison. The world shakes as a god surfaces for the first time in eons. N'Zoth is free, and you are to blame. It's perfect,
that
really.
Cinematic
The other
so
old gods
good.
all tried to escape, and you stopped them just before they succeeded. In believing that N'Zoth had the means to do the same, you were tricked into giving him the keys. Whispers turn into screams as the god of the deep slowly drags the world into Ny'alotha. You steel yourself, gather your allies, and journey into his dark realm in a desperate attempt to stop the inevitable. It sounds great, right? It has all been leading up to this moment.
Oh,
But
Dead
now
Rising?
comes the hardest
shit,
part of the
okay.
video. Because I have to do to you what was done to me. I have to ruin everything. This is the actual cinematic that they used. You single-handedly kill N'Zoth using the power of the Heart of Azeroth.
It's so
the very
bad.
MacGuffin that allowed him to break free.
It's so
This
bad.
cinematic got so many dislikes that Blizzard took it down. But honestly, I don't know why we were surprised. There is a problem with this world that has suddenly been growing beyond everyone's notice, even more pervasive than the old gods. You.
Yep. The player.
A bit of a disclaimer. I could sit here and complain about the fact that, in Battle for Azeroth, a decision was made to spill out the contents of the existing mystery box to make room for the new mysteries. I mentioned the leitmotif, but really the approach to the old gods in this expansion is anything but subtle. I mean, out of 5 raids, 4 are old god related. The problem was that the narrative constantly pretends like this has not been noticed by the warring factions, the main characters, and the players. It's one thing to do it discreetly, like Mists of Pandaria did, and it's another to do it openly, like Cataclysm did. Battle for Azeroth chooses a middle ground between these two that simply does not work. But this video is not about criticizing writing decisions. It's not the fact that the mystery of the old gods was solved that ruined it all. I think that the mystery box was fated to have its content spilled because ultimately this is a game. We are supposed to beat the bad guys in the end. The issue here is something else entirely. I know that it has been a while, but do you remember the first thing that I said about this game? World of Warcraft is a multiplayer game. I started this video talking about the experience of doing raids together, and for every expansion that I have mentioned, triumph is achieved together. You are one of the many champions of Azeroth, and you have saved the world time and time again alongside other brave heroes like you. Over time, however, more and more focus was placed on your character specifically. As the expansions progressed, the narrative seemed more and more determined to say that you, and you alone, are the hero of this world.
Yep.
And this eventually proved to be a great misunderstanding of what this story was about. Yes, maybe you traveled alone, or you did quests alone. You might have gathered resources or farmed reputation alone. You certainly listened to the whispers alone. The old gods have, time and time again, told you how alone you are in your efforts against them. That you cannot trust those around you, that they will fail you, betray you. You have seen so many characters fall or be corrupted by them. It's not hard to believe these words. And yet, despite all of that, you and your fellow adventurers carried on forward. Together. You defeated Cthulhu, you beat Yogg-Saron, and you put Y'Shaarj down for good. It wasn't some magic MacGuffin that did it, and it certainly wasn't your Mary Sue character doing it alone. Rather, it was a gaggle of morons screaming and running around, somehow saving the world. No lore-accurate cinematic will give you the satisfaction that you would otherwise get from seeing that big nasty monster crumple into nothing, with only a handful of raid members left standing. The quest to uncover the secrets of the old gods was not done by lone individuals. It was a collective effort to sate their curiosity using each other's imagination. Forums buzzing with excitement at every revelation, YouTube theory videos proving and disproving every theory. People sitting on a call trying to figure it out. The old gods are the quintessential villains of World of Warcraft, not only because they grew alongside this game and its story, but because they embody an idea that is antithetical to this game. That you will all be alone in the end. Turns out, you won't. Despite the whispers that told us otherwise, we stuck together. We've beaten the odds together for 20 years now, and we'll keep on doing it.
I spent 20 years playing this game, imagine that.
2 expansions came and went without much fuss, and then they dropped the bomb. The old gods are dead. Even now, I think a lot of people have trouble wrapping their heads around it. This mystery compelled us greatly, and to see it ended in such a clumsy way is a tough pill to swallow. But I hope that, if anything, this video can stand as proof that, for a good long while, the old gods were not only one of the best things about WoW, but one of the greatest mystery boxes ever put together. Besides, who can say what the future holds? I heard that a certain dagger seems to have found her way back into the game in this latest expansion. And if you listen to her
talking
theme,
about the war with him.
You may notice a familiar sound.
Yep. That's the sound of, oh shit, almost died. The sound is, from, Oldwa, funny enough. The whole... That one. The old god, sound. But the thing is, we know that Zalatav is not an old god. She's something else. You better be winning. I am winning like crazy goths. I'm winning so hard, you have no idea. However, something. Did you play? I'm assuming you played Dragonflight. The Dragonfly expansion. I'm assuming you played Dragonfly expansion as well. When you do the campaign story with Chromie, and you go through like time, and then you go back to the Black Empire, you have all the old gods whisper to you, but there's a certain one that whispers something different. N'Zoth. The Zoth whispers to you, I know you. He literally says that. He says, I know you. What you are and what you will be. This kind of tells us in a way that N'Zoth probably knew that he was gonna die. He probably knew he was gonna die, but here is the thing though. We know that the Zalatav dagger is strong enough to even keep like Dimensius inside of it. You know? Even though, you know, it's in the weird ass artifact that she's using and whatnot. And we know that the old gods actually imprisoned Zalatav into the dagger. And Zalatav made a deal with N'Zoth. And you have Rathian of, you know, the Earth Warden dragon aspects and whatnot. In Battle for Azeroth, you have that cinematic where he's using the dagger and he's stabbing N'Zoth. And you can see when he's stabbing N'Zoth, it's almost like something's getting like sucked into the dagger. And then it explodes. It explodes and then you're like, where's the dagger? Where the fuck is the dagger? Now we know that Zalatav is using the dagger against Valera. Yes, I've seen that cinematic. For all I know, N'Zoth could be inside the dagger. He could. Maybe this is just... We know that the old gods, they can see into the future. We know that. We know that they, you know, when some doors close, others open. They don't see, like, they don't see into the future like Norse Domu sees into the future. They get, like, glimpse of the future. They get, like, glimpse and they have to, like, puzzle piece things together. That's why the old gods are doing so many things at the same time. So when they're doing so many things at the same time, something might happen in that certain situation and it might open up the door for something else. That's the cool thing about like N'Zoth and like the old gods and shit. So you could say yes, the old gods are dead, but we also know killing an old god doesn't actually kill them. It sends them back to wherever they came from. Now we have Zalatav opening up the rift, the whole like void rift and shit. For all we fucking know, at the end of this expansion, who knows? We might see the entire heaven, like the sky just raining with old gods. more symbiotes, more fucking, you know, parasites and shit just raining down on Azeroth, for all we know. Could happen. We are in the World Soul Saga, you know, and we know that the next expansion is called World of Warcraft: The Last Titan. The thing is, I'm assuming that Azeroth is gonna be the last Titan. But what about the other Titans like Aman'Thul, Sargeras, Akrama, Eona? You know? What's gonna happen to them? Are there actually gonna be boss fights? Cause that's what Chris Metzen was talking about in the whole World Soul Saga, you know? He was talking about, like, you know, the old gods, blah 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 blah, and then he said, but the most important thing, we're gonna find out what have the Titans really been up to. What is the whole idea about, you know, all these, like, you know, prisons, you know, on Azeroth just slapped into the planet and shit. I think that, and I hope, of course, this could just be me coping, but something insane is gonna happen. I feel like something insane is gonna happen, and whatever's gonna happen at the end of World of Warcraft: The Last Titan, we might get World of Warcraft 2 after that. WoW 2 might actually be a thing after the World Soul Saga. Cause The Last Titan sounds like the Azeroth is gonna wake up. And we know if Azeroth is gonna wake up, that's the end of the planet. That will literally be the end of the planet. And we're gonna start anew. We're gonna start anew on maybe a different planet. Or something's gonna happen where we're gonna go back in time and it's just gonna be a full-on reset. It's gonna be a full-on reset. And we're gonna be able to go back to that world, I guess. And like farm stuff. But it's not gonna carry on to like World of Warcraft 2. Maybe. Maybe not. I feel like it probably most likely will carry on to like World of Warcraft 2 if that's ever gonna happen. Because the amount of years people have been spending on this game, it would be crazy to not like have us keep all our stuff. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I don't know. I do not know what they got cooking. Is that a dungeon? Alright, dungeon. The Blinding Veil. Blinding Veil. Boom. Chat, I am almost done with this entire area. I've done all the quests in Sulamon. I've done all the quests in Eversong Woods. Almost. And all the quests in fucking Haranda. So all I need to do now is oh shit, I need to like do this fucking boss as well. Then after that, there's the Voice Storm. Cooking. We cooking, chat. Out here cooking. Out here cooking. What is the time? Fuck, it's almost like fucking 12. It's almost 12. Fucking 12 a.m. Oh god. I'm getting spammed on my phone. Spammerino. No spammerino. In the chatterino. Let's see here. Make this shit available. Alright. But that was nice. That was nice watching watching that video. I want to see. Hold on, I'm curious. The 5th old god. Because people are saying that I solved Blizzard's brain-melting old god reveal 8 months ago by Belwar. Interesting. What? Try that again. What? This page isn't available. Sorry about that. Try searching for some. What? Now Midnight Reader begins. The Void Spire experience. Dude is rigged. We going here? Midnight's new patch is already in the... Huh? The voice full plan is finally clear. Oh shit, hold on, I want to see this. A month ago?
For 100,000 years, Xal'atath has schemed toward this moment. I say schemed because she's not the jailer. She didn't have a gigabrain plan 100,000 years ago that she's now perfectly played. No, she's survived and improvised her way through. And now, that is giving her the chance to become what Sargeras, the old arch-villain of the Warcraft universe, had always fought to destroy. And that is a cosmos-devouring threat. Because if you are that, if you can consume everything,
Spoopy.
yeah, your odds of survival are pretty damn good. And while doing a comparison of Midnight and War Within marketing may make you think that this is just a rerun of her plans from the War Within, just a few corrupted servants here and there, well, no, you'd be dead wrong. It is time for the big war, us versus the Void, a fight that we've been told we will lose. This is the big event, and it won't be at the Sunwell. It will be initially, but look, we already know we'll get the Sunwell back. But we also already know that Xal'atath will get what she wants, that she will get access to her prize, to Azeroth. Azeroth, which appears to be a goddess trapped at the heart of our planet. And that means that Quel'Thalas is not the end, that it is just the beginning. And this is our chance to understand Xal'atath before she unleashes her devouring host. So today, I'm not going to tell you what she wants. We all already understand that by now. I'm going to talk about how she's going to get it. Now, give me a quick sec. I've got an upgrade to my setup. I really want to show you. It's from our sponsor, Ugrain. And here's the problem I solved. I wanted a proper charging station near the sofa, somewhere where my partner and I can
sponsor video.
Charge. No fighting over plug.
Sponsor video. You already know. You already know. You already know.
Xal'atath exploded performance kings. Xal'atath exploded from the anonymity of Sentient Blade to being a core threat within the Battle for Azeroth expansion. We spent a few years exploring the afterlife in the Dragon Isles, but in the background, she was quite busy. Unlike the primal incarnates who seemed to appear out of nowhere, the void-corrupted cultures of Khazalgar had a source. Scratch the surface, and it was clear that Xal'atath had sunk her fangs in deep, probably while we were gallivanting around with the Chucklers of Val himself. The Nerubians, Halofal's Order of Night, the Scaradin, it all had a point. Xal'atath has been doing one thing since Battle for Azeroth. Let's go through it. She gained the essence of Galakrond. She slurped up Dalaran's arcane energies, telling us that she would make better use of its power than we would. She consumed Beladar's shadow energy, and then there was that big trap under our feet. You know, Khazalgar being filled with old god blood. Literal remnants of their former infestation of the planet. Go back to the Mists of Pandaria.
Shit looks so insane.
You can infuse that stuff with negative emotion, which is why she destroyed Dalaran and gave us that fake-out Khadgar death, leaving us with only one option: to get mad and pour our hatred and grief
Like, look at
into
it.
that old god blood.
That shit is
Of
so
course,
scary.
all for her to pump that power straight into the Dark Heart. And then finally at War Within's end, she consumed Demencius. Yes, he was the great devourer, but in reality, he had been sitting on Xal'atath's throne, inadvertently waiting for the true might of the Void to rise, that being her. Now, what was it all leading to? What did she need all of that power for? Well, it all clicked into place in patch 11.2.7, specifically in this moment.
To my prize! Slurp? Oh, you heard me slurp that shit? Void
That thing is the
Spire.
Void Spire, and it reveals a new dimension to Xal'atath's plans, because her schemes did not begin on Azeroth or Koresh. They began a long time ago on her homeworld, when she basically realized that she needed to take in the power of the Void and somehow use it to survive. Now what that all leads us to is Voidstorm. It's the fourth new zone of Midnight, and there she's meticulously built two things. First, an aristocracy of the Void, one that is led by Imperator Aversian. He doesn't want to consume reality like his boss. His goal is the total annihilation of all life. Brutal ethic installed from the top. The second thing she has built is the Devouring Host, an army strong enough to challenge Aslot over on Azeroth. Now, she needs a gate to unleash all of that brutality on Azeroth. Illyria is brought to Voidstorm and then forced to watch as Xal'atath uses the power gained in the Darkheart to open that portal. Basically, a big old spell designed to drill the veil between Void and our reality, opening a gate over Silvermoon, which is what we see in the Midnight Cinematic. Now, in Midnight, that gate is open. We've been alerted.
Jeez, my hair.
Yet, we rush towards Silvermoon. As we do that, Xal'atath has been working her magic in the background. She's been laying traps and corrupting mortals, effectively laying the groundwork for her Devouring Host's invasion. A while back, when she was trapped in the dagger, she was used as a sacrificial dagger by the Pale Orcs of the Twilight's Hammer clan. Now, the Old Horde's defeat transformed that clan into what we now know of World of Warcraft, the Twilight's Hammer cult. And we had thought that they were defeated with the end of N'Zoth, but no, not all of them were dead, and it seems a bunch of them were just waiting. And they've been waiting for this moment since the Void first whispered the Hour of Twilight to the Pale Orcs on Draenor. They've pledged themselves to Xal'atath, they now call themselves the Twilight's Blade, and they are far from destroyed. From Stormund's Old Town to Orgrimmar Shadowcleft, the Twilight's Blade infects the mortals, turning even more to Xal'atath's service. And throughout Quel'Thalas, we will find Blood Elves who have heard the call and will forsake their own people and the Sun. But it doesn't stop in Azeroth. Let's look back to the Void Spire, where we see that Xal'atath's words corrupted the Red Dragons Veilgor and Ezorak, because they now serve as Void Dragon Guards in the Void Spire. And within the Void Spire, we will find, of course, Salhadar, once king and high priest of the Ethereals, now tortured by the Shadow Guard he once led. You may have seen the big cinematic with him recently. You see, he was Team Demencius. It turns out being Team Demencius was him backing the wrong horse. So Xal'atath offered him one of her classic Faustian bargains. Take my hand, and your people will no longer be slaves to the Void. Instead, they will be transcendent in it. You see, just like the Ethereals, she was once immortal, and she just wants to do the same thing that Salhadar does, to survive.
I hate that part. I hate how they made, like, Xal'atath, like, more humane. Like, oh, you know, I once, you know, my planet was like, la la la, some shit like that. You know? It's like, when you do that with a character that's been a villain for so long, you're kind of giving them like an escape to like redeem themselves or like turn into like a good person when you do that.
That stuff is true, and it was exactly what Salhadar needed to hear. But soon we'll find the reality he bought himself in the Void Spire, where he's being pumped full of void energy, Perhaps tortured beyond recognition and probably dreaming of a future for his people, or just, death. Just another pawn of Xal'atath's path to Azeroth. And you may think, of course he probably knew it would all go bad. Why would he agree? Well, I think the answer is already in the text. It's all about survival, and if he did not agree to join her, he would have died then and there. So why not take a punt in the future, even if you're fairly sure it will be bad? Now, where does all of this leave us? Well, we've got a devouring host waiting to be unleashed, a gateway into Azeroth for them to be unleashed through, servants on the planet exactly where she needs them, and in Voidstorm, a whole void-twisted planet bent to her will and with one mission: to invade. And in doing so, give Xal'atath the brief opening she needs to lock in her victory. But there's one piece of the puzzle that I haven't talked about yet, and that's Illyria. But to understand how Illyria fits in, and why she's inadvertently been serving Xal'atath this whole time, we need to know what Xal'atath actually wants. Okay, lock in, because this is the big point of the video. What the hell does Xal'atath want?
I mean, she wants Azeroth.
Is she wants the World Soul, but
obviously,
just put it that way is thinking about things backwards. What she wants is to devour until there is nothing left to consume, and Azeroth unlocks that. There's no greater meal, no greater source of power or central meaning in our setting that can suit Azeroth, and the rest will fall into place. But there's a more subtle truth about how she's actually going to do it, because Azeroth has changed. Once it was just a planet for orcs and humans to fight over, then it was a sleeping titan, then we understood that titan as a world soul, and that maybe a world soul can turn into a titan, but maybe doesn't always turn into one. Maybe they can be other things. But in this expansion, we find something called the Cradle of Alnhara. Now, I started that by saying Ulm, and you may remember the Rift of Ulm. Place in the Storm Rage novel, but also it's where you fought Xavius in the first raid of the Legion expansion. And what matters here is that the Cradle of Alnhara seems to be a physical place where Azeroth once existed. It seems to say that she had a physical form, and it was kidnapped from its cradle, turning it into the Rift of Ulm. It was the Titans, it seems, that took her. And that's a major roadblock for Xal'atath, because they stashed her away at the core of our planet in what we've come to call the World Core.
Wait,
the thing
what?
Xal'atath wants,
so why would the Titans do that?
Azeroth is trapped in an immense Titan installation built by the Earthen of Khazal-Gar. And right at the bottom of the coreway, that big thing that you fly down in Dorna is seemingly Azeroth. But no one other than the Titans can influence her. And it seems that actually going all the way down the coreway to the actual world core is currently impossible. So, Xal'atath needs access. And this is where things all begin to lock into place. Because everything that she's worked toward has been about one goal: access to the World Soul. The energy, the Dark Heart, Devouring Host, Voidspire, everything was designed to crack the Titan's world core shell. And that is where the Sunwell comes in, and one final unwitting pawn, Illyria. Okay, so we know two things. Azeroth is trapped in the world core, and Xal'atath is about to attack the Sunwell. You might be thinking, what's the connection? Well, it may be going back, but we've actually been told. It's ley lines. We've been told numerous times that the ley lines are Azeroth's energy, kind of like the vessels that pump arcane energy instead of blood. And where it's cool is that in Season of Discovery, we discovered a trove of previously undiscovered lore. Xal'atath had been hunting light crystals like the one that we found in Hallowfall long before we even knew they existed. In Season of Discovery, we see that she has worked in the shadows of the Twilight's Hammer at least as far back as vanilla. But some discoveries are only finding relevance now. Like, for example, the Warlock's Traveling Imp. Sounds weird, but let me explain. A new spell introduced that would send an imp across the universe to steal stuff. And it seems that that imp traveled to Voidstorm and brought us back something that Xal'atath had been studying. Check this out. It's a world core fragment, and it reads, quote, "Attempt to attune to a targeted ley line conflict." So that fragment attunes to ley lines, and it's proof that the world core directly links to the ley lines. Now zoom out, and you see ley lines connected to Titan machinery all over Azeroth. From Ulduar to Uldum, the ley lines to the World Core, they are all connected, and at the heart of the whole operation is an imprisoned world soul. Now think about the most powerful ley line sources. Suramar, Karazhan, where Dalaran once stood, and one of the most powerful.
So the Titans imprisoned Azeroth.
Xal'atath is set to transform the Sunwell into the Dark.
Because Azeroth is probably the true ruler of the Titans and the universe.
Sure that the Sunwell is safe,
and what they call order is actually not order. It's
Yet we seem to know that we don't defeat
it's enslavement, I guess.
If anything,
imprisonment.
Kind of confirmed that she corrupts
isolation.
A ley line source. We've established that its energy feeds back into the Titan's World Core prison, where a sleeping goddess is waiting to be consumed. Now, how does she turn the key on that locked gate? And that's where I think Illyria will come in. She wasn't the hunter or some butterfly waiting to lock the Void's plans into place. No, I think she was a pawn, and she played her part in things perfectly. On Argus, she consumed the Void Naru Lura, and ever since has been carrying it around within her. When she visited the Sunwell after Legion, Lura could not help but manifest the Void into the Sunwell chamber. It knew its destiny. It seemed to know that one day it would be used to corrupt the Sunwell, and Illyria has struggled with the voices inside ever since. She believed they offered her power, but in the end, she was just a battery waiting to be spent, because that still is within her. I think that whenever Lura is dragged out, torn out of Illyria and unleashed in the Sunwell, I think then Xal'atath will have a direct connection to the World Core. And while we're dealing with all the chaos in the surface, maybe she'll be sinking her fangs into the last barriers between her and a weakened, frightened world soul. And while we're doing exactly what she knows we'll do, try to save the world, she'll be working on schemes that we will only fully understand once she has become what she wants to be, the Great Devourer. And remember this, Blizzard have basically said that we lose Midnight.
Why is Bella is talking so like
save the Sunwell, but they've pretty
low.
much said we'll lose Midnight. And we know that the last Titan only happens because something goes on in Azeroth that's so bad that the Titans are forced to return. Keep that in mind as you're playing through. And when very good, bright, happy things happen, maybe think, probably more under the surface. Probably
that's a good point.
Okay, I think that's the Xal'atath stuff.
Titans will return in
this will help you enjoy things
in the last Titan expansion, but why they're returning?
The full breakdown of that cinematic that I referenced earlier, with a whole bunch more detail, watch this video next.
So if Azeroth actually escapes her prison, maybe the Titans come back to seal her away. Interesting. If that's really the case. Did you do the Tekken 8 story mode? Wait, are you kidding me? Bro, I did that shit day one. I did that shit day one. What? That was an eye video. We're still under Nazav's illusion. All the story that happened afterwards is all fake. You know what is funny? I saw a lot of people make like a theory when we were fighting Saval, like the jailer in Shadowlands, it would be so insane if he like stuns all of us and there's like this weird ass cinematic where he's talking to us being like, you fight for, you know, you fight for your rights and freedom, blah blah blah, but you know, all this arrogance have made you blind to the truth. And then it shows that, you know, there's a reason why we are in Shadowlands. It's because we're not mall walkers. We are actually dead. And we see N'Zoth has like killed like all of us. And it's like taking over like Azeroth. That would be the most insane twist. But Blizzard devs did not have the guts. They didn't have the guts to do it. That would be insane though. That would be insane. Oh yeah.
So, your path leads you here. The world watch over you.
Yes, sir. No idea what I just put on.
I have many lucky doos you like. Good fortune to our friends.
That is some epic ass music. Alright, I'm actually completely done with this area. Nice. Now I can go back to Silver Moon. Is that a lore run? Interesting. I gotta sneeze. Wait.
I was investigating the void to help you.
We will not be tempted by your offers of help, Void Elf.
Void Elf.
We embrace power. We do not fear it.
Remember the mission.
In light, victory.
How you doing?
Be unwise to oppose us.
High Commander, you will release Magister Umbric, if you please.
No! This elf has made their allegiance known.
They have. To me. Time and time again, Umbric and his Rendorai have shown their loyalty to the Alliance, despite persecution and distrust. You do not have the time to imprison him, nor the grounds to execute him.
But Umbric
is fond of bold actions. Is that what I heard you say, Grand Magister? Now is the time for bold actions. Release him. I accept full responsibility.
Fine. On your head, be it.
Okay. So he just dips? died.
I can protect you in the city, but the Vanguard will not allow you to approach the Sunwell. Results will change that.
Results? I have no tools, no support, and zealots on both sides hunting me.
If you found a pathway to Zalatath, the Vanguard would leave, to say nothing of the power your people could acquire.
Okay. Now what? Shit is so, like, insane to look at. If you fly up there, you will actually die. Don't do it. Isle of Quel'Dalas.
Good. You're both here. There is a crisis of faith that we need to...
That's your solution? To zap them with your staff?
Huh. Those defenders have exhausted themselves, giving of their own faith and power. We bolster their reserves.
Okay, so 10 Sunwood Chandler renewed. Of course, Prophet Velen is here.
For the light, made holy through the sacrifice of the Naru Muru.
What happens if I go into it? Do I die? Oh shit.
Are you ready? Let's go!
Victory lies ahead. I know you are tired. It is hard to continue, but we must.
And they're just all here.
Yes? Hello? I will atone. We cannot hide from evil. A beacon.
Goddamn Narus. There's always the goddamn Narus. I find it interesting though that
I have marshaled what priests were available to ward against.
Why is the light hurting us?
It won't repel the devouring host.
Isn't the light supposed to be divine? Shouldn't we get healed?
The sun will fall. We have no way to stop the devouring host.
You know what I mean? But the light is actually hurting us.
I have found my purpose to serve others.
I find that quite interesting.
What's the situation?
We have taken different paths to reach the light, but together we assemble for the same purpose: to protect Azeroth.
This campaign is actually pretty dope. Really? It's the last one, I think, isn't it? The Path of the Light. This is the last one. I'm doing the last one right now. I should be heading to bed though.
What if I promised that my task would take you far away from here?
Cause I gotta like work, you know.
You're creating a bigger cloud with your moping than Zalatath's void storm. Speak your mind. Let it out before these feelings create a well of poison in your gut. To Light's hope to gather relics and inspire the Vanguard.
You think we should be immune to priestesses and paladins? No, like I'm not saying we should be like immune to like priestesses and paladins. My point is that you have Astaroth, and Astaroth wants to like protect her children and whatnot. So I just find it funny that the light is like hurting us. Like I know the light is obviously for that, right? But the light should only be able to push away the void. It makes sense to push away the darkness. But when we're touching it, we're also getting kind of pushed back. Wait, what? They want me to go. Oh shit. They want me to go to fucking Silverhand's place? That's crazy. Do I have to travel there myself? Do I have to teleport? I mean, it's no problem for me. I'm a mage. The power of mages. I gotta go somewhere. Easy teleport. But Muhammad, you can find me playing the Tekken 8 story. You can find it. Just go to my YouTube live streams, like the live section. That's insane. You can even see it from here. Chat, look. You can see it from here. Oh my god. On some Galactus shit. No, that's crazy. Light / Nara is not a part of Astaroth or Titans. I mean, it's not the Nara that's like doing the light shit. So yeah, that is true. That is true. No, it's just like there's a lot of theories behind Astaroth being like the Titan of creation.
I had no idea things were so desperate. What can we
You
do
know,
to help?
the Titan of light and all that shit.
We will prevail. With so many defenders called away to the Sunwell, the Scourge almost broke through to the chapel. I've called for assistance from the Ebon Blade.
Oh shit, Lord Maxwell?
We could use your help pushing back this latest attack.
Lord Maxwell. So now we're fighting against the Scourge. Alright. Gonna train some creatures. GG. GG, well played, AJ. I don't know, you get what I mean though, right? Like it seems like whatever Astaroth is like shooting, I mean, yeah. It's just like, you know, they're using light to like maintain the giant ass laser. If Astaroth's laser beam is not light, why then, you know, apply your own light to it? We know the conflict is, you know, the light versus the void. That's the entire like point of like the World Soul Saga. It kind of says more about Astaroth than it says about anything else. That Astaroth might be like, you know, the Titan of creation. Astaroth might actually be like, you know, what created the entire like cosmos and shit. And the Titans are order, but actually have imprisoned her. We now know that the seed where Astaroth was sleeping, like in the Emerald Dream and shit, she was like taken away from that by the Titans. And they say that they took her away because, you know, the old gods was like trying to like consume the place, and you know, they did it to keep her safe and all that shit. But we now know that all these like places like the Well of Eternity, Sunwell, and all that, they're all like linked together. They're like supposed to be like connected like beacons and shit. So you have all kinds of beacons on the planet, but you also have all these imprisonments for the old god. There's a lot of shit on Astaroth. Which is crazy to think about. Oh shit. Like, even if you look at the cover for World of Warcraft, the Last Titan, it also looks like it's light, like about to like burst out. And you have these like weird kind of like Titan technology rings like around the light on the cover and shit. So it's almost like a hint that, you know, Astaroth is breaking free of her own prison. Because we know that the Titans love to imprison things and keep things in order, right? But what they see as order is pretty much just not order. It's just imprisonments and shit.
Battle against evil?
My understanding from the lore is that Astaroth is the youngest Titan, not born yet, and the Titans are trying to basically protect their sister/baby against the void corruption, and we are their vaccine. Yeah, that's the textbook answer of the story. But if you actually like read the stories from the books that are in the game, even like the dragons, not like the aspect dragons, but like the dragons that we dealt with in Dragonflight. They're also talking about like how the Titans are lying about that story. I do believe though that Astaroth haven't been born yet, but there's a reason why she haven't been born yet. You get what I'm saying? She was probably supposed to wake up way before, way sooner.
Thank you. The scourge has diminished.
But we know that the Emerald Dream is also a thing that keeps her asleep. All these other Titans, they never had any kind of like Emerald Dream and shit. So she slumbers.
That's what I've been trying.
And we know Sargeras, when Sargeras was like stabbing the sword into Astaroth, he was aiming specifically at an area.
I've known the stories of these paladins since
And we know that, you know, Sargeras is scared of, you know, the whole thing of like a Titan being like void corrupted and shit. There gotta be a reason why Sargeras he stabbed Astaroth. Which is crazy because they start off the entire like World Soul saga with like Anduin and Thrall being in Silithus. And you know, you have Thrall with the whole cinematic being like, but that sword was aimed at someone. Yeah, it was aimed at Astaroth, but why was it aimed at Astaroth? You know what I mean? Sargeras would never just like kill a brother or sister if there wasn't a reason for it. We know he have done it before. That was when the what are they called again? What is Mal'Ganis' race again? What is it called again? I forgot what they're called. But they were using void magic, and when they then explained what was happening on the planet where he like interrogated them and shit, they were explaining that, you know, the void lords were like sending small fragments of themselves into like the universe, because that was the only way they could like manifest themselves. We know that light and the void need a host to manifest themselves. They cannot exist in our universe, if that makes sense. They need a host, so that's why the Void Lords took fragments of themselves that creates the old gods, tossing it around the entire cosmos until they hit a planet, and hopefully there's a sleeping titan in it. But Sargeras will only attack a planet / titan if it is corrupted. But we know it cannot be the case that Azeroth is corrupted, so why then attack it? There has to be a different reason behind it then.
Is a book of refugee prayers, though.
And and that's the entire theory with yes, the Titans are, you know, creating order in the entire universe to make sure that, you know, other planets doesn't fall under the corruption and they can live and they can thrive. And then if there's a sleeping Titan, or, you know, a Titan soul inside that planet, you know, it can grow and then become like a Titan, and then, you know, come out of its shell of like the planet and shit. However, there's all these imprisonments, and if you read about all the lords they've been doing with Azeroth, it almost sounds like they also imprisoned Azeroth. So why would they imprison Azeroth? We know in the end of this expansion, because Chris Messon has literally explained it himself, we're not gonna win this war. We might be able to, like, who knows? Zalatath might be like the final boss in this expansion, but it's gonna be too late. Something's gonna happen, probably where we defeat Zalatath, she dies, and then Azeroth breaks free, right? Some shit like that. But when Azeroth breaks free, the Titans will then come down to Azeroth. Why? This will be like the perfect time for the Titans to show up and help us. Because this is like literally what Sargeras has been fearing. This is why he turned, you know, heel. And, you know, create the whole burning legion and shit. And Aman'Thul, the leader of the Titans, who for some reason cannot take decisions himself. He needs Aeronaut to always take decisions for him. You can see that in the cinematic as well in Legion. After you defeat Argus the Unmaker, he goes, you know, you done well, mortals, blah, blah, blah. And then Aeronaut kind of like interrupts him, going like, it's time. And he has this kind of like face. It's almost like Aeronaut always kind of like, you know what I mean? You can even find a seed in Draenor that's related to Aeronaut. And we know in the Legion expansion, one of the raids, the one where you where Gul'dan is the final boss, there's that guy that we fight against, like the Void Elf, that shows us like what the future could bring us. The whole thing where he shows like all the planets. Some planets are being like fell corrupted, some planets being like taken by death, Soval, the jailer, right? Where it's just like drained, it's just gray, there's like no soul in it. And then he shows us kind of like, you know, what's gonna happen to our planet. And you see like all these planets just being taken over by, you know, old gods and shit. The thing is though, a lot of people, they look at all the tentacles and like they see like the planets and shit, and they're like, holy shit, look at all this shit, look at the tentacles and shit. But what they don't realize is not even tentacles, it's tree roots. We know in Harandar is supposedly underneath Earth, right? And you have all the roots of every single world tree in this place. Teldrassil, Amadrassil, I forgot the place in Broken Isle with like Emerald Nightmare. They're all like, they're all down there. All the roots are there, which is insane to think about. But we also know if you fly up to the sky, you get an achievement, which I had somewhere, if I can find it, because I know it's hold on, let me do this. Because I literally said, what happens if I fly up to the sky, you know, into that light thing? What happens then? I then did that and I got an achievement. Can I just click achievement? Where would it be? Expansion features? No? Exploration? Professions? World events? Exploration? I can't find it. Maybe if I look it up. You get like some sort of seed. Wow, midnight. Haran the light achievement. What if I just go like this? Why can't I? Huh. Well, I guess I can just. I can't even use my Hearthstone. Yeah, so Garrett's is convinced that corruption can be saved. Just destroy it, and that. Oh, you meant can't be saved. Just destroy it, and that's inevitable. That's why he goes around destroying them before corruption can get to them. To him, it's like killing people before they eventually commit horror. Yeah, like obviously when he got the information, he literally destroyed that planet with the Titan inside of it, because he got like that scared. He then went back to the Pantheon and told Amanthul and the other Titans, like, okay, I have a solution for this. We completely like destroy the entire universe, so the universe gets like a chance to like restart over, and then we monitor everything in the universe. The Titans then obviously said, we're not doing that. And then there was that whole conflict, and then him turning, you know, and the Burning Legion, all that shit. And we know we know Azeroth is a Titan that is able to rival someone like Sargeras. Like we know that. But I don't know. I feel like Azeroth is the chosen one, you know? Keep in mind, Chris Messon said, if I'm looking to the sky right now, Chris Messon did say this light is supposed to be Sargeras' heart. After the event of, like, you know, Legion and Argus, you know, that entire rift and shit. The moment this disappears into, like, the moment that disappears in the sky, if we one day look up to the sky and it's not there anymore, we have to be worried. That's what he said. That is his own words. If someone, it was either Chris Messon or somebody else that said that. We have to, if that shit is gone, we're fucked. So I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see. What am I looking for? Browman's wrappings. What? Am I missing something? Oh, that's not even part of my campaign. Huh. Whatever then. Whatever then. Illidan, Sword and Sylphus will eventually come into the story. I guess maybe in an expansion or two. It has to be in this expansion or in the Last Titan, like the expansion after this. It has to. Whoa. Whoa. What is that? Oh. Stratholme. It's Stratholme. That scared me. That scared me. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? You know what's crazy though? If you, there's like a way to look into Stratholme. You can't do that. There's like a way to look into Stratholme. And when you look into Stratholme, you can actually see that the Naxxramas thing is still there. You can't see it because like everything's like kind of covered up. But I think if you get like in front of Stratholme and then you look into it, you can see it. Cause like obviously all that shit right there is supposed to be like fire. But there's like a way you can like look into it and you can see like Stratholme. They basically just like they took Stratholme and then like moved it into, I said Stratholme, Naxxramas. They took Naxxramas and then moved it into like the fog. Oh shit. That scared me. They moved it like into the fog of like Stratholme. Scourge was born to combat the Legion. Legion was made to combat the Void. Where the Void was made to combat the Light or something, and not the other way around. I don't even know, lol. No! You're right! You're right, that's my entire point. That's literally my entire point right there. That's my entire point with there's something that's not adding up. Cause like the light has always been seen like as a good thing, and the void has always been seen as a bad thing. But we know that even like light has been used for bad things. I mean, Lord and fucking behold, I'm literally here, Scarlet Monastery, where they're using torturing and all that shit in the name of the light. We have in Draenor, if you go back to like another like alternative timeline, you have Yrel, like the Draenei in Draenor. You literally have her like also you know, she has like an entire fucking, you know, fuck, what is it called? She has like a whole fucking Nazi Hitler type of fucking agenda, you know, against like the Magnar orcs in that timeline. You know, she has like an entire Holocaust in the name of the light. We know even like this is what Illidan was talking about as well. The whole thing of where he's like, I am my scars, and he's like, my destiny is my own, like in Legion. And he destroys Inaru, and then you have like Tyranion, like he's getting like mad at Illidan for doing that, obviously. But even in this expansion, Midnight, there's like 2 or 3 times where Tyranion is like getting blind by just rage in the name of the light. Maybe the light is not as all good as
what do you want?
As is portrayed. And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to the Titans. Because the way that they're describing everything that's been happening in Azeroth, you gotta read between the lines. You gotta find the books like in the game and shit where they're talking about these things. It almost sounds like they're not only imprisoned the old gods, but they also imprisoned Azeroth. Why would they do that? If Azeroth is considered this newborn, good-hearted kind of like Titan, why imprison her then? Why are they doing all this to let her keep sleeping in the Emerald Dream? Why did why are they moving the crypt where she was sleeping? She was actually like in the lore, you can actually find that she was sleeping here. She was literally sleeping here. Inside Azeroth, where all the tree roots from the world trees are combined together. We know all the world trees is also kind of like a portal key to the Emerald Dream world. We know that Emerald Dream and nature and life is attached to Aeona, the life binder Titan. I'm not trying to say Aeona is evil or anything like that. But every old god that has taken over a world, they did it through the roots. That's the only way to get to the Titan. But that's the only way to get into the core of the planet. It's through the world trees. It's through the roots. You had fuck, what is his name? Dragonflight. Emerald Seal. Farrak! Right here, Farrak. What did Farrak do? He went to the world tree of Emmadrasil. Because he wanted something. It would get something he would gain access to. And we know not Emmadrasil. We know that Farrak had made a deal with someone that we don't really know of, but he made a deal with someone. We know even like one of the brothers when it comes to like the elemental like dragons and shit. The guy that you having in the mythic dungeon with Chromium shit, he is working for the Void. He's literally leaving with that whole like amulet thingy. And when he goes through the portal, if you pay a close attention to the portal, you can see the shade of Xal'atath in the background when he's entering the portal. And that's how Xal'atath got the whole like amulet thingy that she used like in the War Within and shit. Something is not right. Something is being cooked in the back, and we I'm not saying we're blind to it, but there's something the Titans is not telling us. This is why like before you joined, I was explaining like how the existence of like the cosmos kind of like started in World of Warcraft. Before anything else, there was just complete darkness, right? Complete darkness. Eventually, there was a Big Bang kind of like thing, you know, just like in our own universe. And in that Big Bang, that's how the light was born. But when light started to exist, the Void also was born. However, you could also think about it like this. The light only revealed something that was already there. Cause it's like, you know, when the sun is hitting us, you know, I'm here with my streamer lamp. If I lift my hand up, you can't see it, but you know, I'm casting a shadow over here. But you need light to have that shadow. Does that make sense? So when the light was born, in, you know, when the universe started in World of Warcraft. Maybe the light only reveals something that's always been there. And if it's always been there, but it needed the light to be revealed, right? Because the moment the light existed, it, you know, Void was revealed as well. And it's funny because like light and Void are the only two cosmetic powers in the kind of like, you know, the 6 seats at the high table and all that shit that I mentioned. Those are the two only things that cannot exist in our universe. Life, death, and arcane, order, chaos, fell, all that shit. It can exist. Light and the void needs a host to exist in our universe. Why? We know when it comes to priests, right? So let's just take the class as a priest. We know that priests can use light and they can also use void. But they don't become hosts. They're just borrowing those powers. We know that when it comes to the void, you have like the you have the I forgot what they're called. The little void lords thingies that warlocks can summon. You know what I'm talking about. The ones that we've been fighting against like this entire fucking expansion. We know that they also exist as a light thing. You know what I mean? It's like everything that exists in the void somehow also exists as a light version of it. Why? It's too convenient. Void Walker, thank you. Yeah. So we know that Void Walkers is a thing. However, in the light, there's also a thing called Light Walker. Looks exactly the same. The only difference is light. And it dies exactly the same way. The moment you kill it, it just demanifests because it cannot exist in our world. Just like in the cinematic of like Midnight, when you have Theramore. Theramore? Lord? Not Theramore. Theramore is a fucking that's where Jaina Proudmoore's fucking place is in Kalimdor. But they die exactly the same way. It's like it's just awfully convenient. Oh shit. I think Pyromancer, if you guys don't know who Pyromancer is, Pyromancer makes fucking great videos about this shit. Cause like the way I'm explaining it, I'm all over the place. I know. I'm kind of like all over the place. I'm trying to like explain it the best way. But it's almost like 1 a.m. in the morning. I've had a long day. I'm a little bit tuckered out, chat. I'm a little bit tuckered out, I ain't gonna lie. Final Fantasy 14 had a similar build up, but then they didn't give it a twist and actually clear the doubts behind it. The next expansion, and people actually liked they kept it that way. I've heard cause one of my friends, he plays Final Fantasy 14. The lore in Final Fantasy 14 is fucking amazing. Amazing. Like every time I've talked about like maybe trying out like Final Fantasy 14, everyone has always told me like, bro, if you ever do that, do not skip any cutscenes. Actually read about the lore. And every single one that I know of that have like, you know, invested into the lore, they were always kind of like heartbroken of like what happens and shit. So I was like, damn. Like that's like, you know, that's how that amount of investment into like the story, that's how I am when it comes to WoW. Even way before that, right? Even before World of Warcraft was World of Warcraft. You know, I was invested all the way like back in Warcraft days. So it's like, I know how you feel. I know that feel. But yeah, Pyromancer has like a great fucking video where he talks about that shit. I kind of want to like find it. If I can find it. Pyromancer Titans. Oh, he made a new one? 6 months ago? The Great Titan Conspiracy. WoW lore explained. I've actually... I've not watched this. I low-key actually want to watch it. I want to hear what he has to say. I've not watched this.
Hey, what's going on YouTube? It's Pyromancer here, and welcome to my channel. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And today, it is finally time, as it is far, far overdue, to talk about the Titan discs of Kaz Algar. This is going to be a very long, very in-depth video, so grab some snacks, make sure you got some water around, and I hope you guys enjoy. If you do, make sure that you leave a like on the video, please subscribe, and of course at the end, which you should stay till the very end of, there are details all the way to the end of this video. Leave a comment letting me know what you think. As we learn from the main story questline of the war.
2 times also immersed in a game story where Witcher 3 and Final Fantasy 14 music from Final Fantasy 14 are crazy good too. Yeah, I've played Final Fantasy 14, but I only got to like level 20 or something. You as a character is also an actual story character, not just some random champion. Yeah, I never liked the whole idea of like, oh, champion, you know, we're the champion of this, that, and the other. Like they want to like, I don't know, like they want us to be like feel more involved, but I like the whole idea of just being like adventurer. You know, you're just like the like an adventurer. Now they want to make it like they want to make it like they want to make it as in like, you know, we like the chosen one and, you know, all this shit. I never liked that. I like the whole idea of like you're just like a random ass adventure and you just want like a, you know, you just wanted to like travel across the world and experience it, la la la, all that shit, right? And then, you know, stuff happens and you come together with like other players or like family and friends and shit, right? And we deal with these problems and protect Astaroth through the power of friendship, right? I'm not trying to make it sound like it's cringe, but you know what I mean.
Fourth in, we find out that there is a vault accessible through the archive in Dornogal, where the keeper Arcadis, which is one of the keepers associated with the great forger Kaz Goroth, one of the Titans, has imparted into this storage system.
We also know that the Titans are based off of the Greek gods. We also know that. If you look at how Sargeras looks like, Sargeras really looks like Ares, the god of war. Even when it comes to, you know, the way he turned into this demonic being, right, with the burning legion and all that shit, he's the only one that's red. If you look at warriors, like the warrior class, the color of rage for warriors is red. And if you look at Sargeras, he's also burning fire red. There's even a dungeon in Warriors of Draenor, the dungeon where there's like all the plants and shit, and you also see the plants being corrupted in a way, and you have the boss talking about, you know, you have to burn it, you have to burn it all, which is what Sargeras is trying to do. He's trying to burn all the planets, because, you know, if you burn all the planets, the old gods cannot corrupt it. But there's a specific thing that needs to be burned. And what is that? The world trees. Farok in Dragonflight, he wanted to burn Amadrassil world tree. He wanted to burn it and take the power that was like in that world tree. And we know that Farok had some ties with old gods in a way, because in some of the cinematic where he's talking, his fire turns like purple, kind of like void like burn. So again, comes back to the goddamn world trees, comes back to the sea, comes back to the roots. There is something about the goddamn roots. There's something about that. It's very, very interesting, and it's been shown so many it's been shown so many times. There's something with the world trees always being like connected in a way, and it makes sense because the world trees are connected to Azeroth, the Titan. The roots go into the core. It goes into the world soul. That's the only way to reach. That's why the old gods has been trying to corrupt the world trees ever since they were a thing. That's why we have Emerald Nightmare. Emerald Nightmare is the manifestation of what could possibly happen if we don't do anything about it. And Il'gynoth was that parasite in that world tree of the Broken Shores and shit. And he was planted there by N'Zoth. So that was one of N'Zoth's many plans of trying to corrupt Azeroth. And you even have Il'gynoth talking about, once she starts having these nightmares, she will wake up, with dreams and the truth, our dreams, What is your dreams? What is that supposed to mean? Yeah, I get it, right? The old gods are trying to like corrupt the Void Titan so they can like, have enough power to like fucking bring everything into the void, and into the darkness and shit. But what are your dreams? What is that supposed to mean? Champion, the wounds. Oh my god! I swear to God, so fucking annoying.
Some of his own thoughts and information that had been relayed to him directly from Khaz'goroth.
But everything that I just talked about is a theory. Is a theory, obviously. The only one that knows the truth is Chris Metzen. Chris Metzen is the only person that know the truth at the end of the day. Because he's the one writing the books. He's the one that has all this fucking shit in his head.
Now this is honestly insane. These discs were one of, if not my absolute favorite part of the War Within. It's accessed by collecting Titan disc fragments. So these discs are broken initially, and we put the pieces back together so that we can access them. Exactly how they were broken is a good question. Perhaps the sundering had some kind of effect on this or something along those lines. But we put the pieces back together. You get 1 disc per week up to a maximum of 5 discs. And through this, there is some insane revelatory information, some things that are along the lines of what I've speculated before, some visual hints, some linguistic hints. So I'm really excited to talk about that formally with you all today. Now I really hope Blizzard does more things like this in the future, even using perhaps the kind of storytelling of...
I mean, the fact that Chris Metzen, when he went on stage for like BlizzCon to introduce like the World Soul Saga and all that, he literally talks about like, the light and the void, will there ever be like an end in the conflict with the light and the void? And then he says, and this one is for all the marbles. What have the Titans really been up to? Why would you say that? What is the point of all these prisons slapped into the side of our planet? What is the reason for all these like world trees and canals that goes deep into like the world soul and all? Chat, there's more to this shit. There's way more to this shit. This is not just like the regular ass kind of like I said, textbook answer kind of story of like the Titans are just trying to bring order to the cosmos, and they're doing everything to protect Azeroth as a newborn sleeping Titan, and they hope that she wakes up, blah blah blah. We already know that Azeroth was supposed to wake up way long ago. Way long ago. And now we have like in the cinematic of like the War Within where Anduin and Thrall is as Silithus. You literally have Azeroth talking. That's literally the first time we hear Azeroth's voice. She's like calling to Anduin and Thrall. Or in this case, everyone on Azeroth. Because apparently everybody was being affected by it. And she says these two things. She says Anduin. And then eventually there's that screech. Where you see like that world soul like kind of like expanding and becoming larger. And then she says, hear me. Why is she saying, hear me? It's almost like she's been calling for help. Like for way longer than we even could fucking imagine. You know what I mean? And it's probably because she's trapped in that dream. She's trapped in this dream. But why is she trapped in the dream? What is the point of all these world trees? You know, all these roots to be connected to her. And then have her in that Emerald Dream world. Where she just keeps sleeping. We know the old gods that keep talking about sleeping. They're always talking about this sleeping. The never-ending sleep, the endless sleep, blah, blah, blah. There's a reason why you have majority of the old gods, and even like the faceless ones, always say, all eyes shall be opened. Why they're saying all eyes shall be opened? It's probably because they have something to do with the Emerald Dream. And this sleep. This sleep. Her sleep is the prison. All eyes shall be opened. You know? Very, you know, very interesting to say that. All eyes shall be opened. It can mean a lot of things. It can mean like, you know, all eyes shall be open to like the true purpose behind Azeroth. The true reason behind all this shit. And obviously, you know, what has the Titans been up to all this goddamn time? Like I said, what is all this order? Even there's some mission, funny enough, in the War Within. The last quest that you can get that leads up to midnight, we go back to Shadowlands to talk to Sylvanas. And Eretor is there because he wants Sylvanas to like help you know, in the fight in Silver Moon and all that shit, right? And Sylvanas, she doesn't want to go because she's like, you know, I'm in my torment, I'm doing my punishment, I gotta like take all these souls and I gotta help them move on to the next thing, you know, in the Shadowlands, blah, blah, blah. That's what she's doing. And she also talks about there's some things that I've noticed after the defeat of Saval, the jailer. She talks about how things have changed in the Shadowlands, where order has taken over the Shadowlands. She even says, and I quote, it feels like there's too much order in the Shadowlands now. 6 seats at the high table, all mouth hungers. That is one of the quotes that one of the old gods have. That's one of the visions that I think it's N'Zoth that has that vision. He literally says that 6 seats at a high table, all mouth hungers, all want to, you know, consume the other one. The Titans might be doing the same thing as the Void, for all we know. The Titans want order, but they want too much order. They wanted to have order in the entire cosmos. The Void wants to bring the entire cosmos into the Void. And you have Fel, Chaos. They want to just have everything burn. Everything in the universe burn, restarted. You know? That's Sargeras. And then you have the Light. What does the Light want? We don't really know. Life want everything to sleep. I guess, with the whole Emerald Dream and whatnot. It's these kind of things that, you know, it's like, we gotta think about these things.
Via the Rift of Aln to kind of do a similar thing, maybe like a weekly discovery of some huge revelatory information regarding Azeroth, Eonar, maybe even Elune, things along those lines. The old gods, of course, as you know, the descriptions of the Rift of Aln sure do sound like it's going to be related to the old gods, and that's been speculated for a long time as well. So, man, I hope Blizzard, you know, continues this for a different set of information, or maybe even adds more discs in the future, because again, there's only 5 of them. I would love to see 6 or maybe even 7 of them, but I digress. Let's get into it.
6, 7. Oh my god!
You guys to keep in mind, especially
Magni was the Void Lord all along, bro.
This is
imagine,
right? So these characters are going into this situation.
Like, fucking imagine. Oh, that would be so stupid.
They know Brinth, because some of her memories have literally been taken from her.
Champion.
You know, cycles that the Earthen
the Void needs ya.
Stripping away of those memories. Dagrin, because he's young, a young historian who doesn't have the full picture. He can only go off of what he has studied regarding the historical events that have occurred in Azeroth. And honestly, even Arcadis, right? He's being given information from Khaz'goroth. Who knows if he himself ever had any manipulation done to him. Unfortunately, it does turn out towards the end that things didn't look so good for Arcadis. And we'll talk about that a little bit as well. And then potentially even Khaz'goroth himself, with his understanding, as he is just a part of the Pantheon. So who knows if what Khaz'goroth is conveying to Arcadis is even actually 100% accurate either. Just keep this in mind always, that especially as we analyze and look into in-universe perspectives, there are bound to be some errors or perhaps inconsistencies, and I will discuss with you what I think those are. But without any further ado, let's get into it.
The great Titan Khaz'goroth, who granted me the gift of the Forge, has relayed information from the Pantheon about our purpose. To create order.
Another thing I want to point out as well, the Titans are mechanical beings. When they wanted to protect Azeroth from, you know, the old gods and all that shit, they were too powerful to even do something themselves. Because if they got involved, we know what happened with Yasharash. He got torn from Azeroth by Aman'Thul. That created like the massive rift, and eventually it shattered like Kalimdor and split up Kalimdor. And then, you know, eventually, you know, a part of Kalimdor became Eastern Kingdoms. Another part became, you know, Northrend, Pandaria. Still have Kalimdor somewhere there. You know, you have the Broken Isles, yada yada yada, all that shit, right? That's how like the entire like world plate split it up, and then you have like the Maelstrom eventually became, well, the Rift became the Well of Eternity, and that changed the trolls, and that made the trolls turn into like more intelligent beings, more immortal kind of like being. They turned into like the Nightborn elves and all that shit. Eventually, you know, you had fuck, what is her name? Queen Ashara. Queen Ashara made a deal with Sargeras, and they used the Well of Eternity to create this portal. Like, Well of Eternity became like the rift portal for the Legion to like invade. And eventually the portal broke thanks to Illidan, all that shit, yada yada yada. And with the help of Malfurion and Tyrande and all that shit. And then eventually it blew the fuck up, and that became like the Maelstrom. That like fully like, you know, split it up like the continents and shit. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe us Titans children will become independent adults and be the equalizer of both sides.
From the chaos of the cosmos.
Or Blizzard can fucking fumble the bag like crazy, and now like their player, us as the champion, becomes like the new order for the entire cosmos. That would fucking suck.
The Titans search the great dark beyond for the prime world soul.
That would actually be ass.
This world soul, the most powerful in existence, they would guide to become the greatest titan of all. In time, they came to sense a mighty presence within the world called Azeroth. The Pantheon made their way to the nascent world soul, hoping that their search was at an end.
Amazing. It's as though Keeper Arcadus was delivering the word of the great Khaz'Garath himself.
Like, are we Titan successors?
These logs must be the architect's personal records of everything. I wonder how many more.
I would argue that we are the Titan's downfall. I would argue that. I would argue that we are gonna be the Titan's downfall. They want to create order, but the order that they are creating is not healthy order. It is isolation. Everyone is getting chained up, you know? You know what I mean? That like how to explain it the best way? It's like when Trump invaded I forgot which country he fucking invaded, where he took like the fucking the president of that country, and then they said we're gonna run the country now because yada yada yada. You know, we're gonna create order in the country and we're gonna make the country richer, we're gonna make it better, blah blah blah. That's what the Titans are doing around the cosmos. They do all these things because they think they know best. But we know in Greek mythology, where most of the Titans are based off on, like I said, Sargeras is based off of Ares, the god of war. Amanthul is based off of Zeus, obviously, because he's the old man with the beard and all that shit. Aeonar is based off of Aphrodite. Akramar is based off of fuck, what's his name? Helios. So we become Horde from being Alliance? Okay, now, you know, we're going down the rabbit hole. Now it's getting out of hand.
We can recover.
I'm pulling out, chat. I'm pulling out. I'm backing up.
From my studies in Khazmodar.
Fuck the Alliance. No, I'm kidding.
But this world soul he speaks of?
So do we think Arathor is gonna be Anakin in this story? Balance between Void and Holy? He even have tattoos that match. You know what, Batet? Hear me out on this one. Hear me out on this one. If the light and the void is really rivals since the dawn of time, how come you have Lightforge and Void Elves in the same faction? Why is Lightforge and Void Elves on the Alliance side? Wouldn't it have been better if Lightforged were Alliance and Void Elves were Horde? I don't know. It's just a question, you know. Since they want to write that whole thing of like, you know, is there ever gonna be, you know, a final confrontation with the light and the void? They're literally on the same team in one faction. They also have Freya from Norse mythology. Yes, and Freya is one of the Titan guardians of Azeroth. So the Titans created smaller versions of themselves that could defend Azeroth from, like, you know, world cosmic conflicts. So that is like Loki, that is like Odin, Thorim as well. Thorim is based off Thor, obviously. Loken is based off of Loki, and then you have Odin with a Y, not an I. Odin, who is also the kind of like the leader of the warrior what is it called? Like the hall right? So like with mages, we have the Hall of the Guardian. Is like the warrior's like class hall. He's like the leader of that, Odin. And then we also know that some of the first lives after the entire war with like the old gods and all that shit, and then them getting imprisoned and shit. We know that some of the first like living kind of like creatures in the world, Galakrond. Then you had like the oh yeah, Tyrion. Don't forget about Tyrion. He's the one that created the shadow, not the shadow hand, the silver hand. He helped fighting with the dragons to take down Galakrond. And in his fight, Galakrond bit his arm and literally bit his hand. That's why he has like this kind of like silver armor kind of like hand, like Tyrion. And that was the creation of the silver hand, the paladins. That's how they came to be. And eventually, after they took care of Galakrond, the Titans were so amazed by the dragons, kind of like them teaming up and like fighting for the greater good, all that shit, that they gave a fragment of their powers. So Aman'Thul gave arcane powers to what is his name again? What is your name? Revelist King, Eye of Eternity, Malygos. Malygos is, you know, the aspect of magic, the aspect of arcane and shit. So he gave that to him. Akramar, I forgot what, Akramar gave to someone, but I don't remember who. Then obviously you have Aeona, who is like the Titan of life and all that shit, you know, the nature shit. She gave a fragment of her powers to Yggdrasil and Ysera, the baddies. And you know, Yggdrasil became like the aspect of life, the aspect of breeding, let's just say it as it is. And then obviously, you know, Ysera became like the whole thing with you know, life, Emerald Dream, dreaming. She also slept all the goddamn time until she died, you know. And then you have, I forgot the name of that Titan, but that Titan gave North Domu the power. Oh, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, that might actually have been Aman'Thul as well. Aman'Thul gave oh wait, let me think about this. Hold on. I might get it. No, I'm wrong on this. Chat, rewind. It's rewind time. Aman'Thul gave Nozdormu the power of time, because we know in Legion, when you fight against Argus the Omega, and Argus goes like, just pain, only pain, and all that shit, then you have Aman'Thul say, time only answers to me, Omega. The forces that combines you and, you know, all that shit. Aman'Thul, the god of time. That's what he is. Zeus, all that shit. And it makes sense why I said that he's related to Zeus. You know, the inspiration is Zeus. Because who is Zeus' father? Kronos. Kronos was a Titan. Kronos was the Titan of time. Shit. Oh shit, your boy's brain is cooking at 1 a.m. in the morning. Fuck. And then, like I said, Aeona gave Ysera and Yggdrasil the, you know, nature and like life binder kind of like powers and shit. And then fuck, I forgot his name, but Arcanus, I think. No, not Arcanus. But he was like the Titan of Arcane. He gave Malygos like all the magic and shit. And then I don't think it was Agrama, but it was like the last Titan that I don't remember his name, but he's dead, so it don't matter. He gave what is his name? Well, I don't remember his real name, so I'm just gonna say Deathwing, because you guys know I'm talking about Deathwing. Deathwing got like the Earth Warden powers. I like when your real cam is on. Hey yo. Hey yo. Can you really blame her? Goddess of breeding, sleeping all the time. I mean, it was kind of like split up. So Zura is doing all the sleeping, and then you have Alexstrasza doing all the sex. You know? Which kind of explains where Aeronauts comes into the picture. She was like, shit, I have to give 2 dragons power? Okay, you can get all my sexual desire, and you can get, like, my lazy assness. Boom, there you go. You sleep, you fuck. Shit.
Do you think that's what Grandam Magni was hearing all those years when he was a speaker?
I am not sure what.
I thought Aeronauts was more like Gaia.
My people, or my.
No, she is. She's like Aeronauts is like the kind of like the Titan of Gaia, the whole Earth Mother type of shit. Yeah. She is. Freya is like, you know, it's like it's a mix. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with Aman'Thul. The mix with Aman'Thul is that he is the leader, he's the king of the Titans, right? But his aesthetic, right? His look is Zeus. The long beard, you know, he's the old wise one. But his powers is Kronos, which is Zeus' father. The power of time, right? That's why it says, time only answers to me, Omega, blah, 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 blah. When it comes to Aeronauts, she has all this, like, life and like earth and like, you know, all this planned abilities and shit, which is really like Gaia, the Earth Mother type of shit. However, she also has the beauty of Aphrodite. That's what it is. Didn't Deathwing make a bunch of dragons by breeding Alexstrasza? I don't think they ever did, like, breed. I don't think that ever happened. Deathwing has tried to breed with Alexstrasza, but Alexstrasza always denied him. That's probably the reason why he went fucking rogue. I mean, let's be honest. You know, if a battle like that goes... Let me stop. But he tried. We know that Alexstrasza got captured by the orcs in Warcraft 2. So the Horde back then, you know, Doomhammer, you know, Gromhellscream, you know, Gul'dan, you know, that type of Horde back then. And they created like the kind of like proto drakes and whatnot. And it's the same thing that happened with Kor'gron. Garrosh Hellscream's like orcs. The orcs that takes over like Orgrimmar and all that shit. Like slowly throughout like the story of like Mists of Pandaria. So 2 times she have gotten captures, as far as I remember, where they... Yeah. That part of the story has always been controversial. And it did get... They did bring it up in the Chronicle books for Garrosh's trial. Where, you know, obviously Alexstrasza got, you know, S8. But Alexstrasza... Oh, shit. I'm dead. I thought I jumped on my flying mount. Whoops. Alexstrasza, when she got, like, asked about it in the trial and shit, she actually said that she didn't mind. Not in like some freaky deaky type shit, but like she's like, you know, I'm the life binder, you know, I'm the aspect of life, and you know, life can blossom in the most mysterious ways. That's kind of like the way she said it. So she didn't, obviously she didn't She didn't condone it, but she also forgived Garrosh for doing it, which is crazy. But life minder shit, I guess. But Deathwing tried, and she said hell no to that shit. Slapped him up and shit. And that's where Deathwing instead, what Deathwing did was he breeded with Sinestra. Sinestra became like the brood mother for Deathwing. And what he did was he then took some of Alexstrasza's whelps and twisted them into like the whole like void whelps or whatever the hell he did. I don't think he did it with the whelps, if you know what I mean. But he didn't want to, well, Alexstrasza didn't want to do it, so he found other ways to create his own whelps throughout using Alexstrasza's like clutches and shit. It was a painful process, as he said himself. I contribute her. I contribute as her life-minding sacrifice for her mysteries. Yeah. It's like I remember like when I didn't read like the Chronicles, but I heard like audiobook with it. So I guess I did read it then. It was just audiobook. And like when I heard about it, it was like, man, you really must not like Deathwing then. You know what I mean? If you can get captured twice, where the orcs are like, you know, they change you up as a dragon or whatever the fucking case was, right? And then having, it's like, you know, it's the whole, it's like when we humans, we have like horses like kind of like force breed with other horses and shit, where you have one, you know, female horse there, she's waiting and shit, and then, you know, you have the horse jump on the horse, but then instead you grab the horse dick and you then take the seed, and, you know, you use the seed to like fucking, you know, make multiple fucking, you know, babies, and you know what I mean? It's kind of like the same thing they did with Alexstrasza. So was it SA? Yes, it was SA. They had like another dragon, you know, mount her while she couldn't do shit, I guess, which is crazy. Like, that must be some strong ass fucking chains if you can like keep somebody that has Titan infused powers, okay? Titan motherfucking infused powers. That's some strong ass fucking chain. God damn, they were not called Iron Horde for no damn reason. Holy shit. That's some strong ass chains. I'm just saying, that's some strong ass fucking chains.
The Titan's plan for us.
So the first disc is pretty straightforward, but already has some pretty key information.
I just missed the Invincible versus really live stream, and I wasn't even home.
Hinted at in some ways.
I uploaded the video. Just go watch it.
So this is a message, information apparently sent directly from Khaz'goroth to Arcadus, where he basically tells him about the purpose of the Keepers and the purpose of the Titans, which is that the cosmos effectively existed in chaos. And when you read the early descriptions of the light and void clashing and birthing the cosmos, everything initially is broiling in a maelstrom of fire and magic. It is chaotic. So the Titans are seeking to create order from that chaos. And in order to do that, they are searching for something called the Prime World Soul. Now, this could very well be rooted in things like Transformers or inspired by
the Prime World Soul might be Azeroth.
But ultimately, they're looking for this extremely important World Soul. Now, could she be the first World Soul? Very, very likely. Could she be the most powerful World Soul? Very likely. This is what they believe. Could she be the most important World Soul? Yeah, probably. And the question that begins to arise from the next line is,
I've seen this cinematic, by the way.
Is Azeroth's World Soul destined to be a Titan? Are World Souls
Gaji
actually
Hyber,
meant to be
yo.
Titans? The way that it's worded seems to suggest that they would guide Azeroth.
There
to
were some people that
become
wanted me
a
to
Titan.
draw
And
Alex
this is rather
Rossa
alarming,
and
right? Because Azeroth
Zero.
is existing.
I might draw some
in
wild
her
characters
own kind of
eventually.
form,
I ain't
for
gonna lie.
whatever reason, right? Naturally occurring,
Could be fun.
presumably.
I
And
think
they
y'all would
want
enjoy
to
that too.
mold her and shape her into one of them. That's a little bit alarming, of course. They eventually sense this presence stirring within the world that we are in, Azeroth, and they made their way to this nascent world soul, hoping that their search was at an end. Now, at the end of all of these discs, I am going to put the part where I read the actual first 2 pages of Chronicle Volume 1, where it discusses the mythos and the awakening of the Titans, so that we have that to contrast against what's told to us here. Because one of those things, Chronicle, of course, is written from mythology, from the perspective of the Titan-forged races of the world.
Look at that.
This is information being conveyed directly from Khaz'goroth himself to Arcadia.
Chat, what did I just talk about? Using light. Raged in light. What did I just talk about?
Now, Brinth and Dagran aren't really sure what to make of this.
Something
initially. Of course,
consumed
Dagran
him.
is pretty surprised that there is a world soul in our planet. It's not widely known information.
Something
believe it or
took
not.
over.
And so he proposes that perhaps this is what Magni had been hearing all those years when he was a speaker, when he bound himself to Azeroth using what appeared to be some kind of secret titanic ritual down in Old Ironforge. Brinth remarks that these sound like personal records from Arcadis regarding maybe everything, and how many more could there be? So week to week, it was very exciting to discover these. Now, at this point, Brinth has no reason to suspect any wrongdoing on behalf of the Titans. So she says that she's not sure what the significance of this is for her people or their purpose,
My hair's like
but
Matt
she does have
Sangle.
faith in the Titans' plans. At least that's how it starts.
On Azeroth, the Pantheon sensed a powerful source of corruption. To protect the World Soul, they sent us, the Keepers, to lead the Titan-forged forces into battle. In time, we rooted out and defeated the threat, imprisoning its last vestiges in the deep places of the world. Then, led by Aman'Thul himself, the Titans set towards studying the soul of Azeroth to determine whether it truly was the one they sought. To aid the Titans, we Keepers were tasked with engineering the Manifold, a vast world-spanning complex of machines, forges, and installations. Working in tandem, they would bring order to Azeroth and create a means by which the Pantheon could examine the World Soul in depth.
That corruption the Keeper's talking about, that's the old gods. That must be why they were here as well, for the power of the World Soul. Though I've also read that while the Titans defeated the old gods, they tore a wound in the world. Always thought that was just a metaphor.
It seems clear now that Azeroth must be the prime World Soul. That would explain why the Void, the Titans, the Legion, every cosmological force have sought to control it or destroy it over the eons.
You hear this shit?
The Titans needed to study about it.
You hear this shit, chat? What did I just talk about? What did I just talk about? 6 seats at the high table, all hunger. They all want Azeroth. They all want Azeroth. The Titans want Azeroth for some sort of order kind of thing, right? They probably want to use Azeroth's powers in order to create order in the entire cosmos. The Void wants to use Azeroth so they can have enough power to, bring everything into the Void. The Lights, we don't know the Lights' motive yet. We know that Jailer Death himself, Saval, he wanted to use the world soul of Azeroth to recreate the entire cosmos where everything would serve him. And then we have the whole fucking dumbass fucking cutscene with Saval, why would you do this, you know? And he talks about a cosmos that's divided is not ready for what is to come. What is that? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, Shadowlands story was fucking garbage, but it still has some sort of meaning. You know what I mean? It has to have some sort of meaning. It seems like order and life is working together. And it makes sense because Aeona is, you know, kind of like the leader of life. And Aman'Thul is the leader of order. It's almost like you have two of the cosmetic powers have teamed up in order to get rid of the other cosmic powers. It's almost like there's an unbalanced thing going on right now, because normally it was all the 6 seats at the high table that wanted, you know, every mouth hunger and everyone wants to take over Azeroth, but it almost sounds like the power of order and the power of life had teamed up, because that's Aeona and Aman'Thul. They both want Azeroth. For what reason? I don't know. But there's a reason why there's all these world trees. There's all these prisons that's made with arcane power and, you know, temples that's keeping the old gods imprisoned. And then you have all these world trees as well that is reaching all the way down to wherever the world soul is of Azeroth, to help her sleep, to provide her a good nappy nap. But we know that motherfuckers do not wake up in the Emerald Dream. So what's that about? Sounds like a prison to me.
We cannot possibly understand the intricacies of the Titan's reasons, but that complex Arcadis mentioned, I believe I know what that is about.
Now, in the next portion here, this is where the perspective of the Titans and perspective in general really comes into play. On Azeroth, the Pantheon sensed a source of powerful corruption. So this is the old gods, presumably. To protect the world soul, the Titans sent in the Keepers, right? So Odin, Freya, Thorim, obviously Arcadis, the list goes on and on. There are quite a few Keepers, Ra, among others, to basically take the Titan-forged races and go and destroy the old gods. In time, when these events are mentioned in Chronicle, of course, the Wrath of the Titan-forged, they rooted out and defeated the threat, because the old gods were so ingrained down into Azeroth, according to Chronicle, that instead of ripping them out forcefully, like what Aman'Thul is alleged to have done, which is quite reckless and strange behavior for a god of time, but also a god very much associated in many ways with Zeus, who was kind of a dick, kind of a strange...
What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say?
Quite reckless and strange behavior. Down into Azeroth.
I'm not the only one having this mindset. Oh my god, Pyromancer, I fucking love you. I'm so happy we are on the same page. Our fucking theories are intertwining. That's insane. I've literally never ever watched this video.
Were so ingrained down into Azeroth, according to Chronicle, that instead of ripping them out forcefully, like what Aman'Thul is alleged to have done, which is quite reckless and strange behavior for a god of time, but also a god very much associated in many ways with Zeus, who was kind of a dick, kind of a strange decision to make. So they rip Yasharaj out. This causes irreparable damage, a gaping wound in the world, which would later become the Well of Eternity. Now, in some in-game books and perspectives, it's actually positioned as though the Titans did this on purpose and crafted it on purpose. Neltharion's annotated version of the Old Gods in the Ordering of Azeroth makes a remark about this, how the Titans' hubris and arrogance, of course they would claim that their reckless actions were, you know, it was intentional. They did this on purpose. So anyway, they root out and defeat the threat, imprisoning its last vestiges in the deep places of the world. So the Black Empire. They were imprisoned underground, with the exception of course, N'Zoth, which I will talk about more in the future, but I already have videos discussing that he was not, in fact, buried underneath ground. He was, as I believe the hints indicate, actually imprisoned inside the Well of Eternity. But, moving on, led by Aman'Thul himself, the Titans set towards studying the soul of Azeroth to determine whether it truly was the one that they sought. Now, I wonder what about it would
in the
have
Well of
given
Eternity.
the
Okay, that's
indication
interesting.
that it was the Prime World Soul, and this is something that Dagran also contemplates. To aid the Titans, the Keepers were tasked with engineering something called the Manifold, a vast world-spanning complex of machines, forges, and installations. But I would also be willing to wager that there are some things that the Titans did not build. If we refer to the Edicts of the Prime Designate 762 by Keeper Odin, who was originally the Prime Designate before Loken made himself the Prime Designate, Odin pretty much writes in there that they were going to lie about the Black Empire. They were going to lie about the technological advancements, and all works of wonder were going to be attributed to the Titans alone. So they were literally lying about the things that they had built. I would be willing to bet that the most sore thumb that sticks out as something that the Titans did not truly build, but took and probably repurposed for their own agenda, would be the Halls of Origination, the Forge of Origination found in Uldum. The reason why I believe this is pretty simple. To me, especially some of the things inside the facility do not look that titanic. And if you look at the architecture found in Uldum, especially that of like the obelisks and things floating around, it looks just like Black Empire stuff. Now, of course, Black Empire architecture is more Akkadian Empire, more Sumerian kind of inspired, right? But Uldum is more Egypt, of course, with the pyramids and whatnot. But the architectural motifs are definitely still there. Runes and things scrawled on the floor and the walls, the obelisks floating around. And I don't really think that it's any measure of a surprising event that N'Zoth's invasion, one of the invasion points,
I love the
is
RuneScape
Uldum.
music.
And if you guys remember back to the BFA storyline and questline, N'Zoth somehow knew how to work the Forge of Origination. I'm almost certain that this hallway in Ny'alotha is literally modeled.
That's a good fucking point. That's a good fucking point.
Off of the Grand Gallery from the actual pyramids of Giza. And if that's the case, then the connection from Sumerian to Egyptian is extremely obvious. Then you've got the denizens of Uldum, the alleged Titan-forged race we know as the Tol'vir, who also show up in archaeological items, suggesting that they were actually part of the ancient empire of Ajakir. So, that's pretty interesting. They also try to claim that Ahn'Qiraj is a Titan research facility, and that was architected by the Titans, but I think that's extremely fucking hard to believe, especially when you look at the architectural style present there. If anything, it looks more like they tried to cover this shit up. But I digress. They try to say that they built this world-spanning complex of machines, forges, and installations. And again, through the BFA storyline, we learn that there are connections between things like the engine of Nalak Shah, which is in Kunlai Summit in the mountains up there in the Mogushan Vaults, and that can actually connect over to the Forge of Origination, and the Heart Chamber can all be connected to that as well. Now, one little aside is that it's revealed to us also in BFA that the make and construction of the Heart Chamber, very similar to the Vault of Memory here in Khazalgar, is that of Arcadis, and that Keeper Ra, who was the High Keeper, one of the Keepers of Aman'Thul, did not know about the construction of that chamber. So we already have some information here that some of these Keepers were keeping information from one another, that they were building things that others did not know about. That's very crucial in beginning to understand the dynamic between the Keepers and perhaps even the Titans themselves. But working in tandem, these machines and installations, the Forge of Wills included, would bring order to Azeroth, create a means by which the Pantheon could examine the world soul in depth, which again, that sounds really sketchy. I don't know that I really believe that. As Dagran recognizes, the corruption that the Keepers are referring to is the Old Gods. So that must be why they were here as well, for the power of the world soul. That's what he surmises, but he could very well be wrong. The old gods could be here for a completely different reason. They could have been manifest from Azeroth's dreams and or nightmares, completely separate and not necessarily after the world soul at all. In fact, they could have even been trying to protect it. The Xal'atath lore-walking questline, where we see the 4 old gods unite against Xal'atath because they are intending to protect the world and help it grow into something more powerful.
We also know that there's a line Nizov have when you're fighting against him in Nyarlotha. He literally says, like, he whispers, "Only I can save this world." What does that even mean? You know what I mean?
Could be indicative of this kind of intent by them. Now, Dagran also read that while the Titans had defeated the old gods, they tore a wound in the world. And he always thought that was just a metaphor. But what we're told in Chronicle anyway, is that the forceful removal of Y'Shaarj is what causes this wound in the world. It's also been revealed to us recently through interviews and midnight information that the Rift of Aln is a wound. So keep that in mind. Chronicle Volume 1 also says a very important thing, and this is a huge misconception commonly spread about the old gods and the Titans, is that the Titans could not kill
Did you see the two bosses in March of Quell the Nos raid?
Chronicle says.
Nope.
Chronicle says that the old gods
I haven't done the raid yet.
killed in this manner.
I want to do the raid. I'm almost done with it. Yo, look, I'm almost done with the campaign.
Forcefully ripping them out. This is allegedly why they decided to imprison the old gods, basically sedate them and put them in enchanted monolithic prisons from which they could not escape. Brinth agrees and says it seems clear now that Azeroth must be the prime world soul. That would explain why the Void, the Titans, the Legion, every cosmological force that sought to control it or destroy it over the eons. And
okay,
that's an interesting
they're not fucking around
there, because you might be able to do a lot more for your cosmological force by controlling Azeroth, which is, I'm sure, what the Titans would like to do, than you would by destroying it. Maybe it's an ideology of like, if we destroy it, then no one else can use it, and the universe will be better off.
They released the last one tomorrow for US and EU.
Of it that she's referring to is
for us in EU.
The Legion.
Bet.
It is interesting though, because
that's
at
perfect.
Least, again, in
my vacation starts tomorrow.
Interpreted
it could also start
in the
today.
tome of blighted implements for the warlock artifact weapons from Legion. It is
get notified
said,
at my
anyway,
work.
we don't know this
if my vacation actually starts today or
Well of Eternity collapsed
tomorrow.
around Sargeras.
Vacation, not like my holiday.
To the Twisting Nether, but during that event, he fell through the center of Azeroth and saw Azeroth's eye gazing at him, and he became enraptured by it. So how or what the Titans would like to do than you would by destroying it. Maybe it's an ideology of like, if we destroy it, then no one else can use it and the universe will be better off kind of situation. And I assume that the destruction of it that she's referring to is probably the Legion. It is interesting though, because at least again in an interpreted book in the tome of blighted implements for the warlock artifact weapons from Legion, it is said anyway, we don't know this for sure, that when the Well of Eternity collapsed around Sargeras, he was kind of shot back through to the Twisting Nether, but during that event, he fell through the center of Azeroth and saw Azeroth's eye gazing at him, and he became enraptured by it. So how literal that is...
Wait, I'm sorry.
It is said anyway, we don't know this for sure, that when the Well of Eternity collapsed around Sargeras, he was kind of shot back through to the Twisting Nether, but during that event, he fell through the center of Azeroth and saw Azeroth's eye gazing at him, and he became enraptured by it. So how literal that is, we can't really know. That's not like a first-hand account from Sargeras, so like I'm not sure how we really know that. And I would take that with a grain of salt in terms of how literal that should be interpreted. But Brinth concurs that this must be the Prime World Soul. And Dagran raises the question, what is it that they needed to study about it? That's a really good question. Brinth, of course, comes back with, we can't possibly understand the intricacies of the Titans' reasons, which I feel like that falls in line with kind of the attitude that the Titans have often given the mortals, that like their minds are destined to be small and incapable of like complex thought, right? This is definitely how Odin thought about us, and he writes about it as well, kind of a little bit of self-exposing there, so not a good look. But
yeah, even
Brinth
Odin says that. He's like, you are smart, remarkable little
that
creatures.
Arcadis mentioned. and she believes she knows what it's about. Now, if we just simply look at the definition for the word manifold, the first definition adjective is many and various. The implications of this decision were manifold, so very similar to myriad, having many different forms or elements, but I think more so it's more of a mechanical term, right? More like a noun. So a pipe or chamber branching into several openings, something that would be installed that would connect a bunch of different things together. In mathematics, it's also regarded as a collection of points forming a certain kind of set. Manifold to me, I would take much more as like a mechanical term, especially since it's coming from the perspective of the Titan Forged.
At the Titan's command, we keepers began the acclamation. Each installation, all linked to the manifold, produced vast numbers of Titan-forged workers. We fired the great forges to fuel the acclamation and empower the manifold to heal the ravaged world. Then began construction of the Coreway, a direct channel to the heart of Azeroth that would allow the Titans to study the world's soul without harming it.
Why do you need to study it? That's the thing though. Why do you need to study it?
However, as we delved deeper, we encountered certain obstacles, colossal crystals, which we came to realize were calcified chunks of the world's soul's essence. They are of great power, and I wonder how many yet remain undiscovered beneath the earth, all over the world. By word of the great Khazgoroth, the Titan's research has revealed that Azeroth's world soul is indeed the Prime. Our purpose may yet be fulfilled.
Enormous, powerful chunks of world soul essence.
What purpose?
Do you think Beladar and Halifal could be one of them?
Potentially. But it was never within the scope of our edicts to study the crystal.
He mentions the Titan Forge making the Coreway. Did you know it was built to study the world soul?
We were created for the great purpose of serving the Titans, and thus we built it. Its purpose was irrelevant to us. We fulfilled our edicts dependably, and we have strived to do so throughout the millennia, despite Kaz Algar facing many setbacks.
Setbacks? What do you mean?
Long ago, the continents of the world split apart, and the machinery that powered our facility was damaged, cut off from the manifold. We were unable to repair the connection. We operated on auxiliary power for a time, but eventually it ran out, and we fell into disarray.
That must have been the Sundering. It's miraculous that any of this survived intact.
Disc number 3 is interesting because of what they choose to show. At the Titan's command, the Keepers began the acclamation. So things becoming acclimated to one another. It's a very strange term in my opinion to use, because if you were truly the forgers of all of these things, as Chronicle states with the Forge of Wills and the Forge of Origination and all this, the term acclamation is just very strange. Like, there shouldn't really be an acclamation. Like, they should all just work together. Like, you're the architect that built them. They should all just kind of work. Each installation, all linked to the manifold, produced vast numbers of Titan Forge workers. Now, this is another instance where they show architecture from Uldum and earthen coming out of it, but as far as we know, there were no earthen produced in Uldum. That's where the Tol'vir were alleged to have been crafted. So a little bit confusing there in terms of why they would do that. So maybe this is something that Arcadis thought was true and wasn't. They fired the great forges, so large forges that would basically serve as like engines to power the manifold, that would fuel the acclamation and empower it to heal the ravaged world. So they're healing the world with big machines, is basically what they're saying. I don't really think this is true. I think more so what they're doing is they're ordering it. And again, if you refer to Chronicle Volume 1, the description of what the Forge of Wills can actually do, it says that it can actually shape the sentience of Azeroth, which is like, that's not cool. It can also draw upon the essence of Azeroth to craft Titanforged, and we wonder where the flesh came from. They said it was Yogg-Saron, and it may well have been, but I'm not so sure about that. Then, they began the construction of something called the Coreway. This is obviously the big tube that we see in Khaz-Algar, which, for the record, has not been fully excavated since it's been damaged, so there is a deeper place that we can go down in the Coreway. What we have seen is not the entire picture. You can actually learn from the oral history of the Earthen that the original Thragar were drawn by a song, a sound deep, deep, deep down within the Coreway, but on their way there, they were actually distracted and kind of taken to this other area by this other sound that they were hearing, and that is where they actually found Belladar. So, brings into question what exactly Belladar is, and is it actually just repeating Azeroth's song? What exactly is going on here? But this Coreway would serve as a direct channel to the heart of Azeroth, which we obviously haven't seen yet. I would very much assume that we will come back to this later in the World Soul Saga. This would allow the Titans to study the World Soul without harming it. It's just, this is just very strange and kind of worded conveniently to make it seem like the Titans are trying to do a good thing. But basically, I don't understand what exactly is it they need to study to figure out if it is the one.
Exactly.
And how their other methods of study that didn't include something like the Coreway could have harmed it. Because yet another thing that you learn in Chronicle is that Agramar and Sargeras directly are able to hear the dreams of slumbering world souls. So when we compare this to what I will read to you in a little bit, the methods by which the Titans would ascertain whether or not a world soul was present inside of a planet, it doesn't really make sense. They use machines to figure it out, when they also propose in Chronicle that they have other methods by which they can make this determination. So very, very, very strange. However, as the Titanforged delved deeper, including Arcadis, they encountered certain obstacles, like Belladar. Now, for those that don't know, we have actually already discovered another Belladar. It's called Lorendel, or Himosul, and it was the main story content of the Siren's Isle. It is a completely different crystal from Belladar. It is not the same one, and just like Belladar, with Anduin's comments about it being similar to Azerite, Lorendel is also not Azerite, which is made evidently clear by collecting the journals and logs from people who have spent time on the island and made the comparison. It is not Azerite, it is something else. Now, the Titanforged do believe that they are calcified chunks of the World Soul's essence, which could very well be true. But I want you to think about Azeroth as a great light, almost like a white light, and perhaps the manifold in these facilities and things as a means by which they would split that light into different aspects, right? With holy light, things like the Naru being but one of those aspects. So it is possible that it is a
That's crazy, because I'm pretty sure I just talked about the whole life thing.
Calcified chunk of the World Soul essence, but keep in mind as well that from concept art showing Hollowfall itself, this is official Blizzard art, the crystal that is known as Belladar is actually labeled Naru Crystal. So we'll have to see what that means. There, to me, seems to be this inherent instability with Belladar, where it can shift to void and back and forth, which to me just, again, harkens back to the things like the Murmuration Paradox and Palatar's Codex, which say that individual powers and forces are unstable, and so they tend to bind to one or more secondary elements and powers in order to maintain stability. So I guess in my head, even if this was the essence of Azeroth herself broken and stored in crystals or something, that it might be kind of singular in aspect and thus unstable, likely to shift or fall into lower energy states. Whereas if you were to bind it with an additional power, say the giant sword of Sargeras, which did lead to the blue and gold Azerite that we are most familiar with, which is still strictly different from the powers of these great crystals, maybe that's a more stable kind of concoction. Keep in mind that exposure to these crystals does give you a certain type of mentality and inspiration. This was not only indicated from the Priory of the Sacred Flame and how zealous those Arathi became, but also, yet again on Siren's Isle, for the people that were exposed to it, they wanted to make creative, kind of peaceful implements. They didn't want to make any implements of war. Whereas with Azerite, it kind of led to both, like kind of either thing were possible, so multi-aspected. Yet again, more information that leads me to believe that while these could very well be calcified chunks of the World Soul Essence, they are most certainly not Azerite, and that there was an additional thing added to Azerite that made it more stable. For those that don't know, we actually do learn back in BFA that the goblins did discover Azerite back during the Cataclysm, but when they found it as a vein of just golden liquid. There was no blue, there was no white, there was no additional aspects of it. So when Gallywix fashioned his cane topper out of it, it actually hardened into this like amberish red material. And then when Sargeras stabbed the world, his cane topper changed into this blue and gold aspect, and that's what Azerite began looking like at that point. So something to do with the sword, which I have a whole video about, you should watch. It's called Azerite, the Blood of Two Titans, could explain what is going on there. These crystals are allegedly of great power, and Arcadis wonders how many yet remain undiscovered beneath the earth all over the world. Now, they do show Belladar as one. We have already discovered another one, Lorendel. So that makes 2, and they actually show, besides Belladar in the middle, they show 3 smaller ones, and who knows if they're actually smaller or not, floating around Belladar. So presumably one of those is Lorendel, but the scans of Lorendel indicate that it goes way down beneath the earth, like it is very big. So it's presumably not much smaller than Belladar, if smaller at all. So I want you to just keep this in mind, that like Arcadis and the Titan Forge could be wrong. Like, they could think that this is the calcified chunks of Azeroth when it isn't. They could totally be wrong about that. In my opinion, one of the most fun things, considering the fact that Belladar can teleport the Arathi spontaneously down into Hollowfall and can teleport you if you try flying at it, it makes me wonder if Belladar itself was spontaneously teleported, like a mage blinking into a wall, and that's why it's like lodged in the top of this great cavernous ceiling. Because if that were the case, man, I could spin some crazy theories on it being like a primordial Naru ship or something along those lines. I do think that we are going to come back to these crystals during the World Soul Saga and learn more about them. So don't assume that they're just some like Blizzard forgot. Like, no, I really don't think that's the case. We should be at minimum finding at least 2 more of these. If I had to wager a guess of where they could be, there could be one underneath Quel'Thalas. There could be one under Sholazar Basin. There could be one underneath like the Veil of Eternal Blossoms deep down. Places where life has sprang forth in rapid ways, I think are highly likely to be storing these crystals. Now, Arcadis finishes by saying, by the word of the great Khaz'goroth, the Titan's research has revealed that Azeroth's world soul is indeed the Prime, and our purpose may yet be fulfilled. So what exactly
I am Optimus Prime.
World Soul, we still don't exactly have the answers to. Now, Dagran and Brinth, of course, have their commentary on this. Dagran remarking, these enormous, powerful chunks of World Soul Essence. Do you think Belladar and Hollowfall could be one of them? Probably. Brinth says potentially, but it was never really within the scope of the edicts that were given to them by the Titans to study the crystal. It's almost like the Titans didn't want them fucking with it. And after the Thragar were drawn to it, we're going to learn more about the Thragar here soon, but that could be a direct reason as to why. In the oral history of the Earthen, it's revealed to us that Belladar, when the Earthen found it, which would have been far before the Arathi ever arrived, it was in a darkened state. And we know this because it says as they drew closer to the sound, the canyon walls darkened. So Belladar was not light. This is an important thing to know because the Arathi believe that Belladar has always been light, and it only started shifting to darkness after the Sword of Sargeras was stabbed into the planet, but this is not the case. In fact, when the Earthen found the crystal originally, when the Thragar did, they actually found Nerubians down there. So, like, the mural on the wall down in the Transformatorium, or Transformium, whatever the fuck it's called, in Azj-Kahet, that has the old god and then the crystal right there, and the old god has, like, gold and like, orange eyes, and the crystal is like purple in the middle and has like this gilded like adornment set on it. That is potentially, quite literally, how it used to look. So the Arathi are very much mistaken. We have 2 actually different sources of historical accounts that do not corroborate what the Arathi lead us to believe about Belladar.
Oh shit!
So I do believe that they're very much wrong. Daggerin
After I'm
remarks
done with this
that
dungeon, I
Arcadis
finna
mentions
sleep.
the Titanforge made the Coreway, but did they know why they were building the Coreway, or that it was being used to study the World Soul? High Speaker Brinth, and this just really goes to show how, like, the Titans don't really give a fuck about informing their servants why they're actually doing what they're doing. She says that we were created for the purpose of serving the Titans, so we built it. The purpose was irrelevant to us. We're basically just, like, commanded to do it, and so we did it. We fulfilled our edicts dependably. We did our job, right? She's still trying to, like, hold on to this relationship between them. This is a good thing. We just did what they told us to. Like, it's not a big deal. And we have strived to continue fulfilling our edicts throughout the millennia, despite Khazalgar facing many setbacks. Daggerin questions, of course, what setbacks are that? And Brinth remarks, long ago, during the Sundering, the machinery, the forges that powered the facility that is Khazalgar and everything beneath it were damaged. It was cut off from the manifold, so it severed that connection. And they were unable to repair that connection, which is why they started losing their memories and going into stasis lock, which is a fucking horrible thing. So similar to dementia. I mean, if you guys remember the quest lines from the Isle of Dorn about it, it is just heart-wrenching what these Earthen went through. So they operated on auxiliary power for a time, but eventually it ran out and they fell into disarray. And Daggerin astutely recognizes that that must have been the Sundering, and that it's kind of miraculous that any of this stuff survived, this vault of memories, which is so similar to the heart chamber. So it makes you wonder, like, is this place built more solidly? It is definitely a little bit of a different architectural style, has different motifs, much more Greek and Roman when compared to what we see on the surface in Khazalgar. So perhaps its method of construction made it significantly more durable to some regard, and maybe there's a similarity there.
My
with
DPS
the
is
heart
so
chamber, which somehow managed to
fucking
withstand
bad.
the impact of Sargeras'
I
sword.
feel like I'm
which
doing
is
something
pretty
wrong with
mind-blowing.
ice.
So disc
Like,
number 3, things
Frost
are
Talon.
starting to heat up just a little bit. They're still kind of like given the hints of, like, this is what we discovered, this is what we did, this is what we were told, and we haven't really got to the juicy stuff yet, so let's get into that.
The great Khazgaroth revealed to me that the corrupting influence of the imprisoned old gods was affecting the world soul. To protect it, we had the Earthen construct the World Core, a vast chamber at the heart of the world. There, the world soul will slumber, with only the Titan. To protect it, we had the
juicy stuff yet, so let's get into that.
The great Khazgaroth revealed to me that the corrupting influence of the imprisoned old gods was affecting the world soul. To protect it, we had the Earthen construct the World Core, a vast chamber at the heart of the world. There, the world soul will slumber, with only the Titans to influence it. I must note a disturbing development. As they worked to greater depths, some Earthen began to behave erratically. This could not be countenanced. Most units were repaired and continued their work, but some began to physically change and crystallize. They named themselves Thragar.
Okay.
These faulty units were so greatly affected that they rebelled against us, attacking and damaging the World Core. In the course of studying them, it was determined that long exposure to the World Soul's energies led to the changes exhibited in their core directives. If we cannot prevent this from
I'm almost done with this dungeon. Holy shit. I forgot how long this dungeon is.
not only the world
My DPS is so low.
manifold itself, measures must be taken.
I
feel like my rotation is bad with Frost. If I switch to Arcane.
This world core seems as if it was a monumental undertaking.
Yeah, there you go.
And the Earthen malfunctioning? How would the World Soul's energy cause that?
Let's see how my DPS is now.
This is very confusing.
Way higher.
By the way, what does he mean by repaired?
Unclear. But what he said about the Thregar rebelling is most disturbing.
The Thregar? That's what they called Granda when he first got to Kazalgar.
We regard them as legendary champions, almost demigods. To learn that their directives were just corrupted? That they were anomalies? Was everything we believed mistaken? Or even a lie?
Oh.
Wait. You don't suppose... If the Earthen were affected by the World Soul's radiation, the closer they got to it, could it be that it was actually trying to reach your people? Asking for help, like it did with my Granda, and undoing their directives? Was it actually giving them free will?
I do not know.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing that Arcadis says in Disc 4 is that the Great Khazgaroth revealed to me that the corrupting influence of the imprisoned old gods was affecting the world soul. I think that Khazgaroth and Arcadis here are wrong. I think, and I could be wrong about this of course as well, because I am just a guy with a perspective too. I think it was the other way around. I think that the corrupting influence of the world soul was actually more affecting the old gods and potentially even freeing them from their prisons, giving them more free will, doing something of this nature, because it's not exactly made clear what the effect of the old gods on the world soul even is. And let's just be honest, man, way before the Titans ever even showed up, the old gods had a they had a shitload of time to corrupt the world soul, do whatever they want to it, and they didn't. So why were they unsuccessful in doing so? It makes me wonder, was their intention ever to corrupt it, or is that just the perspective of the Titanforged and the perspective of the Titans, right? What are they actually doing to it, if anything? But in order to protect it, the Earthen had to construct the world core. So this is not something that Arcadis himself built, but they had the Earthen do it. A vast chamber at the heart of the world. There, the world soul will slumber with only the Titans to influence it. So now, you can kind of see more where this is going. We want to lock her in a stasis chamber, is what it sounds like to me, a dream chamber, where, you know, whether or not she's supposed to wake up or not is definitely up for discussion, but she won't be affected by anything else. Only we, because we obviously know what the right thing to do is, only we will be able to affect the world soul. Only the Titans. Fuck me. And you might have noticed that the world core design seems to have 5 layers, 5 rings to it, which I think that it's really hard to look at something like that without, of course,
that's
thinking
what I
about
was
the
talking
old god
about.
whispers that pertain to the number 5. 5 keys to open our way, 5 torches to light our path, 5 lanterns now darkened. The flame they seek shall light the master's way. It's this in conjunction with what I'm going to show you regarding the potential that N'Zoth is related to the world core, I just think is a super interesting thing to get into. I must note a disturbing development, Arcadis says. As they worked to greater depth, some Earthen began to behave erratically. This could not be countenanced, could not be accepted. It had to be dealt with. Most of these units were repaired, whatever the fuck that means, and continued their work, but some began to physically change and crystallize, as shown in the images in the cutscene. They named themselves Thregar, which we don't exactly know the meaning to, as I understand it so far, but I would love to know exactly what that means. These faulty units were so greatly affected that they rebelled against the Titanforged, attacking and damaging the world core, as if the world core had become looked at by the world soul of Azeroth and by these Thregar as some kind of prison or something to break free from. This influence basically broke the Thregar from their directives and made them rebel. In the course of studying these Thregar, it was determined that long exposure to the world soul's energies led to the changes exhibited in their core directives. When I first heard this, I lost my shit, because what this is the same thing we see at the end of the Ringing Deeps questline, where Azeroth's power literally gives the Earthen free will. which, if you're familiar with the Silmarillion and the stories of Tolkien's works, Aule, which is basically our Khazgoroth, very similar to Greek Hephaestus as well, the original creator of the dwarves, he creates dwarves, but they don't really have sentience and free will. This is something that Eru Iluvatar discovers and is like, bro, you're fucking my plans up. Why are you doing this? Why are you making things without, like, my permission or, you know, not in accordance with the plan? And Aule's like, well, I only did this because the powers that you, Eru Iluvatar, who's basically God, Azeroth, gave me, so, you know, like, here they are. And Eru Iluvatar basically contemplates this and then is like, you know what? Fine, you can have them, but understand that they don't have any sentience, so I'm going to give unto them flesh and free will and this sentience, but they cannot awaken and come into the world until the proper time, because I don't want your creations, which are deserving of Genesis in their own right, I don't want them affecting the plan as I have it laid out thus far. Now, they will serve their purpose, but you have to be patient. And Aule is like, okay, fine. And Aule is a pretty chill guy, so I really hope that Khazgoroth is a pretty chill guy too. But it's funny because Eru Iluvatar imparts to them this free will, this sentience, and that is exactly what we witness Azeroth do to the Earthen in The War Within. So big hints, not only through the Prime World Soul, but through this story in the Ringing Deeps, what Azeroth actually is and what power she actually gives and what she symbolizes, right? But Arcadis says, if we cannot prevent this from happening, the Thragar from rising, because of the influence of the World Soul, it will prove catastrophic to not only the World Core, but to the Manifold itself. Measures must be taken. Because the Thragar, acting in service presumably to Azeroth, were going to basically dismantle the Manifold in the World Core. Because Azeroth, I think at this point, evidently wants out of whatever the fuck this thing that has been built is. Now this is where things get very interesting, especially with the most recent Xal'atath lore-walking information, where we learned that N'Zoth was building something, but it's not made explicitly clear what he was building.
N'Zoth should have known Xal'atath would target Ny'alotha when she learned what he was building. Fortunately, our aid will leave him in our debt.
High Speaker Brinth says, I do not recall this happening. That should not be. This World Core seems as if it was a monumental undertaking. And the Earthen malfunctioning? How would the World Soul's energy cause that? This is very confusing. Now, Daggerin starts to put the pieces together of what this means, but we do have a storyline where some of the memories of the Earthen were being erased intentionally so that they wouldn't remember the rebellion of the Thragar, right? We're going to learn more about that coming up. But she doesn't remember the construction of the World Core at all, right? This sounds like it was a monumental undertaking, yet she's not familiar with that whatsoever. Makes me wonder if it is possible that the Titan Forged did not build the World Core. I can't wait to see it, because, as I mentioned, Xal'atath goes after N'Zoth and the Black Empire because she found out what he was building. Quite interesting, because Xal'atath clearly wants the World Soul for herself. So, if N'Zoth and his Black Empire united unanimously under his rule were to build something like the World Core, holy shit, what a twist that would be. That it was already built,
Plot
and
twist.
It's another thing that the Titans took, that they stole, repurposed perhaps for themselves, where maybe the World Core was meant to harness Azeroth's energy for the creation of life or to bolster the Black Empire, and the Titans basically stole it and used it as a mechanism to order her World Soul. Absolutely fucking horrifying, but crazy to think. And yet again, because Odin literally writes like, yeah, any technological advancements made by the Black Empire are to be purged. Paint that as an age of suffering, pernicious blight that we keepers eradicated. Like, with the old gods locked in confinement, there should be no evidence to disprove that. And remember that nothing actually is created until it's been ordered. So the writing is on the fucking wall there, and it's not just Odin who gives us this information. From Grimoire of the Shadowlands to Laura, who writes
Can't
that
order
book,
food if you haven't
literally
ordered.
makes mention of the fact
Or
that the
can't
Titans
create
have the
food
same word for
if you haven't ordered
created
it.
as they do for ordered. So very hubristic, very prideful of the Titans to do something like this, but it calls into question, was her memory of the construction of the World Core And were their memories of that just gone? Were they erased because they didn't want them to find it and maybe become exposed to it and turn into Thrager and rebel again? And maybe both of these things can be true. Or is it because they didn't fucking build it? That would be crazy. I think that would be insane, especially if it is true that the original construction in Uldum is not the hand of the Titans, but in fact the hand of the Black Empire. Dagran immediately goes to the question of, what does he mean by repaired? I think that we all know what that means. Okay? I think that we know what that means, because what did the World Core effectively give the Thrager? Free will. What would it mean to repair that? It would mean to take it away, to order them, to get rid of that which granted them free will, to purge the influence of the world soul. This is why I don't think it's a stretch of the imagination at all to suggest that the Titans are actually the ones behind the power of domination. Because domination is a soul-bending, suppressive control magic. It is literally about commanding someone against their will to do things that they very likely do not want to do. It is very evil, and it's very blue, and it looks very similar to the magic wielded by the Titans on the seat of the Pantheon. The runes on there may be written in the Titanic language, but they're still the right color. I have all sorts of videos on my channel. You should check them out about how I believe the Titans dominated Sargeras. The artwork of Sargeras as an orderly member of the Pantheon sure looks a lot like Zoval, Anduin, Arthas Menethil when they were dominated, and he does appear to be wielding what is, I believe, a Mournblade. So, highly recommend checking that out because I'm quite sure that's what happened. So, repairing them, yeah, I think we know what that means. Brinth says, well, it's unclear, but what he said about the Thrager rebelling is most disturbing. Dagran goes, the Thrager? That's what they called Granda Magni when he first got to Khazalgar, if you guys remember early on in the campaign. Brinth says, we regard them as legendary champions. They're like heroes of our people, almost demigods. But to learn that their directives were just corrupted, that they were anomalies, was everything we believed mistaken or even a lie? Brinth is basically having to face the fact right at that moment that, like, oh my god, what actually happened to these things and what we were given in terms of memory regarding them, these two things cannot be reconciled. This, is it just a mistake or were we manipulated? It's incredibly fucked up, this realization of what has been done to them. Dagran says, wait, you don't suppose that the Earthen were affected by the World Soul's radiation the closer they got to it? Could it be that the World Soul was actually trying to reach out to you guys and, like it did with Magni, and undoing their directives? Was it actually giving them free will? The answer to that question, it is yes. That is what was happening. And Brinth says, I don't know. But we got one more disc left, and this is where shit hits the fan.
With the danger posed by the rogue Thragar, the great Amon Thul ordered the rebellion to be quelled, and the Thragar hunted down until the threat was neutralized. However, the issue of Earthen malfunction under the influence of the World Soul's energies remained, and so a new solution was devised. The Earthen of Khazalgar will relinquish their memories into an archive to preserve recorded data and purge the influence of the World Soul's energies. By initiating this protocol on a regular cadence, we will ensure the Thragar malfunction does not take hold again. To secure compliance, the Titans have programmed edicts into the operational Earthen to regulate and enforce their discrete functions and efficiency. Thus, the Earthen will maintain the integrity of the doorway.
I'm in this goddamn world now.
Khazalgar. Should the edicts be broken, more permanent failsafes have been set into place. With these difficulties behind them, the Titans have declared that the World Soul remains, dreaming, safely contained within the world core, where no harm will come to it.
Huh.
I do not know why I commit this information to the archive, why I risk its discovery in the future. Perhaps the World Soul's influence does not extend solely to the earthen.
Alright, chat.
What we've learned here.
I finna go to sleep. It is late. I want to watch more and listen to more of it, but I got work in the morning, so it's time for me to get some sleep. Find somebody to raid. And I will be uploading my Akali vid before I sleep. Who's streaming? Who's streaming? Who's streaming? Who's streaming? Who's streaming? Who's streaming? Amani streaming. Fuck it. Rating Amani. Take care, Chris. Thank you. It was nice just listening to like some WoW lore. You know what I mean? Just sit down and just listen to some WoW fucking lore. Just be like, okay, what is the game cooking? It was nice. People watching on my YouTube as well. Like, comment, subscribe, all that bullshit you already know. And I'm done. Finito. Take care. I'm going to sleep. I need my sleep for work. All right, love you guys. Bye. Bye.